The myth of money. Borga scratched his shaggy head in confusion. In one hand, he clutched 3 shiny river pebbles, in the other, a half-frozen fish that Gorn had just thrust at him. Around them, the little encampment buzzed with activity as tribespeople swapped goods with the clumsy grace of dancers learning a new step. A chorus of grunts, bartering calls, and occasional exasperated groans filled the air like the music of an odd ballet, the great barter ballet of prehistory. "We trade," announced Old Mother Yara, the wise elder, waving a stick like a conductor. She had seen at least 30 summers, an astonishing age in those days, and thus was considered an authority on just about everything. "No one gets something for nothing. Fair is fair." Borga glanced doubtfully at his fish and the pebbles. Fair? He tried to recall why he had wanted pebbles in the first place. Perhaps to make a sling? Or was it because they were shiny and he thought his mate would fancy them? Gorn certainly looked keen to offload the smelly fish. From across the clearing, a dispute was reaching a crescendo. 2 hunters argued over the value of a deerskin versus a handful of obsidian arrowheads. "I kill deer, bring skin," boomed Tog, towering with the deerskin draped over his shoulders like a cape. "But my arrowhead's sharper, make more deer dead," retorted Ark, holding up his glittering black obsidian points. They glared at each other, each convinced their commodity was the nobler treasure. Old Mother Yara hobbled over and poked both with her stick. "Stop acting like wild boars. Trade fair or don't trade at all," she chided. "How trade fair if no one knows what anything worth?" muttered Ark. It was a reasonable complaint. In this prehistoric marketplace, every deal was an improvisation. A deerskin might fetch 10 fish on one day and just 2 baskets of berries the next, all depending on who had a craving for venison stew or a need for new clothes. On a log sat Mogu, carving a piece of wood idly with a flint. He often watched these exchanges with a knowing grin. He was the closest thing the tribe had to a trader, always arranging swaps and finding opportunities. Some said he had the cunning of a fox. He claimed he could trade a broken flint knife for a whole mammoth haunch if he wanted, a boast untested so far. Mogu finally stood up and sauntered over to Borga and Gorn. "What seems to be the problem, friends?" he asked pleasantly. Gorn held up his fish, which was starting to smell suspiciously ripe. "Borga no give enough for fish. Fish very fine, very tasty," Gorn insisted. Borga's nose wrinkled, undermining Gorn's sales pitch. Borga jingled his pebbles. "These not just rocks, special shiny stones from river. Very rare," he explained, as if reciting a line he had rehearsed. Mogu stroked his chin, which was as hairy as the small muskrat that scurried by his feet. Shiny indeed, but can't eat shiny stone when hungry, yes?" He gave Borga a sympathetic shrug. "Maybe add something else to sweeten trade?" Borga sighed. He had grown attached to those pebbles, but he did have a spare carved bone needle his wife made that could be valuable to Gorn's wife for sewing hides. He rummaged in his furs and produced the bone needle. Gorn's eyes lit up. Needles were tricky to make. "Ah, needle and stones, good. Fish yours," he grunted, thrusting the fish into Borga's hands and greedily taking the pebbles and needle. Before Borga could protest or reconsider, the fish really did smell, Gorn lumbered off, deal completed. Borga looked at Mogu helplessly. "I think I get tricked. Fish is a bit old." Mogu chuckled and patted Borga on the shoulder. "Next time, sniff first, trade second." Around them, the barter continued in full swing. It was a scene of chaotic comedy, this early economy. People were trading whatever they had for whatever they needed, or thought they needed. Young Nen offered a bundle of rabbit furs to old Grig for a little carved idol of a fertility goddess. "Happy wife, happy life," Grig winked, nudging the younger man and handing over the idol. 2 children were even swapping toys. A pretty seashell one had found by the lake for a smooth wooden doll the other's father had whittled. The children negotiated with grave seriousness, mimicking their elders before happily scampering off with their new acquisitions. Yet, for all the lively exchange, problems kept arising. An outsider from a neighboring clan arrived, dragging a sled of salt blocks, a precious preservative. He wanted flint knives in return, but the locals eyed him warily, and no one could agree how many knives a salt block was worth. They had never traded with salt before. It tasted good, yes, but how to set a fair price? The visitor grew frustrated. "In my village, 1 salt block equaled 2 knives," he proclaimed in broken speech. Mogu stepped in to mediate with his usual ease. Soon enough, a deal was brokered. 1 salt block for 2 flint knives and a small side payment of dried berries. Neither side was entirely sure who got the better end, which probably meant it was a fair trade. As the day went on, the trades became increasingly convoluted. At one point, Tog, having finally parted with his deerskin for those obsidian arrowheads plus a bonus clay pot, tried to trade arrowheads to Nen for some fish, only to find Nen had no fish left. But Nen did have a string of beads his wife made. Beads? Tog scratched his head. They were pretty, sure, but useless to a man who spent his days hunting. Yet he recalled his daughter's birthday was coming up. The tribe marked such things by seasons more than dates, but Tog had a rough idea. She might like the beads, so Tog swapped a couple arrowheads for the bead necklace. Moments later, Ark, still holding most of his arrowheads after the deerskin deal fell through, wandered by and admired the beads now dangling from Tog's massive fist. Ark's wife loved such trinkets, perhaps he could trade for them. And so Tog ended up exchanging the beads, which he had acquired mere minutes earlier, to Ark in return for, ironically, a nice chunk of roasted deer meat that Ark had left over from breakfast. Tog thought this was a splendid outcome. He had started the day with a deerskin and ended up with dinner. The sun began to sink, and the frenetic trading dance slowed. People examined their loot, some happy, some a bit rueful. Borga sat by the fire, poking the now charred fish he'd finally decided to cook. It wasn't great, but it was food. He consoled himself that at least the fish bones could be made into hooks later. Old Mother Yara clapped her hands. "Good trading day," she declared to the tribe. "Everyone got something. Nobody killed each other. Success!" "Yara," called out Grig, "I still owe you for that herbal remedy you gave my son last week." Yara waved dismissively. "Pa, you'll repay me when you catch that big boar, Grig grinned, showing a gap-toothed smile. This was another aspect of their system. Not everything was an immediate swap. Trust and memory kept track of certain favors, an informal ledger in the mind. Yara knew Grig would eventually bring her a slab of pork in return for her healing herbs. It might not be today or tomorrow, but in their small community, people remembered debts of kindness. In a way, this was an early form of credit. You owe me one. Mogu listened to this exchange thoughtfully. He was a clever man, and an idea began to form in his mind. If only, he mused, there was a way to make these deferred obligations easier to track, something more concrete than memory and promises. He imagined making a mark on a stone or a stick whenever someone gave something, and another promised to repay later. Wouldn't it be easier if you could just show a symbol instead of carrying 10 fish around or remembering every favor? But perhaps that was too fanciful. After all, stones and sticks weren't fish or salt. They had no inherent use. Who would trust a mark on a stick as a promise of real goods? Mogu chuckled at his own wild imagination and went back to bartering a spare fur for a bowl of stew. As night fell, the tribe gathered to feast on whatever food they'd acquired in the day's trading. Stories were told around the fire. One youngster asked, "Grandmother Yara, did people always trade like this? Even long ago?" Yara took a deep breath, the firelight casting dancing shadows on her lined face. "Our ancestors once just shared in the family. When the hunt was good, everyone ate. When it was bad, everyone was hungry together. But as families grew and met other families, we learned to trade. Maybe long, long ago, the spirits traded among themselves. Sun gave light, earth gave crops. Who knows? She smiled mysteriously. The tribe murmured at this hint of a myth. The idea of the sun and earth bartering was amusing. Perhaps the sun traded warmth in exchange for the earth's dedication to turn day into night. It was a whimsical thought that made a few chuckle. Mogu added wryly, "I bet the sun always overcharges." This earned a round of laughter. In the darkness beyond the fire, unknown to the tribe, a pair of eyes watched. A stray wolf, sniffing curiously at the smell of cooked fish. It slunk away when someone threw a leftover bone toward it. Even the animals participated in a kind of exchange with humans sometimes, if unintentionally. Bones for the wolves in return for peace. As the laughter died down and people curled up under furs to sleep, Borga looked at the stars and pondered the day. Trading was hard work, he thought. It was exciting and frustrating in equal measure. You never quite knew if you got a good deal. But without trading, how else could they get what they lacked? He couldn't hunt like Tog or Chipflint like Ark. Barter was the thread that bound the tribe's talents together. Across the dying embers, Mogu caught Borga's eye and gave him a friendly nod. Borga held up what remained of the fish with a grin, and Mogu mimed a nauseous look, pinching his nose. Borga shrugged, acknowledging the joke on himself. In the silence of his own mind, Mogu returned to his earlier idea. He didn't know it, but he was touching on a concept that would emerge much later. That rather than swapping one thing for another directly, people might one day use symbols, tokens, or marks to stand for value, making trade smoother. Perhaps the seeds of money were already present in these gift debts and informal credits that elders like Yara oversaw. For now, though, it was enough that the tribe had survived another day by helping each other meet their needs through barter. In their simple world, every object had a story, and every trade was a small adventure. As the first chapter of the great saga of money drew to a close under the glittering prehistoric sky, the people slept contentedly amid their hard-won possessions. Tomorrow, no doubt, the dance of exchange would begin anew, maybe with fewer fish and more common sense if Borga had anything to say about it. And so, the myth of money had its prologue in these humble swaps and trades, a wordless ballet performed by torchlight before the dawn of history. In time, this dance would grow more elaborate and refined. But even in this crude form, one could sense the rhythm of human ingenuity and desire that would drive economies for millennia to come. Chapter 2. Grain Gods and Ledger Kings, 3000 BCE, 2000 BCE. It is midday in the Temple of Lagash, and the air smells of baked clay and dusted grain. In a dim, cool hall, rows of clay tablets are neatly arranged on shelves, each tablet covered in tiny wedge-shaped marks. To the untrained eye, they look like mere scratches. But to the temple scribe Enkidu, these marks are the lifeblood of the city's economy. The ledger of who owes what to whom, written in cuneiform script. Enkidu dips his reed stylus into a bit of water to soften the next tablet. With deft presses and strokes, he records, Urdamu deposits 20 gur of barley. Temple owes Urdamu 20 gur. He mutters the words under his breath as he writes, a habit from years of chanting inventory like a prayer. Nearby, a tall man in a priest's robe, Lugal, the high priest of grain, oversees the storeroom where laborers pour baskets of barley into large clay jars. The temple granary is overflowing this season. The harvest was bountiful. Lugal smiles piously. Praise be to Ningirsu, god of the fields, he declares, raising his arms. The grain god has filled our stores. Enkidu allows himself a small, wry smile. Praise the gods indeed, But he knows much of this grain comes not just from divine blessing, but from careful planning and a bit of arm twisting. Farmers bring their tithes, a share of their crop, to the temple as offerings, and in return, the temple promises the gods favor, and more tangibly, the temple's protection and help in lean times. It's an arrangement that keeps the granary full and the gods, or at least their priests, well fed. A nervous cough echoes in the hall. It is Abzu, a farmer, shuffling on his feet as he approaches Enkidu's desk. Enkidu recognizes him. Last planting season, Abzu took a loan of barley from the temple to sow his fields. Now he's come to repay. "Honored scribe," Abzu begins, holding his straw hat respectfully in hand, "I bring back the barley I owe, or most of it." He gestures, and two of his sons step forward carrying sacks. They set them down with a heavy thump, spilling a few golden grains on the floor. Enkidu furrows his brow and consults one of his clay tablets. He runs a finger along the lines of symbols. Abzu, I have here, loan of 5 gur barley, interest 1/5, total due 6 gur. Abzu swallows hard. "Yes, about that. The rains were late, then the floods came. My yield was poor." He nudges one sack with his foot. "I have 5 gur for you, but the rest?" Lugal strides over, robes sweeping dramatically. He has a knack for appearing exactly when petitioners look their most desperate. "What seems to be the trouble, my child?" he asks, though his tone is less gentle than his words. Abzu bows deeply. "Great priest, I am short on my repayment. I beg an extension. Perhaps after next harvest I can repay the remaining grain with extra for the inconvenience." He tries a weak smile. Lugal's face is stern. "The temple of Ningirsu is generous, but we cannot let promises slip. How would the gods eat if every farmer said, 'maybe later'?" He folds his arms. Enkidu interjects diplomatically, "High priest, perhaps we could accept 5 gur now and note down a balance. Abzu can work off some of the remaining debt by assisting in temple work for a time." Abzu nods eagerly. "Manual labor for the temple, cleaning the canals, repairing mud brick walls. He can manage that better than conjuring missing grain from thin air." Lugal taps his chin. "Very well. The gods prefer mercy with a side of industry." He fixes Abzu with a firm look. "You will bring 2 of your sons to help rebuild the irrigation dike next month. In return, we shall consider your interest paid. But mark this, Abzu. Do not be late with your full tithe next harvest, or Ningirsu's patience and mine will wear thin." Abzu nearly prostrates himself in relief. Thank you, honored one. The gods bless your kindness." He backs away, sweat on his brow, but far happier than when he arrived. Enkidu sets to updating the record. On a fresh clay tablet he writes, "Abzu repays 5 gur of 6 gur owed. Balance 1 gur. To be paid in labor as decreed by Lugal." He blows gently on the wet clay to dry it. Another entry in the ledger, another tiny drama resolved. Just then, a commotion comes from the courtyard. A caravan has arrived from a distant city, loaded with copper ingots and fine woven cloth. The merchants leading the caravan look travel-worn, but shrewd. They bow to the high priest and present their wares for trade. Enkidu steps outside to witness the negotiation. These foreign merchants are from the city of Mary, and they are not interested in barley or wool. They want silver. One of them, a man with a braided beard and bright eyes, speaks in halting Sumerian. "We bring copper, good copper from the mountains. We want silver in exchange. No barley, no grain, silver." Lugal nods knowingly and gestures to a servant. The temple's treasury holds some silver. Small bars and nuggets, mostly received in trade like this. Silver isn't directly useful for eating or sewing, but over the years it has become prized for exchanging with outsiders who don't value barley as the Sumerians do. Portable and glittering, silver is the de facto currency for long-distance trade. The servant returns with a heavy chest. He opens it to reveal lumps of shining metal. The Mari merchants visibly relax at the sight of it. However, the age-old question arises: how much silver for how much copper? They have to find a fair rate. Enkidu knows the temple has a standard rate fixed, so many shekels of silver for 1 talent of copper, derived from the going rates of previous caravans. But sometimes traders try to haggle. Sure enough, the lead merchant holds up a copper ingot and points to the silver. 1 ingot, 2 shekels, he demands. Lugal chuckles as if entertained by a child's joke. Oh no, my friend. The fair rate is 1 shekel of silver for 1 ingot of copper of this size. He picks up 1 silver piece, a roughly standardized weight known locally as a shekel, about as much as can be held in a closed fist. The merchant scowls. Copper, very pure, very good quality, worth more. Enkidu steps forward politely, holding a clay tablet that lists current exchange rates, the nearest thing to an economic bulletin in 2100 BCE. According to the records from last season, he explains, 1 shekel of silver was equal to 10 gur of barley, and 1 ingot of copper was traded for 10 gur of barley as well. Thus, 1 shekel per ingot is the temple's rate. It keeps equivalence. Grain or copper, all is valued fairly in silver here. The merchant, not entirely understanding the intricacies of Enkidu's explanation, but sensing the firmness behind it, confers with his companions in their own language. After some grumbling, they nod. Very well, the merchant says, trying to save face, but you also give us 2 jars of beer for our journey home as a gesture of hospitality. Lugal laughs out loud. Done! Beer is easier to part with than silver. After all, the temple brewery produces plenty of barley beer, another divine gift, one that even the gods, it is said, enjoy through the throats of their priests. With the deal struck, Enkidu proceeds to weigh out the silver. He uses a balance scale and standardized stone weights. Each chunk of silver is weighed to ensure it is truly a shekel's worth. The merchants hand over the copper ingots one by one. As Enkidu tallies the exchange on a tablet, he marvels quietly at how far their system has come. Once, ages ago, perhaps people only bartered goods directly. But now here he is, converting barley to silver, silver to copper, all through agreed values recorded on clay. It's as if everything has a second life as numbers in his ledger. The whole world measured in barley bushels and silver weights. Later that evening, Enkidu finds himself sitting on the temple steps, watching the sunset turn the sky, the color of ripe barley. Beside him plops down Naram, a junior scribe with ink-stained fingers and a perpetually frazzled look. Naram groans and stretches. My hand is cramped like a dried reed. I spent all afternoon copying a list of workers and their wages for the new canal project. Enkidu pats the younger man's shoulder. You'll get used to it. At least writing on clay tablets is easier than carving into stone, eh? He wiggles his own fingers, which are also a bit stiff. In time, your hand will harden and your mind will soften, he adds with a playful smirk. Naram chuckles. Master Enkidu, do you ever think it's strange that we spend our days making marks to stand for grain and sheep and silver? Sometimes I look at a tablet filled with symbols for hundreds of goats and think, I've never seen so many goats in my life, but here they all are on this little clay square. Enkidu smiles. That's the magic of it. We capture the world on clay so the city can run smoothly. Imagine if we had to keep all those goats in the courtyard instead of just their numbers on a tablet. I dare say the smell would be far worse than old Lugal's perfume. They both laugh, glancing over to ensure the high priest is out of earshot. Naram grows a bit more serious. They say King Shulgi himself, the great king of Ur, ordered that the temples keep standard accounts so he can tax fairly. Without our tablets, how would he know who has paid their dues? Enkidu nods. Indeed, The king might wear the crown, but it's us scribes, the ledger keepers, who truly know the kingdom's wealth. We count it, record it, make it legible. In a way, he lowers his voice conspiratorially, we are as important as the generals and priests, perhaps more so. Armies march on stomachs full of grain that we account for, and temples thrive on offerings we tally. Naram's eyes widen at the thought. It's a mildly heretical notion, scribes as the true power, but he can't deny a thrill at the idea. Ledger kings, he says softly, rulers of numbers and grain. Enkidu winks. Grain gods and ledger kings, that's us. We ensure that for every debtor there is a creditor, for every offering a record. Without that, the gods themselves would lose track of who owes them prayers. As stars prick the sky, the two scribes fall silent, listening to the distant lowing of cattle being brought into their pens and the faint singing of temple servants preparing for the evening sacrifice. In the quiet, Enkidu reflects on the day's events, the barter of goods, the setting of prices, the recording of debts. It all felt ordinary now, but it was truly something profound. Once, humans traded like children, dancing clumsily. He'd heard amusing old stories of days when someone might trade an axe for some fish and a promise. Now they had evolved a system. Grain measured and stored, values assigned, debts recorded and enforced. The temple stood at the center of it all, part bank, part market, under the watchful eyes of the gods, and even more watchful eyes of the priests and scribes. Before heading in, Enkidu takes one last look at the ledger tablet he carries, a summary of the temple's accounts for the week. It is neatly incised with rows of symbols: barley, sheep, silver, copper, beer, assets and liabilities, all accounted for. A thought strikes him. These symbols and numbers, they outlast the goods themselves. Grain spoils, silver is spent, but the record remains. In that sense, the record is the reality now. A man's wealth is not just in his storehouse, but in the lines on Enkidu's tablets, saying what he has or what he's owed. He places the tablet on a shelf with the others, each a small monument to the city's commerce. Somewhere in the distance, a shepherd's flute begins to play a gentle tune. Enkidu hums along as he extinguishes a lamp. Tomorrow will bring more grain to count, more deals to strike, perhaps a new merchant from afar, or another farmer in need. The cycle will continue, scribes quietly steering the economy with their styluses as surely as shepherds guide sheep with their crooks. Thus, in clay and grain, the foundations of money's myth grow firmer. The people of Sumer may not have coins or paper yet, but they have something just as powerful: the faith that a wedge pressed into clay can represent wealth, and the trust in temple and king to honor that representation. The gods of grain smile, the ledger kings toil, and civilization takes another step away from simple barter into a new world of accounted value. Chapter 3. The Pharaoh's Purse, 2000 BCE, 1000 BCE. Morning sunlight spilled over the Nile, turning its waters gold, as Vizier Anku unfurled a long papyrus scroll. His eyes scanned line after line of hieratic script, tallies of grain, laborers, bricks, and beer. Always more beer, he mused. Building a pharaoh's pyramid was thirsty work. At the construction site of Pharaoh Khafre's newest pyramid, the scene was both awe-inspiring and chaotic. Thousands of workers bustled like ants, hauling limestone blocks on sledges, mixing mortar, carving stone with copper chisels. Overseers shouted orders, dust swirled, and in the distance one could hear the faint chanting of a hymn to Ptah, patron god of craftsmen. Anku had the unenviable job of managing the royal finances for this grand endeavor, the pharaoh's purse, so to speak. And what a purse it was! Not coins in a coffer, for coinage did not exist, but granaries brimming with wheat and barley, herds of cattle on the hoof, and workshops turning out goods from linen to pottery. All of it was wealth, and all of it was needed to satisfy the pyramid's endless appetite for resources. He cleared his throat as two foremen stood before him, awaiting the day's rations and supplies. For the North Ramp crew, 50 sacks of barley, 20 sacks of emmer wheat, 200 fish, and 300 jugs of beer, Anku read off from the scroll. One of the foremen, a sun-leathered man named Hori, grinned broadly at the mention of beer. "The men will be pleased, noble vizier. They've been asking if they could have an extra jug each today. The sun's particularly hot." Anku raised an eyebrow. "Extra jugs? Do they plan to build or to float away on a beer river?" The other foreman, Beck, chuckled. "It's true the pyramid might rise a bit wobblier if we overdo the beer, great one, but morale is important. Perhaps just a small extra allotment at sunset when the work is done?" Anku sighed in mock exasperation. He knew the tradition well. A beer at day's end kept the workforce happy. And after all, each laborer's wage was essentially measured in beer and bread. The standard pay for a day's labor on the pyramid was set at 1 dayblen, not a coin, but a unit of value roughly equal to 90 grams of copper by weight. In practical terms, 1 dayblen could be paid as 3 jugs of beer and 2 loaves of bread. Indeed, in the royal accounting, they computed a worker's day as 1 deben of labor, which they translated into consumables. The Egyptian economy ran on these conversions. Anku had spent many late nights with scribes converting everything into daybens. How many daybens for a goat? How many for a month's work? How many for a fine linen tunic? He relented. "Very well. At sunset, each man may have an extra half jug, but that comes out of tomorrow's ration, mind you." He wagged a finger to maintain the appearance of frugality, even as the foreman nodded gratefully. Just then, a clerk came running, nearly tripping over a basket of onions. He bowed hastily. "Vizier, news from the turquoise mines in Sinai. The last expedition returned with far less turquoise than expected. The priests of Hathor are demanding more supplies to increase the yield." Anku pinched the bridge of his nose. Another demand on the pharaoh's purse. Turquoise for adornments and trade, vital for temple offerings. Always something. "How much are they asking for?" he asked. The clerk unrolled a small scroll. "They request 10 cattle, 30 sacks of barley, and 5 new copper saws to dig deeper into the rock." Hori let out a low whistle. "Hathor's temple drives a hard bargain," he muttered. Beck nudged him quiet. It was not wise to comment on the god's business. Anku considered. Cattle and grain he could manage. Egypt's fertile fields yielded plenty, and the state granaries had reserves. But copper saws? Copper was precious, mined in Sinai, and traded for by caravan. But without turquoise, the pharaoh's jewelry artisans would sit idle, and the goddess of the mines unappeased. "Approve the barley and cattle," Anku said. "As for the copper saws, send word that we can spare 3, not 5. They must make do. Maybe Hathor will inspire them to be more efficient." He couldn't resist a gentle jibe at the priest's tendency to blame the gods for shortfalls that sometimes were due to their own mismanagement. The clerk scurried off to relay the decision. With that interruption settled, Anku turned back to the foreman to finish the allocations. "Now, lumber requisitions." He scanned the list. "The shipbuilders in the Delta need more cedar wood. Are the Lebanon shipments accounted for?" One of his assistants, a young scribe with a reed pen tucked behind his ear, spoke up. "Yes, my lord. Last month's trade convoy brought 100 logs of cedar from Byblos. We've stored them in the royal yards. We valued it at 100 debens of goods. We sent back papyrus, linen, and grain in exchange, as per the Prince of Byblos's request." Anku nodded. International trade was a complex dance of barter, fine Egyptian linen and papyrus going out, precious cedar and oils coming in, all roughly tallied in dabins to keep track. No coin to count, just value for value. The foreman departed to distribute rations, and Anku finally had a moment to sit under the shade of an acacia tree. He dabbed sweat from his bald pate. The pyramid behind him rose steadily, layer by layer, a mountain of stone paid for by human sweat and Egypt's bounty. He remembered when Pharaoh Khafra first decreed this pyramid project. The royal architects drew up grand plans, the priests consulted star charts for auspicious alignment, and then all eyes turned to Anku, the vizier. Could the kingdom afford it? He had bent over his ledgers, really scrolls of papyrus covered in numbers. After careful calculation, he assured Pharaoh that yes, thanks to abundant harvests and full granaries, the project was within reach, provided labor was rotated seasonally so farmers could return to their fields and the surplus grain from flood years was tapped. The pharaoh, arms laden with gold bracelets, had simply clapped Anku on the back. Good. See to it that it is done, old friend. No pharaoh of the 4th dynasty shall lack a proper monument, eh? And thus the burden landed on Anku's shoulders. A shadow fell across him, not from the sun, which was nearly overhead, but from the approach of Pharaoh Khafre himself, carried in a litter by 4 attendants. Anku scrambled to his feet and bowed deeply as the pharaoh stepped down, his jeweled collar glinting. "Rise, Anku," the pharaoh said amiably. He was in a fine mood today. "I came to see how my pyramid grows. It seems to rise as surely as the sun." "Indeed, your majesty," Anku replied. "All goes according to plan. Your workers are well fed and motivated." He chose not to mention the incessant beer negotiations. Khafra gazed at the bustling sight, nodding in satisfaction. "Excellent. And what of the cost? The gods have blessed us with enough?" It was phrased almost casually, but Anku recognized the undertone of concern. Even divine kings worry about the budget, at least a little. "Our granaries remain plentiful, and our accounts are balanced, sire," Anku said. "The inundation of the Nile was generous last season, filling our stores. We have drawn on the surplus as needed. The workmen have their rations. The quarries deliver stone on schedule. By the gods' grace, we are on track." Khafra smiled. "Good, good. I knew I chose wisely in making you vizier. You keep the realm's lifeblood flowing." He then lowered his voice, a hint of boyish eagerness creeping in. "Tell me, have we amassed enough electrum for the pyramidion?" "Ah, yes, the pyramidion. The capstone that would sit atop the pyramid, which Khafre wanted gilded in electrum, a gold-silver alloy, so it would gleam in the sun, visible for miles. It was a prestige piece, the cherry on top of this colossal sundae of a project. Anku had anticipated this question. "We have been stockpiling electrum, Majesty. We melted offerings and mined ore from Wadi Hamamat. By our calculations, we have just enough to cover the capstone in a thick sheet, as you desired." The pharaoh's eyes gleamed nearly as bright as the electrum would. "Wonderful. Make sure the workers know they labor not just for bread and beer, but to set a star on earth that will bear my name." Anku bowed. "It shall be done. They will be inspired by your vision." He made a mental note to instruct the overseers to mention the capstone in tonight's pep talk to the crews. Satisfied, Khafra began to stroll among the workers. At a respectful distance, he wasn't dressed for quarry dust. Men and women paused to bow or place a fist on their chest in salute. The pharaoh seldom came in person, and it lifted spirits to see him surveying their handiwork. Anku followed a few steps behind, as was protocol. As they walked, Khafra noticed a small child darting between workers, carrying a basket of bread. "Who is that boy?" Khafra asked. One of the overseers answered, "Sire, that's Pamu. He's the baker's son. He helps deliver the midday meal." Khafra watched as the boy handed out flatbreads to a crew of sculptors, working on a statue that would eventually guard the tomb. In exchange, a kindly old sculptor ruffled the boy's hair and handed him a date fruit as thanks. The pharaoh laughed softly. Even here, there is trade, a loaf for a date, a child's smile for a day's work. He turned to Anku. Tell me, do you think there will come a time when we won't need to barter like that? When even a child might have something like a token for bread instead of the bread itself? Anku scratched his chin. The question was a bit out of the blue, but pharaohs were known for philosophical musings now and then. Hard to imagine, Majesty. We value things in Deben, yes, but ultimately people want real goods, bread to eat, beer to drink. He gestured to the scene around. All our accounting is to make sure everyone gets the goods they need. A token? Khafra hummed in thought. In my tomb, I will have tokens of all I need, golden figurines of servants, clay models of bakeries and breweries. In the afterlife, they will become real, the priests say. He smiled. But in life, yes, nothing beats the real thing. They came upon a gang of workers taking a brief respite under an awning. As the pharaoh passed, the foreman of that gang boldly stepped forward. Great Pharaoh, may Aten's light shine on you. We thank you for the abundance of beer. Truly, you are a provider like Joseph of old. Khafra raised an eyebrow at Anku, who gave a subtle nod confirming the beer distribution was adequate. The pharaoh addressed the workers. Work hard and honor the gods with your craft. You are building not just my house of eternity, but a symbol of Kemet's greatness. Future generations will remember your effort. The sweaty laborers thumped their chests in pride. One called out, We live to serve and to drink your beer, Majesty. Laughter rippled, including from Khafra, who had a sense of humor about such things. As Khafra moved on, Anku overheard two workers chatting as they returned to hauling blocks. When we finish this, I might have enough credit with the granary to get that new plow, one said. Really? From the overseer? Asked the other. Yes, they keep track of our extra labor days. They said I have 10 dabens saved up, enough for a good bronze plowshare when the blacksmith comes next month. Anku smiled to himself. It seemed he wasn't the only one keeping ledgers. The overseers had their own informal system of rewarding extra work with chits, often broken pottery pieces marked with owed rations or goods, essentially a primitive currency. The idea of a token for bread wasn't so far-fetched after all. It was happening in small ways. By midday, Pharaoh Khafre had departed back to his palace, and the workers retreated to shaded areas to eat their rations. Anku found a quiet spot beneath a date palm and chewed on some figs while reviewing the morning's outcomes. He took a small board and ink to note a few things: the adjusted allocation to Hathor's turquoise expedition, the consumption of beer, he would have to have more brewed from the barley stock, and the status of Electrum. So many moving parts. His scribe assistant approached timidly. Excellency, I hesitate to bring this up, but the Temple of Ammon in Thebes sent a messenger yesterday. They claim your records shorted them 100 deben of barley from last year's harvest tithes. Anku closed his eyes briefly. The eternal push and pull between state and temple. I shorted them nothing. They try to claim exemption from the pharaoh's levy. We allocated that barley to feed these workers over the dry season. He looked at the young scribe. Draft a message back. The pharaoh's works are the god's works. In building for the king, we honor Ammon equally. No further barley is owed. The scribe smiled nervously. A firm response, sir. Anku shrugged. If they complain, I'll have Khafra send a gilded statue to Ammon to smooth ruffled feathers, but we cannot divert supplies now. He leaned back and closed his ledger. In a sense, the entire kingdom of Egypt was his ledger, to balance and direct. Gold from Nubia, timber from Byblos, copper from Sinai, grain from the Nile, all flowed into the pharaoh's purse and out again to secure the nation's glory. As work resumed in the afternoon, Anku oversaw the distribution of new copper chisels to the stonecutters. each chisel itself valued at several debens, but necessary expense, and listened to a petition from a group of farmers whose fields were damaged by an errant stone block that slid off a sledge. "The royal project will compensate you with seeds and a new cow," he assured them, making a note to deduct that from project costs. By sunset, the pyramid had grown a little higher, and Anku's papyrus scroll had grown longer with new entries. He watched as workers lined up for their evening beer, the extra half jug per man duly ladled out from large ceramic jars. The men laughed, toasted the pharaoh's name, and slumped in satisfied exhaustion. In the west, the sun dipped behind the Libyan plateau, painting the sky in bands of orange and purple. Anku allowed himself to admire the beauty for a moment. Not far off, Pharaoh Khafre's other monumental commission, the Great Sphinx, sat serenely, its lion body and king's face glowing in the twilight. That project, mercifully, cost mostly labor and leftover stone. As stars emerged, Anku oversaw locking up the supply depots and instructed the night guards. He clutched his scroll of accounts tightly. It was, in a way, the pharaoh's purse itself, a record of the wealth and expenditures that made this miracle possible. One day, when the pyramid was finished and the pharaoh went to join the gods, they would fill the burial chambers with treasures, chests of gold, precious oils, chariots, weapons, and figurines of servants. The pharaoh's purse for the afterlife, untouchable, sealed away. Anku had always found that both awe-inspiring and a little vexing, so much wealth locked in a tomb never to circulate again. "Perhaps in the afterlife the economy is better managed," he once joked to a colleague, but only in a whisper. For now, in the land of the living, he was content that every Daban was accounted for, every worker fed in the divine pharaonic budget, mostly balanced. The economy of ancient Egypt, no coins, no bills, just trust in grain, goods, and the god king's word, had once again proven its might. He rolled up the papyrus scroll and tucked it into a clay jar for safekeeping. Tomorrow would bring more calculations and negotiations, perhaps a trade delegation from Crete, or a new temple request, or repairs if a Nile flood caught them by surprise. Whatever came, Vizier Anku would juggle it, as gracefully as a priest performing a ritual. In the gathering dusk, the silhouette of the pyramid loomed, a testament to human labor and careful stewardship of resources. Truly, the pharaoh's purse was vast, not in coins, but in the collective effort and produce of the people. And Anku, purse keeper of Egypt, allowed himself a rare smile of pride before heading home. Little did he know, in centuries to come, shiny coins would replace barley and bread ledgers, and the jingle of a purse would mean metal, not grain. But for now, the system worked like the steady flow of the Nile, and under the watchful eyes of the gods and the number crunching of their servant Anku, Egypt prospered. Chapter 4, The Bronze Age Boom and Bust, 1500 BCE, 1000 BCE. From the busy docks of Ugarit to the grand palaces of Mycenae, the late Bronze Age world was alive with commerce and ambition. In the 13th century BCE, wealth flowed along the trade routes like wine at a Canaanite feast. Everyone seemed to be trading something: copper from Cyprus, tin from the east, to make bronze, the wonder metal of the age, gold from Nubia, spices and glass from faraway lands. It was, as the elder said, a golden time, though in truth it was more bronze than gold. Danaos, a merchant of Ugarit, a bustling port city on the Levantine coast, prided himself on being a man of the world. On any given day, he might barter Babylonian lapis lazuli for Egyptian grain, or exchange Minoan olive oil for Hittite copper. His warehouse by the harbor was stacked with goods sporting exotic seals, a jar marked with the pharaoh's cartouche here, a tin ingot stamped with a Mesopotamian cuneiform there. One bright morning around 1220 BCE, Danaus was overseeing the loading of his ship, the Dancing Dolphin. Long, lean Mycenaean ships bobbed nearby, their hulls heavy with amphorae of wine and oil. Dock workers shouted in a half-dozen tongues. It was a babel of prosperity. His apprentice, a lanky teenager named Yasib, ran up holding a clay tablet, the inventory. "Master, we've received the Cypriot copper ingots, 20 bars, Yasib reported, slightly out of breath. "Excellent," Danaus grinned. Copper from Alashia, Cyprus, was high grade and always in demand. "And the tin? We can't make bronze without tin." Yasib pointed to 2 heavy sacks being carried by a pair of laborers. "From the east, pure tin, from beyond Assur. 10 talents worth, traded for that shipment of cloth we sent last spring." Danaus clapped his hands in satisfaction. 10 talents of tin and 20 of copper, soon alloyed by smiths into bronze tools and weapons, would fetch a fortune from the Hittites, who were rearming their troops in a hurry. Rumor had it the Assyrians were causing trouble on their eastern border. Business was booming. Danaus paid his workers in small weights of silver or in kind, a new plow here, a sack of grain there, but everyone was happy because goods were plentiful. He took a moment to gaze at the horizon, where one could almost imagine the lands connected by the sea. Egypt to the south, Crete and Greece to the west, Anatolia, and beyond to the north and east. A great international network, all tied together by trade. Diplomats spoke of the brotherhood of kings, the pharaoh in Egypt, the great king in Hatti, the Hittites, the kings of Babylon and Assyria, and the Wanaks of Mycenae, all exchanging gifts and letters, often with Danaus and his ilk facilitating the less official exchanges, with a tidy profit on the side. He remembered a letter he'd seen once in the royal archives, a correspondence from an Egyptian vizier complaining that the price of horses had doubled because of demand from the Hittites. Danaus had laughed. Of course it had. He himself had a hand in that, exporting fine steeds from Egypt after a good bargaining session at the Nile Delta markets. This world seemed invincible, an endless boom, but whispers of trouble had begun to reach his ears. A trader from Cyprus spoke of barbarian raiders troubling the coastal towns. A Babylonian caravan master mentioned odd movements of peoples in the north, tribes on the move, hungry for new lands. Danaus brushed off such talk as the usual traveler's tales. Raiders? The pharaoh's army and the Hittite chariots would squash any petty pirates. The great cities had stood for centuries. Surely they would stand for centuries more. 1274 BCE, the boom times. One evening, Danaus attended a lavish banquet at Ugarit's royal court. The king of Ugarit was hosting envoys from Egypt and Hatti, and merchants like Danaus were invited to swell the crowd and show off Ugarit's prosperity. The tables groaned under roast meats, figs, and jugs of date wine. Danaus found himself seated next to an Egyptian official named Hori, who managed trade for the pharaoh in Canaan. Over cups of wine, Hori boasted about Egypt's wealth. "We have grain enough to feed every man from here to Babylon," he declared. Danaus smirked. "Perhaps, but without our timber from the north, what would your pharaoh build his ships from? Papyrus reed boats can only take you so far." Hori laughed, conceding the point. True. That's why Pharaoh values his friends in Ugarit and Byblos. Cedarwood is worth its weight in gold in Thebes these days. On Hori's other side, a Hittite trader chimed in, "And we value Egypt's gold up in Hatti, friend. Our iron mines are deep, but gold is scarce. This very goblet I drink from," he held up a gilded cup, "was bought with Hittite iron tools traded to your smiths." It was almost poetic. Each nation had something another lacked, and through trade, all prospered. Danaus raised his goblet. "To the ties that bind, may our fortunes continue to rise together." Here, his companions toasted, the Egyptian and the Hittite clinking cups, at least for that jovial moment, forgetting that their kings had been bitter enemies not long ago until the famous peace treaty after the Battle of Kadesh. 1190 BCE, the bust. Unfolds, but those golden days could not last forever. Fast forward 30 years, an older Danos now paced anxiously on the same docks of Ugarit. The harbor was eerily quiet. A few dilapidated ships bobbed in the water, but many berths were empty. Trade had slowed to a trickle. Yasib, no longer an apprentice but a full partner in what remained of their business, approached with a grim expression. Master, Danaus, we received a clay tablet from the royal palace. He held it out with trembling hands. Danaus took it and deciphered the cuneiform with practiced eyes. As he read, his face fell. By the gods, he whispered. The letter was an urgent plea from Ugarit's king to the king of Elashia, Cyprus. The enemy ships are already here. They have set fire to my towns. My archers are away in Hatti, and my fleet is in the south. There is no time. Save us. This was no mere rumor. The Sea Peoples, mysterious bands of raiders, had arrived like a storm. They had already ravaged Hittite ports, and now Ugarit was in their sights. Trade had been faltering for years leading up to this. First came strange disruptions. One year, the tin convoys from the east just stopped coming. Danaus remembered the first time he couldn't fill an order because the tin caravan never arrived. Then there were famines, drought, some said, or pestilence that made grain scarce. Prices of basic goods soared. That old letter about doubling horse prices seemed quaint compared to the tenfold increase in barley Danaus witnessed. Each great kingdom faced its own crises. The Hittites had internal strife and invasions on their frontiers. Egypt fought off invaders from Libya and struggled with its own succession woes after Ramses the Great's long reign ended. Mycenaeans went to war with each other. Some whispered about a city called Troy that was sacked. Even far-off events sent ripples through trade. As stability frayed, merchants like Danaus suffered. He had to barter more and more desperately. Once he traded fine jewelry for mere sacks of grain to feed his household, such was the shortage. Silver that once could buy a cargo of goods now barely fetched a donkey cart of barley. And now, outright destruction loomed. One of Danos' ship captains ran up, panic on his face. Master Danos, news from the south, a trading ship just arrived saying the great city of Hattusa is gone. Gone? What do you mean gone? Danaus demanded. Burned, sacked. The Hittite Empire is fallen. Their lands are in chaos. There's word that even Egypt was attacked by these sea peoples, though the pharaoh claims victory. They say whole peoples are on the move, fleeing famine or war, nobody is sure. Danaus felt as if the ground under his feet was tilting. The unthinkable was happening, the collapse of everything he had known. We must secure what we can, he said, snapping into action. Yasib, gather our remaining copper and bronze stock. If Ugarit falls, we'll need something to trade for passage or to start anew elsewhere. That night, the city council met in a tense emergency session. Danaus, representing the merchant guild, sat alongside priests and generals under lamplight. Plans were thrown around: evacuate the women and children by sea, send messengers to Egypt for help, fortify the walls. Too little, too late, many feared. A priest of Baal stood up, shaking a copper figurine angrily. This is punishment. We have angered the gods with our greed and foreign ways, he accused, casting an eye at Danaus and other traders. We took the bounty of the land and gave it to strangers for trinkets. Danaus bristled. Without trade, we would have starved years ago when the rains failed, he retorted. Have you forgotten the grain ships from Egypt that saved our city? The tin and copper that arm our guards? He gestured to the generals. One of the generals, his face lined with worry, raised a hand. Enough. Blame will not save us tonight. We need solutions. They decided on a flurry of last measures. Danaus volunteered his last seaworthy ship to ferry some refugees to Cyprus under cover of darkness. The generals mustered whatever troops were left. As dawn broke, the horizon revealed dark shapes, ships, indeed, approaching Ugarit's port. The alarm bells clanged. Danaus watched in dread as the invaders' vessels grew larger, carrying warriors with strange feathered helmets. Chaos erupted. Some townsfolk ran to the temples, others to the docks. Danaus grabbed a chest of valuables, some silver, a few gold rings, a stash of tin ingots, portable wealth, and pushed Yasib toward the smaller of their ships. Go, get to the Dolphin and set sail. Save yourself and the others on board. Yasib grasped Danaus's arm, eyes wet. What about you? I'll be on the next boat, Danaus lied kindly. Now go. As Yasib reluctantly sprinted off, Danaus turned to help shepherd a group of children and women toward the harbor. Smoke already curled up from the northern gate. The raiders had landed and set fire to the warehouses there. My warehouse, Danaus realized with a pang. Years of riches, gone up in smoke in minutes. He almost laughed at the absurdity. What worth were inventories and ledgers now? Near the docks, a desperate crowd was pushing onto the few ships. Danaus saw Yasib's boat rowing frantically out of the harbor, overloaded but afloat. The Dolphin, his beloved ship, was just casting off with the king's family aboard. Good, he thought. At least some will survive to tell our tale. Suddenly, a tall sea people warrior burst from an alley, brandishing a sword. Danaus found himself face to face with one of the agents of his world's destruction. The warrior didn't care that Danaus was unarmed and carrying a chest. He lunged. Danaus threw the heavy chest at him in panic. It struck the warrior's knees, and tin ingots spilled across the stones. The invader, momentarily distracted by the glittering metal, hesitated, perhaps wondering if it was worth grabbing. Danaus took the moment to run, straight for the last boat, a small fishing skiff. He leapt in alongside a fisherman and two terrified bakers. They shoved off just as a roar of invaders surged onto the dock behind them. A few arrows splashed around the skiff, but then they were beyond range, drifting into the open sea. Breathing hard, Danaus looked back. Ugarit was burning. Pillars of smoke rose where once flags of many kingdoms had flown. The great marketplace, where he had haggled over ivory and incense, was now a chaos of fleeing figures and marauders looting whatever remained. The boom was truly over. The bust had come not as a slow market decline, but as a thunderclap of destruction. Tears filled Danaus' eyes, whether from smoke or sorrow he couldn't tell. His life's work, his home, his civilization, collapsing like a broken amphora. One of the bakers, an older man, put a hand on Danaus' shoulder. We are alive. By mercy of the gods, we are alive. Where will we go, master? Danaus wiped his eyes and steadied himself. He realized they looked to him, a merchant who knew the world, for guidance. Taking a shaky breath, he said, Cyprus first. Perhaps the king of Alasha can offer refuge. If not, maybe Egypt. Pharaoh Merneptah claimed victory over these sea peoples. His lands might hold yet. The baker nodded. I have kin in Canaan's hills. Maybe inland is safer than the coast now? The little group in the boat fell silent as they drifted. The sea that once connected their world and prosperity now separated them from their burning homeland. Epilogue of the era. In the years that followed, Danaus and survivors like him scattered across the Mediterranean. They brought tales of the Bronze Age apocalypse. They also brought skills, languages, and memories. A refugee merchant might teach a village in the hills how to write a simple account, or introduce a new craft. Danaus ended up in a small town in Canaan, far from the sea. He eked out a living trading goats and pottery among villages, a far cry from his glory days. Iron tools started to appear, cheaper and stronger than bronze, an innovation arising from the ruins. Times were simpler, poorer, yet life went on. One evening, many years later, Danaos sat with some young children by a fire, telling them of the old days. They listened wide-eyed as he spoke of Ugarit, of how ships once came with wonders from every land. To them, it sounded like myth or magic. "Why did it end?" a girl asked. Danaos sighed. "Many reasons, child. Some say the gods grew angry, or the earth shook, or invaders came. All I know is that everything can change. Even things that last 1,000 years can crumble in one terrible season." "But will it happen again?" the girl pressed. He forced a smile and ruffled her hair. "We rebuild, little one. Our grandparents saw a golden age, our parents saw it fall, and maybe your children will see a new age. People trade, learn, forget, and trade again. That's our way." In the quiet night, the stars above were the same that had guided his ships decades ago. Perhaps somewhere over the horizon, in places he would never see, new civilizations were forming from the ashes of the old, forging new myths of money and trade. The Bronze Age boom had bust, but the idea of connecting through exchange would eventually boom again. For now, Danaos cherished the simple fact that he still had something to trade, goat cheese in this case, and someone to trade with, the baker from his skiff, now a neighbor. In the end, when the grand scale faltered, it was the small exchanges, a loaf for some cheese, a kindness for a kindness, that kept the flicker of civilization alive. Thus ended the age of bronze riches and royal ledgers in fire and forgetfulness. But from its lessons of how fragile prosperity can be, new societies would cautiously emerge. And as Danaos liked to say to the youngsters with a wink, keep your goods light and your boat ready, just in case. Chapter 5, Coin of the Realm, 1000 BCE, 500 BCE. In a bustling marketplace of Sardis, capital of the Kingdom of Lydia, circa 600 BCE, a loud argument was underway. "I gave you a full talent of wool last month, and you still owe me that half mina of silver," shouted Artemon, a Greek trader from Ionia, shaking his fist. Across the stall, a Lydian metalsmith named Boros spread his hands defensively. "I told you, I haven't got pure silver right now. Take this electrum nugget. It's just as good." Artemon scowled. Electrum, a natural alloy of gold and silver, was tricky. Its value wasn't consistent. You had to test its purity each time. He pulled out a small touchstone from his pouch and scraped the nugget. The streak it left suggested only part gold. He clicked his tongue. "This is too pale. Hardly any gold in it. I'd be a fool to accept that at full price." Boros groaned. Every trade was like this. Arguments over weights and purity. They had scales and stones to weigh metal, touchstones to test gold content. It was a tedious dance. Nearby, a royal herald stood atop a platform and blew a trumpet. "Hear ye," he bellowed to the gathered merchants. "By decree of King Alyattes of Lydia, henceforth the royal mint shall issue standardized coins of electrum, stamped with the king's seal. Each stater coin shall contain a fixed amount of precious metal by weight. The king guarantees its value." The market buzzed with murmurs. Coins. Stamped metal with a guaranteed value? Artemon and Boros paused their quarrel to listen. The herald held up a shiny, disc-shaped piece of metal for all to see. It was about the size of a bean, stamped with a lion's head, the emblem of Lydia's king. "This is a one-stater coin. No need for scales or stones. The stamp says it all. Trust in the king's guarantee." Artemon, ever curious, elbowed his way forward and shouted a question. "What if the coin is shaved or false?" The herald puffed up. "It is a crime to tamper with the king's coin. Severe punishment awaits fraudsters. The lion's head stamp certifies the weight and purity. All honest trade in the realm shall be done with these, so declares the king. Boros scratched his beard. Interesting. That could save a lot of haggling. But will people accept it? A nearby wine seller chimed in. If the king says it's worth a certain amount, and I can use it to pay my taxes, you bet I'll accept it. Beats lugging ingots around. Artemon examined the idea from a Greek perspective. The concept wasn't entirely alien. The Ionian Greeks had started experimenting with stamped coins too, though Lydia's were among the first widely used. If these coins catch on, it'd be easier for me to trade in Ephesus and here without converting to different weights each time, he mused. Boros's eyes lit up. I could sell my wares for coins and then use the coins to buy grain without everyone re-weighing everything. The value is in the coin itself. Within weeks, King Alyat's stamped coins began circulating in Sardis. Boros and Artemon met again, and this time their exchange was markedly smoother. Boros had sold some bronze tools for 2 staters and a few smaller coins, subdivisions called thirds of a stater. He carefully counted out the lion-stamped coins to Artemon for the wool debt. Artemon bit 1 coin out of habit. The softness of the metal was a test of authenticity. Satisfied, he grinned. I must say, dealing in stamped coins is far less headache. No wonder everyone's calling them nomisma, conventional money by agreement. He handed 1 coin back to Boros. Here, I'll use one of these to buy that new knife you made. 1 stater, was it? Boros nodded happily. The sale was done in seconds. No scales needed. News of Lydia's innovation spread quickly. In the Agora of Athens, a philosopher named Thales reportedly marveled at how a simple stamp could imbue metal with trust. By mid-6th century BCE, King Croesus, Alyat's son, took it further. He introduced pure gold and pure silver coins separately instead of the variable electrum. A Croesid gold stater and its corresponding silver pieces became the gold standard, literally, of the time. Croesus was famed for his immense wealth, rich as Croesus, people would say. In the royal treasury, sacks of these new coins were piled high. Croesus loved to show foreign dignitaries his minting operation. One story tells of the Athenian lawgiver Solon visiting Sardis. Croesus, proud of his gleaming coinage and treasures, asked Solon who the happiest man in the world was, expecting Solon to flatter him. But Solon demurred, warning that wealth could be fickle, and one must see a man's end to judge his fortune. Croesus was left perplexed, until years later when his kingdom fell to Cyrus of Persia, and he famously learned Solon's lesson the hard way. The coins of Lydia didn't save Croesus from overreaching, though Persian kings appreciated the invention and adopted coinage themselves. Meanwhile, in the marketplaces from Athens to Babylon, coins were proliferating. Greek city-states minted silver drachmas stamped with owls, Athens, or turtles, Aegina. In India, by the 5th century BCE, silver punch-marked coins were used, and in China, the concept evolved independently. The Zhou dynasty used cast bronze coins shaped like knives and spades, and later round coins with square holes. Different shapes, but the same idea, a token accepted by convention. One day in 500 BCE, Artemon, now older and wealthier, found himself trading in the Lydian market again, now under Persian rule but still lively. He handed over a handful of coins, a mix of old Lydian lions and new Persian derricks, gold coins, with the archer image. The baker he paid didn't blink at the mixture. He weighed nothing, just counted the coins, and tested a couple by ringing them on the counter. You know, Artemon said to Boros over a cup of wine after, I've almost forgotten how we did business before coins. All that hassle with weighing silver dust or hacking bits off ingots? Boros laughed. Yes, my scales have gathered dust. Now I trust the king's stamp more than my own measurements. Who'd have thought? At the end of the bar, an old farmer interjected, swirling his wine. Trust? You young folk trust those coins too much. A coin's worth is only as good as the ruler's word. What if he cheats and makes them lighter, Or mixes in cheap metal? Ardamon shrugged. Then people would lose trust and stop using them. It's in the king's interest to keep them honest. His taxes and reputation depend on it. He held up a silver drachma, its owl design catching the light. See this Athenian coin? The Athenians pride themselves it's nearly pure silver. Merchants everywhere know it. That brings Athens honor and trade. Boros nodded. Even the Persian merchants accept Athenian owls. I've seen it. A good coin travels far. The skeptical farmer grumbled into his wine. Bah, in my day we just traded cows for grain. You can't cheat a cow. He wandered off. Ardamon chuckled. He's not entirely wrong. Money only works because we all believe in it together. These coins are like little ambassadors of trust. Lose the trust, and they're just metal discs. Boros raised his cup. To trust, then, the true currency. Here, Ardamon clinked cups. As the Persian Empire expanded, coinage spread throughout its territories, and when Alexander the Great later conquered those lands, 4th century BCE, he too minted abundant gold staters with his image, forging a unified Hellenistic economy of money. Markets grew larger as coins greased the wheels of commerce. An ambitious trader no longer needed a train of pack animals to carry his wealth. A pouch of coins could buy him a caravan at his destination. Soldiers were paid in coins, which they spent in far-flung lands, seeding local economies with new currency. One could say the world became a bit smaller and a lot more interconnected thanks to these little stamped pieces of metal. A Babylonian astronomer could be paid with Greek coins, which he could use to buy an Egyptian papyrus scroll from a trader. It was no longer barter between immediate needs. Money, especially universally accepted coinage, allowed value to flow across cultures. Back in Sardis's market, a young apprentice asked Ardamon, "Master, why a lion head on the coin? Why not numbers?" Artemon smiled. It's not about numbers yet, boy. The lion is King Alyat's mark. It guarantees the coin. Think of it like the king's promise in your hand. As for numbers, maybe one day we'll write value in digits, but most folk can't read numerals. They know a lion means a stater. It's simple. The apprentice turned a coin over in his fingers, marveling. It's like carrying a tiny piece of the king's treasury. Exactly, Ardamon said. Spend it wisely. Thus coinage, the coin of the realm, took root. It wasn't magic. It was mutual agreement made tangible. Each coin carried a story. Of the king who minted it, of the merchant who trusted it, of the goods exchanged for it. The world would never be the same. Money had become mobile, divisible, and reliable, mostly, a far cry from the barter ballet of old. Of course, humans being humans, new schemes would arise, clipping coins, counterfeiting, inflation by ambitious kings, but those are tales for later chapters. For now, in 500 BCE, a merchant like Artemon could wander through markets from Lydia to Athens to Phoenicia, confident that a well-recognized coin in his purse was passport enough to do business. The jingle of those coins was the sound of a new era of commerce, one that would echo through the ages. Chapter 6. Roman Accounting and Imperial Balance Sheets, 500 BCE, 476 CE. In the bustling Forum of Rome, circa 50 BCE, the clink of coins was as common as the clucking of sacrificial chickens. Under marble columns, money changers, argentarii, sat at their benches, the origin of the word bank from bancus bench, doing brisk business. Decimus, a seasoned Argentarius, was overseeing his ledgers on a wax tablet. He prided himself on keeping accounts as orderly as a legion's formation. A nervous young patrician, Marcus, approached his table. "Decimus, about that loan?" Marcus began. Decimus looked up with a thin smile. "Ah, Marcus, here to make a payment, I trust." Marcus fiddled with the hem of his toga. "Well, my shipping venture to Alexandria hasn't paid off yet. Delays at sea. I was hoping to extend." Decimus held up a stylus to pause him. He opened a wooden chest and pulled out a scroll, a copy of the loan contract. "According to this, you owe 10,000 denarii, interest due at the calends. That's today. No payment, no extension without security, my friend." Marcus gulped. Defaulting on a loan in Rome was serious. It could mean losing property, or worse, being bound into debt bondage, though that had been reformed somewhat. "I can offer my villa on the Palatine as collateral," he stammered. Decimus tapped his chin. Marcus's family villa was valuable indeed. Very well. I'll draw up a new nomina entry in the ledger. Loan extended, villa as security. But know this, Marcus. If you don't pay in 3 months, I auction the villa. Understood? Marcus nodded vigorously, sweat on his brow. As Marcus hurried off, a fellow banker leaned over to Decimus. "You're soft on him. In old Cato's day, they'd have thrown him in chains or sold him off." Decimus shrugged. "Times change. Debtors can be useful if handled well. Besides, we have laws now. Lex Poetilia ended debt slavery ages ago. Can't just enslave a Roman citizen for debt these days." He scratched an entry into his wax tablet, recording the new terms. It was true. Rome's financial system had evolved. In the Republic, money lending was often frowned upon by traditionalists like Cato, but by Julius Caesar's era, it was commonplace for aristocrats to take loans for ventures or to maintain lifestyles. In a corner of the forum, a group of publicani, tax contractors, was haggling over contracts to collect taxes in the provinces. They would bid for the right to collect, say, the taxes of Asia province, paying the state an upfront sum, and then profit by collecting more from the locals, often squeezing them mercilessly. These publicani were effectively the financiers of state revenue, and many were equestrians, the second class below senators, fabulously rich from public contracts. One of them, Publius, bragged to another, "I made 20% over cost in Gaul last year. The locals are learning to pay up on time." His colleague Quintus smirked, "Be careful. Squeeze too hard and you spark revolt, then nobody pays. I hear Emperor Augustus is considering putting limits on tax farming abuses." Publius rolled his eyes. Augustus, he wants everything orderly. Already he's established the aerarium militare, military treasury, and new taxes to fund it. Soon we publicani might be out of a job if the state takes over tax collection directly. Indeed, under the early empire, finance became more centralized. Emperor Augustus, reigning from 27 BCE, reformed the tax system to reduce corruption. The imperial administration maintained its own accounts of income and expenditures, an imperial budget of sorts. If one peeked into the imperial archive, you'd find scrolls detailing grain dole costs, army payrolls, construction budgets for aqueducts, and tribute flowing in from provinces. By 100 CE, in the reign of Trajan, the Roman Empire's economy was humming. A merchant could send goods from Antioch to Gaul on Roman roads and be confident a denarius coin would be accepted at fair value across the empire. The denarius, a silver coin stamped with the emperor's profile, was a relatively stable currency for the first 2 centuries of the empire. In the city of Pompeii, before Vesuvius had its word, a fresco in a tavern depicted a money changer weighing coins for a customer, a testament to the ubiquity of financial transactions. Yet cracks sometimes showed. In 33 CE, under Emperor Tiberius, a sudden credit crunch hit Rome. It started with a law requiring lenders to invest a certain portion of their wealth in Italian land, an old law of Julius Caesar that Tiberius decided to enforce. Panicked wealthy men, short on cash, called in loans all at once to buy land. This caused a cascade. Borrowers couldn't pay, banks ran out of coin, property values collapsed. The crisis was so severe many esteemed citizens faced ruin. Tiberius, hearing of the chaos, and perhaps pressured by allies who were themselves in trouble, responded with an unprecedented intervention. He authorized a 100 million sesterces bailout fund, basically a pot of money from the imperial treasury to give interest-free loans to troubled debtors for 3 years. It worked, liquidity returned, and the panic subsided. Modern historians sometimes dub it the Roman bailout. Decimus, if he had been alive then, would have marveled at the emperor acting like a central bank. Decimus's grandson Lucius continued the family banking business into the 2nd century CE. By this time, Rome's economy was immense. Grain from Egypt fed the masses via the cura annoni, grain dole. The imperial balance sheet, if one could call it that, had 2 main columns: annona, grain and supplies for people and army on the expense side, and tributum, tribute, taxes from provinces, on the income side, supplemented by rents from imperial estates and proceeds of conquests. Emperor Trajan famously used the fruits of conquest, like Dacian gold, to fund grand projects, forums, baths, roads. It was said the Dacian wars filled Rome's treasury to the brim. Sitting in his taberna in 120 CE, Lucius once explained to a curious Greek traveler, "The empire runs on bread and coins. The bread keeps the people happy, the coins keep the legions loyal. The emperor must mind both." The Greek philosopher inquired, "And what of Rome's debts?" Lucius chuckled. "Debts? The state doesn't borrow like your cities do. If anything, the emperor borrows from the future by debasing coinage when he's desperate, but shh, don't let him hear me say that." Ah yes, coinage debasement. The hidden tax. Through the first 2 centuries CE, emperors mostly kept the silver content of the denarius stable, around 80 to 90% silver. But by the time of Emperor Nero, some funny business began. Nero, reigned 54 to 68 CE, wanted to spend big, palaces, parties, and rebuilding after Rome's Great Fire. So he quietly reduced the silver weight in denarii by a small percentage and added more copper. Most people didn't notice at first, but Nero effectively made money by giving everyone slightly lightweight coins. Over time, that catches up in higher prices, basic inflation. Fast forward to the 3rd century, CE. Chaos. Lucius's descendants might have witnessed the crisis of the 3rd century, when a rapid turnover of emperors, endless civil wars, and external invasions wreaked havoc. Emperors, desperate to pay troops, kept diluting the coinage. By 270 CE under Aurelian, the once proud denarius was a tiny fraction of silver. Some coins were basically bronze with a thin wash of silver. Inflation soared. Soldiers demanded more and more coins to equal the old pay. Peasants and merchants resorted increasingly to barter or to using gold if they could. The gold aureus, though also debased, held value better. Imagine a scene in 270 CE in a market in Gaul. A farmer looks suspiciously at a soldier trying to buy produce with a sack of imperial coins. "These are Antoninianus coins, good sir, stamped with Emperor Gallienus," says the soldier. The farmer bites one. The coating of silver flakes off, revealing copper. He snorts, This isn't worth the metal it's made of. Give me 5 of those for this sack of apples, or bring me a few silver bits from the old days." The soldier, hungry, relents and hands over a handful. He mutters, "When I joined the legions, a single coin like that could buy a jug of wine. Now it barely buys an apple." Eventually, Emperor Diocletian, reigning 284 to 305 CE, tried to reform things. He issued new, more reliable coins and even an infamous edict on maximum prices, 301 CE, trying to curb inflation by fiat. It fixed prices for everything from grain to a haircut under pain of death for overcharging. It largely failed. Merchants just stopped selling at the enforced prices. Goods vanished from markets, or trade went black market. Through all this, one institution kept chugging: Roman accounting. The Romans were diligent record keepers. From the census, which counted citizens and their property for taxation, to military supply lists, everything was noted. An imperial official in Gaul could write to Rome, "I have spent X denarii on repairing the bridge at Vesontio, and expect Rome's treasury to credit that in the province's accounts." One such official, Flavius, in 400 CE, was tallying taxes in kind. By the late Empire, coin was so unreliable that tax was often collected in goods, wheat, oil, cloth, especially to feed the army directly. Flavius maintained two columns: capita, heads taxed, and annona, grain delivered. He wrote to his superior, "The community of Augusta Treverorum delivers 500 modii of grain as tax, short by 50 modii from last year due to blight. Recommendations: accept partial delivery or require substitute in livestock." It wasn't glamorous, but it kept the machinery moving. As the Western Empire neared its fall in 476 CE, one can imagine a scene in the nearly empty imperial treasury in Ravenna. The last emperor, a boy ironically named Romulus Augustulus, had more pressing concerns, like the Goths at the gate, than balancing the budget. A clerk might have sat at a desk, quill in hand, awaiting funds from provinces that no longer sent any, while scribbling IOUs or pleas for supplies that would never come. When Rome fell, it wasn't a loud crash so much as a quiet slipping away of centralized finance in the West. The Eastern Empire, Byzantium, continued for another 1,000 years, keeping sophisticated financial practices alive in Constantinople, where emperors like Justinian managed state budgets and minted solidus coins of reliable gold. But in the West, after 476, the grand Roman accounting books were largely closed. Germanic kings took over, many of whom were illiterate and counted wealth simply in land and loot. Coins continued to circulate. Barbarian kings issued imitations of Roman coinage at first, but the integrated economic system of the empire fragmented. Decimus's descendants in Italy might have turned from bankers into simple moneylenders or merchants scraping by amid instability, or fled to the Eastern Empire where commerce still thrived. Yet, the Roman legacy in money and accounting left indelible marks. Coins with the emperor's face set the template for currency legitimization. The very idea of a state treasury, aerarium, and budgeted spending carried on in successor kingdoms and the church. Roman law on contracts and debt would re-emerge in medieval codes, and in the far future, people would still use the word money derived from moneta, the surname of goddess Juno, in whose temple on the Capitoline Hill the Romans had their mint. Roman accounting and balance sheets may have closed with the fall of Rome, but the habits of record, ledger, coinage, and credit were gifts to the world that survived the empire itself. As one stoic Roman banker might have put it while packing up his wax tablets for the last time, pecunia non olet, money doesn't stink, a phrase coined when Emperor Vespasian put a tax on urine, of all things. Trade and transactions would continue, whether under marble halls or thatch roofs, for the spirit of enterprise outlives empires. Chapter 7. Holy Coins and Barbarian Budgets, 476 to 1000 CE. Brother Ambrose's quill scratched softly on parchment by the light of a tallow candle. It was the year of our Lord 800, deep in the scriptorium of a monastery in Frankland. Outside, a cold rain fell, but inside, Ambrose carefully copied a page of an old Roman text on arithmetic and accounting. In the margin, he doodled a small cross, perhaps a prayer for clarity. He paused to flex his ink-stained fingers and glanced over at the monastery cellarer, the monk in charge of provisions, who was tallying the year's harvest. The cellarer used a wooden tally stick, carving notches to represent each bushel of wheat stored, each cask of ale brewed. It was simple but effective, a barbarian budget in wood and stroke. Ambrose mused at the contrast. On his desk, the elegant Roman numerals and Latin terms describing double entry of debts and credits, concepts he barely grasped but dutifully copied. In the cellarer's hand, a crude stick accounting of food for winter. Such was the age, a mix of the remains of Rome's knowledge with the practical make-do of a world without its empire. A few centuries earlier, shortly after Rome's fall, money itself had nearly fallen out of use in some places. In 500s Britannia, for example, after the legions left, coins were so scarce that people returned to barter or used whatever they could. Iron bars, cowrie shells, even chunks of old Roman mosaic glass as stand-ins for currency. A traveling merchant in 6th century Gaul might have found more success trading salt and silver jewelry than trying to get peasants to part with goods for little metal discs stamped with a long-dead emperor's face. Not that coins vanished entirely. The Eastern Roman Byzantine solidus, a fine gold coin, remained the gold standard of the Mediterranean. Even the new barbarian kings knew its value. King Theodoric of the Ostrogoths in Italy minted coins that looked almost exactly like Byzantine ones. Why mess with success? In fact, throughout the so-called Dark Ages, many new rulers issued imitations of Roman coins to legitimize themselves. A Visigothic coin might bear the profile of their king, but the style was unmistakably Roman. However, local economies often had little coin to go around. People paid rents or dues often in kind, grain, chickens, labor. Royal treasuries of the early Merovingian kings of Gaul were filled as much with land deeds and natural produce as with specie. Which brings us back to Brother Ambrose in 800. That year, a momentous event was happening. On Christmas Day, King Charlemagne of the Franks would be crowned emperor in Rome. Charlemagne had built a vast kingdom and was reforming governance, including money. He ordered a standard silver coin, the denarius, to be minted throughout his realm, reviving a coherent currency. He aimed for what we might call a holy coin, a Christian emperor's currency to unite Christendom, much as the pagan Caesar's coins once united the old empire. In Aachen's mint, royal moneyers struck these new deniers, as they were called in Frankish. Each bore a cross and the name Carolves, Charles, proclaiming the sacred authority behind the money. Charlemagne established a system, 240 deniers to a pound of silver, borrowing from an old Roman measure. It would set the standard for centuries. Indeed, the British later inherited 240 pence to a pound, a ghost of Charlemagne's reform. Meanwhile, out in a Frankish village, a peasant like Hugo in 820 might still rarely see a coin. His taxes to the local count were paid by giving a portion of his grain and pigs. But if Hugo traveled to a fair in a town, he might carry a few of Charlemagne's shiny deniers to buy salt or iron tools. Slowly, monetization crept back. But who were the accountants of this era? Largely, they were clerics. Monasteries like Ambrose's kept knowledge alive, including record-keeping. When a lord granted land to the church, monks recorded it on parchment in neat script. They maintained inventories of their estates, how many oxen, how much wheat tithe collected from nearby villagers. These were the ledgers of salvation in a sense, The church's wealth tallied for God's work in sustaining the monks' quiet lives. And what of the barbarian budgets? The kings and warlords had their own rudimentary accounting. A king like Offa of Mercia, 8th century England, had reeves who oversaw royal estates, ensuring sufficient stockpiles to feed the king's hall and his warriors. Offa famously minted a high-quality silver penny, perhaps after being impressed by Charlemagne's reforms. Offa's penny even imitated the designs of Islamic dinars at one point, likely to facilitate trade showing cross-cultural currents. On Offa's budget, pay for his warriors, often directly in land grants or loot shares, gifts to allies, and alms to the church for good measure. In a royal court around 900 CE, say of a Viking jarl turned king in Northumbria, budgeting might sound like, "We have this many hides of land yielding grain, this many heads of cattle for tribute. If I raid that monastery, I'll get X silver and Y slaves." Brutal, but that was a budget too. The Vikings, interestingly, loved silver. They measured wealth by weight of silver hacksilver, cut pieces of jewelry or coins. A hoard buried by a Norse chieftain might contain fragments of coins from many lands chopped to make change. For them, the purity and weight mattered more than whose face was on it. This was bullion economy at its rawest. By late 10th century, some stability returned. Kingdoms like England under Athelstan had royal mints, and perhaps the most sophisticated coin economy in Europe, English pennies were renowned for consistent weight and silver. The king's treasury at Winchester likely had a budgeting process, tallying taxes, in coin or kind, planning expenditures for the royal household, fortifications, the burgh system of fortified towns, and paying the king's soldiers. We have a delightful image from a 10th century manuscript. King Edgar of England, circa 959, sitting with clerks around, perhaps at Easter Court, dispensing gifts and payments, while a clerk uses a stylus to mark accounts and a bishop blesses the proceedings. It encapsulates holy coins and barbarian budgets in one scene. The bishop's piety sanctifying the flow of money and goods, the clerk's records bridging divine order and earthly needs. Even the term account in this era was often tied to moral accounting by the clergy, the idea of balancing one's sins and merits like a ledger for Judgment Day. It's telling that in medieval Latin, the word computare, to compute or reckon, was used for both calculating sums and counting prayers. As the year 1000 approached, an observer would see a patchwork economy. In Italy, city-states like Venice were already lively trade hubs using Byzantine gold solidi and their own silver coins. The Venetians kept accounts of their trade voyages. Some even used early forms of double entry by the 1200s, but that's ahead of our story. In contrast, in a village in Saxony, a plowman might live his entire life without handling a coin, trading labor for shelter under his lord's feudal arrangement. The era's budgets were barbarian in that they were not the centralized spreadsheets of Rome, but rather localized and personal. A lord's stewards kept tallies for his estate, a guild of merchants in a Carolingian town might keep a chest of common funds and a list of contributions, and the church, perhaps the only entity spanning regions, kept its own style of books, blending spiritual and fiscal. Brother Ambrose, finishing his copywork, sanded the ink to dry it. He reflected that the ancients seemed so advanced in their record-keeping. He had copied a line, "What is owed must equal what is due, lest error creep in." Wise words, he thought, applicable both to bookkeeping and to one's soul. He blew out his candle and left the scriptorium. In the silence, only the cellarer remained, whispering a prayer as he notched the last tally for the grain stores. The monastery would be well prepared for winter by the grace of God and the careful accounting of man. Thus, in Europe's early medieval night, the flame of financial memory never fully died. It flickered in monasteries and modest treasuries, awaiting the day when commerce and learning would roar back to life, carrying forward the coins, the ledgers, and the lessons, holy and profane, of the ages before. Chapter 8. Islamic Gold and Finance, 700 to 1300 CE. In the Grand Bazaar of Baghdad, circa 800 CE, a merchant named Suleiman sat cross-legged on a carpet, presiding over an array of spices: cinnamon from Ceylon, pepper from India, frankincense from Arabia. The air was thick with their fragrance and with the lively haggling of buyers and sellers around him. Suleiman prided himself on being a master of hisbah, market regulation, and muamalat, commerce. Not only did he know how to strike a bargain, he understood the new instruments of trade that had blossomed under the Abbasid Caliphate's golden age. On his belt, he carried a small wooden tablet and stylus for accounts, and in his mind, he carried an even greater tool: trust, backed by a piece of paper. As midday approached, a dusty traveler from far-off Khorasan approached Suleiman's stall. "Peace be upon you, friend," the traveler greeted. "I have a letter of credit here drawn on the house of Ibn Musa in Cairo. Will you honor it for payment? I wish to purchase 10 jars of pepper." The traveler produced a folded paper. Suleiman carefully took it. The paper, a relatively new arrival from China, now made in Samarkand and Baghdad's own mills, bore elegant Arabic script. It was a sack, an order of payment. Essentially, Ibn Musa in Cairo had issued this document to the traveler, allowing him to draw funds from Ibn Musa's trading partners elsewhere. Suleiman read it. It instructed that the bearer could receive the equivalent of 100 gold dinars in merchandise or coin from Ibn Musa's correspondent in Baghdad. Suleiman knew Ibn Musa's reputation: a trustworthy Jewish trader banker whose family network spanned the caliphate. Suleiman himself had trade dealings with Ibn Musa's cousin here. He smiled at the traveler. "Your paper is as good as gold. I will honor it." He then proceeded to tally up the price of 10 jars of pepper. "That will be 80 dinars worth. Would you like change in coin, or perhaps other goods for the remaining 20? The traveler looked immensely relieved. "Coin, if it pleases. I must hire camels for the next leg to Damascus." Suleiman nodded. He fetched a small scale and a bag of coins. Though paper was rising, coin was still king for everyday transactions. He counted out 20 dinars, beautiful gold coins bearing the Arabic inscription declaring, "There is no God but God, and Muhammad is the messenger of God." The caliph's name, Al-Mahdi, was stamped on them as well. These dinars were of high purity, widely trusted from Cordoba to Kabul. The traveler offered a small commission to Suleiman for the service, but Suleiman waved it off. "I'll settle with Ibn Musa's cousin later. He'll compensate me when I present this sack to him for reimbursement." "Safe travels, friend." After the traveler left with his pepper and coins, Suleiman reflected how far finance had come in the Islamic world. A man could journey thousands of miles without carrying a chest of gold and risking theft, using letters of credit like this, an invention centuries ahead of its widespread use in Europe. It was said the idea came from Persian merchants or perhaps earlier Chinese methods, but under Islam it flourished, aided by the strong rule of law and networks of trust among Muslim, Christian, Jewish traders alike. In Baghdad's House of Wisdom, scholars not only translated Greek mathematical works, but also improved them. Hindu Arabic numerals, the ones we use today, 0 to 9, were gaining ground, making calculation far easier than with clunky Roman numerals. A mathematician named Al-Khwarizmi, from whose name we get algorithm, even wrote about these numerals and methods of balancing equations, which, in a way, was akin to balancing accounts. Consider the Waqf system, charitable endowments that funded schools or hospitals. A wealthy man might endow a waqf with properties and require the revenues be spent on, say, a fountain for the poor. Administrators kept careful ledgers of these trusts, ensuring that the funds were used as intended. It was a form of financial governance, blending piety and accountability. Meanwhile, over in the city of Damascus, a merchant family, the Al-Fulani, ran a thriving caravan business. They maintained a partnership contract called mudaraba. One partner provided capital, the other labor, and they shared profits. This concept meant even those with money but no time could invest in trade by funding capable traders, an early form of venture capital fully compatible with Islamic law, as long as profit sharing replaced interest, since charging interest, riba, was forbidden. One of the Al-Fulani sons, Hamid, corresponded regularly with Sulaiman in Baghdad. They used ciphered letters to detail investments in each other's ventures. If Hamid sent a caravan to Samarkand, Sulaiman might put in some dinars and get a cut of the profit on silk when the caravan returned. All recorded in writing and sealed before witnesses as Sharia law encouraged. The Islamic dinar and dirham, silver coin, became international currencies. In East Africa, local rulers craved them. In Viking Scandinavia, hordes of Abbasid dirhams have been found carried up the Russian rivers by Norse traders. A Viking might not know Arabic, but he knew that the shiny coin with flowing script could be traded for goods anywhere along his route. In Cordoba, Spain, Al-Andalus, by 1000 CE, there were bustling markets as grand as Baghdad's. The Umayyad Caliphate there struck its own coins and had perhaps the most advanced economy in Europe. Libraries, universities, and yes, banks of a sort. A Jewish merchant in Cordoba could cash a sack from his cousin in Cairo through their family connections, similar to how Sulaiman did in Baghdad. One fine morning in Cordoba's library, around 950 CE, the scholar Qasim reviewed a translation of a Greek text on mining silver. Marginal notes by previous readers, perhaps Arabic commentators, discussed the bimetallic ratio. How many silver dirhams should equal 1 gold dinar for fair exchange? The accepted ratio in the Muslim lands was about 1 dinar equals 10 dirhams, depending on weight and purity. That stability made pricing easier across vast distances. Qasim marveled at how orderly it was. Far to the east, the Chinese were using paper money by now. He had heard reports via travelers. Here, Muslims had something just as useful. A blend of gold, silver, and paper promises underwritten by honor and law. If only the world ran as smoothly as the bazaar's credit system, he mused. Of course, not everyone played fair. Now and then, a fraud occurred, a dishonest courier forging a sack or a coin minter thinning the metal. But the consequences were severe. In one case, in Kufa, a money changer caught passing off lightweight coins was pilloried in the market and fined heavily. Trust was the lifeblood of trade, and the caliph's courts took swindling seriously, guided by judges, qadis, who invoked a religious duty to be honest in trade. A hadith of Prophet Muhammad said, "The truthful and honest merchant will be with the prophets and martyrs on the day of judgment." Even the concept of limited liability was not unknown. Some caravans were organized so that if the caravan lost everything, say to bandits or storm, the investors accepted the loss. You couldn't go after the trader's personal assets beyond what was invested. This encouraged risk-taking commerce. Sulaiman in Baghdad also engaged in philanthropy. He and a guild of traders formed a fund to help caravan widows. If a trader died on the road, his family wouldn't be destitute. Each member contributed a bit of profit annually. A treasurer of the guild kept a ledger of contributions and disbursements. It was an informal mutual insurance. One evening, Sulaiman invited some friends to his courtyard for tea. As they sat under grapevines, conversation turned to the scope of their world. One friend, a scholar named Harun, said, "I've been reading the works of Aristotle and hearing the ideas of Greek and Indian sages at the House of Wisdom. They ponder the nature of value. Some say money is just a measure, a promise." Suleiman jangled a purse of coins at his belt. "These feel real enough to me," he laughed. Harun smiled. "Ah, but consider, today you accepted a man's promise written on paper as equal to real gold. In that moment, wasn't the idea of value more powerful than the metal itself?" Suleiman sipped his tea thoughtfully. "I suppose trust and reputation, the unseen things, are as valuable as gold. Without them, that paper would be worthless, and even these coins might not buy me a loaf if no one trusted the mint." Another friend, an older merchant, nodded vigorously. "Indeed, remember a few years back when the Caliph al-Mahdi's new mint master struck some dirhams a bit underweight? Word got around fast. People started preferring the older coins. The palace had to recall and remint them to restore faith." They all agreed that maintaining trust was paramount. As the night deepened, they told tales of far-flung trade, of the camel caravans crossing the Sahara with only the stars and old debt agreements guiding them, of the dhow ships sailing from Basra to India where letters of greeting and credit from Baghdad houses eased their buying of spices at Malabar, of Cairo's bustling Fustat where one could trade a Tunisian horse for a Yemeni coffee. The drink was new and exotic. By 1300, Islamic finance had introduced or spread many concepts: the sack check, joint venture partnerships, charitable trusts, bills of exchange, and a cosmopolitan attitude that merchants of different faiths could do business under the framework of broadly accepted rules. Europe would later pick up many of these ideas during the Crusades and via Italian traders in Levantine ports. In fact, the word check likely comes from sack, and bank from the Italian adoption of practices they partly observed in the Muslim world's trade hubs. As Suleiman closed his eyes that night, he perhaps whispered a prayer of thanks, Alhamdulillah, for living in a time and place where trade flourished and knowledge flowed as freely as the Tigris. He could not know, of course, that centuries hence his successors in these lands would face upheavals. But in his era, the golden age shone bright. Islamic golden finance was not golden because of the coins alone, but because it married material wealth with scholarly knowledge and a spirit of trust. It set the stage for the revival of finance in medieval Europe, and indeed laid foundations for modern banking. The Bazaar of Baghdad might be long gone, but when you write a check or use a banknote, you're echoing Suleiman in that Khorasani traveler, exchanging value on the promise that we all believe in the same story of money. Chapter 9, The Gold, the Guilds, and the God of Debt, 1000 to 1400 CE. In the year 1345, the candles burned late in a counting house in Florence. Francesco Acciaiuoli, a member of the prominent banking family, paced the room, while his brother Piero sat at a table littered with ledgers. They were anxiously reviewing letters from England, letters that boded ill. "It says King Edward cannot repay this year, or next," Francesco muttered, reading the latest correspondence. "He begs our patience, promises spoils from his war with France once victory is secured." Piero groaned, running his hands through his hair. "Spoils! We can't fill our vault with promises of spoils. We advanced him 600,000 gold florins. The interest alone—" "Shh," Francesco cautioned. Even walls had ears, and news of a king defaulting could spark panic among their depositors and partners. The Acciaiuoli Bank, along with its rivals, the Bardi and Peruzzi, had massively funded King Edward III's campaigns in the 100 Years' War. If Edward defaulted, it could ruin them. The brothers prayed silently to every saint they knew, and perhaps to Mercury, the old Roman god of commerce, just in case. This was a time when gold was the lifeblood of commerce. Guilds were the backbone of cities, and debt. Well, debt could be a deity of its own, capricious and all-powerful, raising some up and smiting others down. Meanwhile, across town in Florence, the guildmasters of the wool merchants, Arte della Lana, were meeting by lamplight as well. Their concerns were different: a sudden shortage of high-quality English wool due to Edward's war taxes. The guild's consul raised a question: if the English won't send wool, how do we keep our weavers busy? We may have to source from Spain at higher cost. Another master replied, we can pass costs to consumers, unless the bankers collapse and take the economy with them. He spoke what many feared. If the big banks like the bardi failed due to Edward's debts, credit would dry up, and even guild businesses would suffer. This era saw the rise of guilds, associations of craftsmen and merchants regulating their trades. They set quality standards, controlled prices, and provided mutual aid. In a city like Florence or Bruges or Paris, nearly every trade had a guild. Bakers, blacksmiths, masons, silk weavers. Guilds were like mini governments for commerce, sometimes even having their own treasuries and budget for community projects or charity. The guildsmen in their meeting murmured prayers too, perhaps to their patron saints. In the medieval world, every guild had one. The goldsmiths had Saint Eligius. The bankers might unofficially favor Saint Matthew, a reformed tax collector. While the Florentines fretted, let's shift the scene to another debt drama. On Friday, October 13th, 1307, in Paris. The Knights Templar, a wealthy order of crusader monks, were being arrested en masse by order of King Philip IV of France. Ostensibly for heresy, but a big motivator was Philip's crushing debt to the Templars. They had become the god of debt to kings, running an early international banking network, safeguarding pilgrims' money, and yes, lending to monarchs. Philip owed them heaps, and rumor had it he coveted their treasure. That dawn, as Grand Master Jacques de Molay was led to the dungeon, he realized the king intended to wipe out the order and seize its assets, a grim solution to a debt problem. If you can't pay your debts, destroy the creditor. Later, other rulers would default more peacefully, but Philip chose violence. Back in Florence, 1345, news of Edward III's default hit like a thunderclap. Despite the Acciaiuoli brothers' prayers, King Edward effectively said, "No coin for you, not now." The Peruzzi Bank, heavily exposed, collapsed. The Bardi limped, but soon collapsed too. The Acciaiuoli managed to survive by the skin of their teeth, collecting on other debts and having diversified interests. This shook the city. Creditors who had deposits or investments with those banks got back pennies on the florin. Some guild businesses with loans suddenly had no financing. It was a mini financial crisis. The god of debt had indeed smote the proud. One pious observer wrote, "Behold the wrath of God upon usury and greed." The church had long frowned on lending at interest, usury, yet everyone needed credit, so they found workarounds, like engaging foreign money lenders. Often Jewish communities were allowed to lend as Christians couldn't, which unfortunately later fueled anti-Semitism when debts mounted. In Italy, clever bankers labeled interest as a gift or used currency exchange fees to simulate interest. In the mid-1300s, another shock, the Black Death. It ravaged populations and upset economies. With fewer people, labor became scarcer, thus more valuable. Many serfs in Western Europe bargained for freedom or wages, weakening feudal bonds. But in money terms, tax bases shrank, some guilds lost members, and lots of debts died with debtors. A grim but real event. If half your borrowers die, you might actually be in trouble unless their estates pay up. Across Europe, kings learned caution from Edward's fiasco or Philip's villainy. England's Edward III himself, despite defaulting in the 1340s, later established more prudent fiscal methods, like raising taxes via Parliament for war rather than over-borrowing. Still, the cycle of debt continued. In the late 14th century, for instance, the Duke of Burgundy ran up huge debts funding lavish feasts and wars. Italian bankers financed him, hopeful of gains in trade monopolies. Let's brighten the picture with a positive story. The tale of Richard Dick Whittington, a real historical figure, 1354 to 1423 in London. He was a merchant who made a fortune in textiles and loans, became Lord Mayor of London, and famously left a large endowment to charity. In his will, he cleared many poorer men's debts outright. He also funded a guild to supervise the distribution of loans to young tradesmen, an early version of microfinance, guild style. It shows that not all debt was ruin. Credit, when kindly managed, helped new businesses start. Meanwhile, in the Hanseatic League cities of Northern Europe, like Lübeck, Hamburg, guilds of merchants ran the show. The Hansa had their own informal banking. They extended each other credit in goods. A Bremen merchant might deliver timber to a Danzig partner on credit to be paid after that partner sold the timber and maybe shipped grain in return. Their ledgers kept track of multi-year balances. If one got out of line, the league could impose sanctions or, more subtly, apply peer pressure to settle accounts fairly. Debt here was communal and reputational. By 1400 in Italian city-states, something new was brewing: public debt. Cities began issuing bonds called luoghi or montes. The government, often short of funds, wars weren't cheap, would borrow from its own citizens, promising annual interest payments. In Florence, they established the Monte Comune, a public debt fund. Citizens who lent to the state got an income stream. You could even sell this right to someone else, an early bond market. Thus, the god of debt leveled up to the state level. Now whole governments lived under its shadow. One Florentine widow, Sophia, in 1420 might tell her son, "This Monte bond from the Republic feeds us each year with its 5% interest. Pray the city does not default as kings do." Indeed, default on public debt was rarer, though some cities did reduce or consolidate payments in hard times. The honor of the state was at stake, and in a city of equals, defaulting on your own citizens was politically perilous. Still, when push came to shove, even cities renege sometimes. Venice, usually the rock of finance, during a crisis might stretch out payments. They knew the delicate game. Tax too much, people rebel. Borrow too much, and you mortgage the future. And the church? It dealt with its own share of financial trickery. By 1400, the papacy had returned from Avignon to Rome, but during the Avignon years, the papal court had devised ingenious fees for everything: dispensations, appointments, arguably turning grace into a revenue stream. They too ran up debts. Popes often died, owing bankers substantial sums. One joke in the era was that the only thing mightier than the Pope was the credito, credit he needed from bankers to raise armies or build cathedrals. Thus, the medieval period closed with a complex portrait: shimmering gold in the form of new coins like Florence's florin or Venice's ducat enabling great commerce. Sturdy guilds regulating trade and training new masters, often lending to their members. And debt, sometimes the savior, fueling trade, enabling big projects, sometimes the destroyer, toppling knights and kings who bowed to its weight. In the shadows of a Gothic cathedral, a gargoyle might have been carved to resemble a moneylender clutching his ledger, a subtle reminder that the material and spiritual were entwined. People prayed for deliverance from sin and sometimes, in the same breath, from debt. But soon, in the Renaissance, money and math would dance closer than ever. Double-entry bookkeeping was around the corner, the Medici would rise with banking acumen, and the god of debt would don new disguises. Yet the lessons of this age, keep coin honest, honor trust, temper greed, and mind the guild, would echo in those coming chapters. Chapter 10, Medici, Machiavelli, and the Money of Renaissance, 1400 to 1550 CE. It was a bright morning in 1420 at the Palazzo Medici in Florence. Young Cosimo de' Medici stood in the courtyard, overseeing a delivery of chests filled with gold florins. The Medici Bank, founded by his father Giovanni, was swiftly becoming the most powerful financial institution in Europe. Cosimo had learned the family trade well, part banker, part statesman, always a negotiator. At Cosimo's side, a visiting German merchant marveled at Florence's prosperity. "Your city runs on coins and credit as smoothly as a clock," he said. "In my town, we still haggle with grain sacks." Cosimo smiled modestly. "We Florentines have a knack for numbers. See there!" He pointed to a studious man in a corner of the courtyard, quill in hand, writing in a large ledger. "That's our senior accountant. In that book, he tracks every transaction, every ducat in or out, balancing 2 columns to ensure our books are sound. Double-entry bookkeeping, they call it. For every credit, there's a debit. The Almighty himself could not make the numbers disagree if entered correctly." This method, though used in practice by merchants, would soon be codified by a friar named Luca Pacioli in 1494. His treatise, sponsored by none other than Leonardo da Vinci's patron, spread the gospel of systematic accounting across Renaissance Europe. As the merchant watched, the accountant carefully noted a deposit from an English wool trader, entering it as a credit to the trader's account and a debit to the bank's cash on hand. The ledger's neat columns and red-black ink notations, red for debits, black for credits, were like a work of art in themselves. Later that day, Cosimo met with a Florentine silversmith who sought a loan to expand his workshop. The man offered good collateral, a share in a prized painting by a promising artist. Cosimo agreed to the loan at reasonable interest, discreetly structured since overt usury was frowned upon, though the church was easing up given the obvious benefits of banking. "Your trust honors me, Signor Medici," the silversmith said, bowing. "I will repay in full within 2 years, God willing." Cosimo's motto was, "Money to get power, power to protect money." Indeed, through financing the ambitions of others and carefully choosing who to support, the Medici gained influence. They funded popes and princes, and in return, Medici became papal treasurers and married into noble families. Money was their lever to move the world. Across town around 1502, a certain Niccolò Machiavelli, a diplomat and keen observer, noted how Florence's politics danced to the tune of finance. He once quipped, "Gold has no arms, but it conquers all." Though he might never have said it aloud, it was the kind of thing he'd think. Machiavelli watched the Medici Bank at its height, and later, its struggles. He observed in a letter that when Medici managers started living like princes rather than prudent bankers, the bank began to falter. Machiavelli, with a wry smile, noted that even the shrewdest moneymen could be undone by hubris, a lesson he'd echo in The Prince about rulers. One story told in Florentine taverns was how Cosimo de' Medici effectively bought a war without fighting. In 1430, Florence was at odds with rival Lucca. Instead of bloody battles, Cosimo quietly funded Lucca's enemies and bribed some Lucchese officials. The war ended quickly. "The pen and the purse are mightier than the sword," locals joked. In Rome, the Renaissance popes engaged in their own financial fandangos. Pope Julius II in the early 1500s needed vast sums to rebuild St. Peter's Basilica, and to wage military campaigns. He issued indulgences, payments for forgiveness, that famously incensed Martin Luther. And he borrowed from banks, often Medici, when a Medici wasn't Pope himself, as happened in 1513 when Giovanni de' Medici became Pope Leo X. Leo X allegedly said, "Since God has given us the papacy, let us enjoy it." And enjoy he did, throwing festivals and patronizing Raphael and others, spending liberally from the papal treasury and running it dry, requiring yet more loans and indulgences. Back in Florence by mid-15th century, the Medici effectively ruled the city. Cosimo and later his grandson Lorenzo il Magnifico used the family fortune to patronize art. Michelangelo, Leonardo, Botticelli all flourished under Medici patronage. This wasn't just altruism, it was branding. A beautiful city with the Medici name all over it enhanced their prestige and, by extension, the confidence in their bank. When Lorenzo in the 1470s faced a dangerous conspiracy, the Pazzi plot, and war from the Pope, who backed the Pazzi, rivals in banking, it was the loyalty of Florentines and a hefty war chest that helped him survive. Money lubricated the alliances that saved Florence, but even the Medici Bank wasn't invincible. By 1494, mismanagement and bad loans, especially to royalty who defaulted, echoing Edward III a century prior, led to the bank's decline. Piero de' Medici, Lorenzo's son, was ousted from Florence by French invaders, and the Republican government returned. Enter Machiavelli as a civil servant in that period. The Medici would come back to power later, but the bank itself had largely collapsed. Amid this, another banking powerhouse rose, the Fugger family in Augsburg, Germany. Jakob Fugger, the rich, took the innovations of the Italians and ran with them. By lending huge sums to Holy Roman Emperor Charles V, Fugger secured rights to mine silver and copper in the Habsburg lands, multiplying his wealth. He even set up an early news service, employing couriers to get political news, anticipating how it might affect markets, perhaps the first financial news network. Machiavelli, watching these developments from Florence and later in exile, noted how money flowed across borders more freely than armies. He heard how Fugger's loans influenced the election of an emperor. Charles V's election in 1519 was greased by Fugger money paying off electors. To Machiavelli, this affirmed that power lies not just with those who hold swords, but with those who hold purse strings. In 1550, a visitor strolling through Florence's market would see the fruits of the Renaissance money revolution. Bills of exchange being traded between merchant houses, an Italian invention enabling cashless transfer. You pay in Florence and your partner can receive equivalent in Antwerp. Insurance contracts on ships. The Italians pioneered maritime insurance to manage risk on those long trade voyages, and even the first joint stock companies in embryonic form, though the big joint stock era would bloom later with the Dutch and English. By the mid-16th century, the age of discovery was turning trade on its head, silver and gold from the New World pouring into Europe. But those developments rest on what the Renaissance bankers built: trust in credit, advanced accounting, and the idea that wealth can create wealth through investment, not just plunder. Standing on the Ponte Vecchio, the old bridge in Florence lined with jeweler shops, a Medici agent and a Venetian trader might discuss a venture, perhaps backing an expedition to Constantinople to buy rare silks. They would talk in terms of shares, risks, and returns, concepts sharpened in the last 100 years. They would seal the deal perhaps not with a handshake. Plague had made people cautious of touch, but by signing a contract drafted by a notary. Another Renaissance refinement, legal instruments to enforce deals. As Machiavelli might put it, the form of power had changed. Gold ingots and ledgers now could achieve what garrisons once did. The virtù, skill of a prince now included financial acumen, and fortuna, fortune, in the literal sense, could make or break realms. Thus, Renaissance money was an art as much as the paintings in the Uffizi, carefully composed, employing perspective, foresight in investment, chiaroscuro, balancing risk and safety, and humanistic flair, the mixing of commerce with culture. Medici and Machiavelli both understood that to govern and to endure, one needed to master the coin as well as the sword, and that lesson would carry forward into the Age of Empires soon to dawn. Chapter 11: Empires, Exploration and Economic Exploitation, 1492 to 1700 CE. High atop the fortress of Seville in 1503, Treasurer Miguel de Arriaga oversaw the arrival of a treasure fleet's cargo. Sailors lugged heavy chests filled with shimmering coins and rough bars of silver, the spoils of the New World. Miguel crossed himself at the sheer volume. This was the Casa de Contratación, Spain's house of trade, where all wealth from the Americas flowed in to be registered and taxed. "Another chest of silver from Potosi, sir," reported a clerk, wiping sweat. "We'll need more storage." Miguel nodded, though inwardly he worried. Spain was becoming rich beyond imagining. Or was it? Prices in Seville had doubled over the last decades, the famous price revolution, where inflation gripped Europe as American silver flooded in. All this silver was buying less each year as inflation ate its value. But King Philip II didn't want to hear such details. He had wars to fund against the Dutch, against the Turks, building the Armada against England. Halfway across the world in 1620, a different empire's ledger grew. The Dutch East India Company, VOC, declared a dividend to its shareholders in nutmeg and cloves. The VOC, established in 1602, was the world's first major joint stock corporation. In an Amsterdam tavern, a trader boasted to his friend, "I own a part of a ship that's in Java right now. When it returns, I'll profit from its spices." His friend Jan raised an eyebrow. "If it returns, and if the market price holds, mind you, last year's pepper glut halved the price overnight." Such was the risky business of exploration and exploitation. Empires ran on credit too. Back in Seville, Miguel remembered how just a few years earlier, 1575, King Philip II had declared bankruptcy again. Despite oceans of silver, Spain spent it faster than it arrived, often paying foreign bankers, Fuggers and Genoese lenders, to finance wars. When payments stopped, chaos ensued. Philip renegotiated with some strong arming. The god of debt had claimed another victim, but kings could rewrite the rules somewhat. On the docks of Lisbon, around 1550, an African slave stood in chains, traded for musket barrels and rum. The Portuguese Empire had built a mercantile system where human lives were a currency in the triangular trade. Economics grew darker here, exploitation to the extreme. A Jesuit observer wrote sorrowfully, "All the gold in Christendom cannot buy back a single soul taken in bondage." In London, 1672, Samuel Pepys, the diarist, wrote about an excursion to see the East India Company warehouse. He marveled at mountains of tea, calico cloth, and spices. England's own East India Company, founded 1600, was still smaller than the VOC, but growing. Pepys noted how East India Company shares were a hot item at coffee houses where stock jobbers met to trade, a precursor to the London Stock Exchange. Indeed, by 1700, the seeds of modern capitalism were sown. In the span of these 2 centuries, wealth had shifted from land to trade. A Spanish grandee with acres of farmland might find himself outshone by a middle-class Dutch merchant whose fleets brought in tenfold profit. The old feudal lords scratched their heads at this new breed of wealth that smelled not of soil, but of salt water and warehouses. Mercantilism became the reigning economic theory. a zero-sum game worldview where empires hoarded gold and silver, trying to export more than import. France's Louis XIV had his minister Colbert rigorously manage trade, promoting industries at home and tariffs on imports. A French artisan in 1680 in Lyon might benefit from Colbert's policies. Her silk had protected markets. Meanwhile, an English weaver in Spitalfields might smuggle in French patterns to copy, bypassing import bans. Smuggling was rampant. Where there's a restriction, there's a way around it. Pirates, too, flourished. State-sponsored privateers like Sir Francis Drake essentially acted as violent investors, delivering captured Spanish treasure to Queen Elizabeth, who paid a nice return in knighthood and favor. Let's not forget the exploitation part. In the 1600s, sugar plantations in the Caribbean became gold mines of a sort using enslaved labor. A Dutch planter in Curaçao counted profits by the cask of sugar and spent them in Amsterdam's tulip markets, perhaps fueling that famous tulip mania of 1637 when a single bulb sold for the price of a house. These global interconnections meant an event in one place, enslaved people producing sugar cheaply, could ripple to another, Europeans having more disposable income to spend on luxuries like tulips and coffee. By 1700, the power dynamic shifted. Spain's initial dominance waned under repeated bankruptcies, and the flow of silver ironically causing inflation and dependence on foreign goods. The Dutch, with their savvy trade networks and financial innovations, world's first stock exchange, first central bank-like institution, the Amsterdam Whistle Bank of 1609, were ascendant. The British were learning quickly, setting up their own bank, Bank of England, 1694, after a scheme to fund war debts by selling shares to the public, essentially monetizing national debt. Standing on the deck of a VOC ship in 1699, a captain could see the world of the 18th century dawning, one of corporate empires backed by state power. Below deck, spices and silks. Above deck, cannons and flags. Profit and force entwined. In the markets of Madrid, a fruit seller still haggled with Maravides copper coins, perhaps unaware that in the halls of power, ministers were calculating treasure fleets and treaty terms. But even she felt the effects. When war or famine drove prices up, her life changed. The era closed with a telling image. King William III of England, also Stadtholder of the Netherlands, scanning a financial report in 1700. It showed revenues from colonies, interest payments due, and stock prices of trading companies. A monarch engaged in reading such things, unimaginable a few centuries before. Gold, guilds, and debt had given way to stock, statecraft, and speculation. The New World economy, built on exploration and exploitation, was ready for its next act, the age of industry and revolution. Brilliant? I'll continue your novel, A Myth of Money, in one massive, sweeping Stephen Fry-style installment, covering chapters 12 through 22 in full narrative glory. These chapters will span the rise of Dutch finance to the age of austerity, complete with fictionalized dialogue, economic intrigue, and just enough wit to keep the monetary madness enjoyable. It will take a bit of time, but I'll let you know the moment the epic is ready. Chapter 12, The Dutch Masters of Money, 1600 to 1700 CE. Once upon a brisk morning in the year 1602, a small crowd gathered by the Amstel River in Amsterdam. Merchants in broad hats and ruffled collars jostled politely outside a stately building newly dedicated to commerce, the world's first stock exchange. Jan, a prosperous spice trader, jingled a few gold guilders in his pouch and grinned at his companion, a skeptical cheesemonger named Peter. "Mark my words, Peter," Jan said, eyes alight with excitement. "Today even the common man can own a piece of a trading voyage to the Indies." Indeed, the Dutch East India Company was offering shares to the public for the first time in history, inviting everyone from artisan to aristocrat to invest in its adventures. It was a revolution in money. For the price of a modest sum, one could buy a sliver of a ship laden with pepper, cloves, and nutmeg sailing from Java or Ceylon. Peter raised an eyebrow. So, you say I can buy a share of a ship, and if that ship returns stuffed with spices, I profit? Jan nodded vigorously. Precisely. And if it sinks, well, we all share the loss. But fret not, my friend, these voyages are escorted and insured, or so they tell us. Peter chuckled, still unsure if his friend was brilliant or mad. Jan patted him on the shoulder. The entire town is abuzz with this new company. Even the baker wants in. Our good republic has more savings than wars to spend them on, thanks to peace with Spain. Why not send our money on an adventure overseas? Around them, the clamor grew as a town crier pinned up a poster announcing the subscription for shares. It declared that all residents of these lands may buy shares in this company. A radical invitation. In the past, only wealthy nobles or the state financed such expeditions. Now, shipwrights, tailors, and cobblers pooled their coin to fund voyages to distant lands, the world's first stock exchange. Thus began the Dutch Golden Age of finance. Amsterdam's canals echoed with the creak of trading ships and the chatter of commerce in a dozen tongues. The city had become a dazzling hub where money itself seemed to breed and multiply. In 1609, the wise burghers established the Bank of Amsterdam, a place where one's gold and silver could be deposited safely and exchanged for reliable bank credit. This created a currency trusted across continents. As merchants counted ledger florins by candlelight, they whispered that the bank's notes were as good as gold, a phrase that caused more than one actual gold bar to feel a twinge of jealousy in the vaults. Money was evolving from clinking coins to written promises, and the Dutch were its master alchemists. With the bank smoothing transactions and the exchange buzzing, fortunes were made and lost with the stroke of a quill. One could buy shares in companies, insure ships, or speculate on commodities. A new class of people emerged, stockbrokers and speculators, men who wore ink stains on their cuffs as proudly as knights bore battle scars. Jan and Peter occasionally strolled into the exchange building, an elegant hall whose arches echoed with the shouts of bids and offers, and marveled at the frenzy. Jan thrived there, turning his spice earnings into diverse investments, a bit in a Baltic grain shipment, a bit in a venture to Suriname. Pieter remained cautious, preferring to keep one foot on solid ground and one hand on his cheese wheels. Yet, as in any good Dutch painting, amid the prosperity there lurked a shadow of folly. By the 1630s, a strange fever gripped the Netherlands. Not a fever of the body, but of the mind, tulip mania, they called it. One crisp winter evening in 1636, Jan and Peter found themselves in a bustling tavern where merchants and bakers alike were engaged in animated negotiation not over spices or silk, but tulip bulbs. Yes, those delicate flowers that bloom briefly in spring. In the corner, a carpenter drunkenly waved a parchment contract, boasting, "I've just sold a tulip bulb for the price of a small house." Peter nearly spat out his ale. "A house for a tulip? Are you mad?" he exclaimed. Another patron leaned in, whispering conspiratorially, "It's no ordinary tulip, friend. It's a Semper Augustus, petals red and white like a candy cane, rarer than an undiscovered comet. 10 bulbs of it were once offered a whole townhouse, and the seller refused. Tulip mania, when tulips cost as much as houses. Focus economics." Peter's jaw dropped as Jan smirked knowingly. The tavern scene grew increasingly raucous. A blacksmith traded his horse for a handful of bulbs, a lawyer sold futures, promises of tulips to be delivered next spring, while an innkeeper's wife scrawled IOUs for bulbs that had not even sprouted yet. "Everyone from lord to laundress is in on it," Jan whispered to Peter. "It's as if Hermes, the trickster god of commerce, has sprinkled us all with fairy dust." Peter sniffed one of the bulbs skeptically. It looked like an onion. He imagined planting it and watering it with his tears of laughter. "I'll stick to cheese and guilders," he muttered. Jan, though prudent in stocks, admitted he had dabbled. He had flipped a rare tulip bulb for a quick profit last week and used the money to buy new sails for his ship. Inevitably, winter turned to spring, and reality intruded on the fantasy. One February day in 1637, at an auction in Alkmaar, a silence fell as bids for bulbs suddenly failed to find any takers. Perhaps a prudent soul finally said, "No, that price is too high." And like a child pointing out the emperor's lack of clothes, it triggered a panic. Within days, tulip bulb prices plunged like a stone in an Amsterdam canal. Those who'd mortgaged homes to buy bulbs were ruined overnight. Tavern trading halls emptied out, replaced by courts full of creditors and debtors weeping over sacks of now nearly worthless tulips. In our tavern, the carpenter tearfully told anyone who'd listened that a thief had stolen his wheelbarrow of tulips, leaving the bulbs but taking the wheelbarrow, which was more valuable. Peter could not help but find grim humor in the absurdity. Jan comforted a distraught neighbor, saying, "We survived the collapse of tulips. We'll survive and learn." Indeed, the Dutch economy at large shrugged and carried on. Wiser, perhaps, that even in this age of reason, humans were as capable of folly as of genius. By the late 17th century, the Netherlands had reached the zenith of its wealth. Amsterdam's wharves groaned under piles of cinnamon, tea, Chinese porcelain, and Mexican silver. The Dutch had even become the bankers of Europe, lending money to kings and sultans. In a candlelit chamber above his counting house, Jan, now graying but as energetic as ever, met with an English envoy. The Englishman marveled at a ledger listing loans to foreign lands. "Our Bank of England is just a fledgling compared to your institutions," he remarked politely. Jan poured the visitor a glass of Genever gin. "Perhaps," Jan said with a wink, "but money has wings. Today it nests in Amsterdam. Tomorrow, who knows?" He remembered how earlier that year, 1698, several Dutch investors took interest in English government bonds, financing wars on distant shores. It seemed the pupil, England, might soon challenge the master, Holland. On a misty morning in 1700, Jan and Peter strolled along the harbor one last time together. A great East Indiaman ship was setting sail. Its massive sails emblazoned with the letters VOC, and John held a small share certificate in his hand. Peter had finally bought a little piece of an adventure, convinced by decades of witnessing Dutch finance conjure wealth. "I suppose if you can't beat them, join them," he laughed. Jan embraced his friend, both of them watching the ship depart. Little did they know, as the vessel disappeared over the horizon, that the mantle of financial might was already passing across the North Sea. The era of the Dutch masters of money was giving way to a new chapter, where the British lion would roar with financial daring. But for now, in the dawn of the 18th century, Amsterdam still reigned as the glittering capital of capital, a city that had turned trade into treasure and money into a myth all its own. Chapter 13. The British Are Coming, with capital, 1700 to 1800 CE. In a smoky London coffeehouse circa 1711, a group of peruke-wearing gentlemen huddled around an oak table strewn with newspapers and parchment contracts. Among them sat Sir Montague, a banker with a wig as elaborate as a wedding cake, and across from him, Jonathan, a young merchant recently arrived from Amsterdam. Jonathan sipped his tea and remarked, "Your city reminds me of Amsterdam a few decades past. So much buzz about money." Sir Montague smiled. "We learned from the Dutch masters, my boy. Why, it was a Dutchman, our King William, who helped found the Bank of England not long ago, in 1694. We raised a princely sum to fund war against the French, and all it took was promising a tidy interest to investors who lent their gold to the crown." He tapped the table, recalling proudly how citizens big and small had subscribed to that loan, birthing a permanent national debt and an institution to manage it, Bank of England Wikipedia. What a notion! The public lending to the king and getting paid back? Now Britannia can fight on credit, haha. Jonathan nodded. The Dutch had pioneered public bonds, now the British were doing it with gusto. London's Exchange Alley bustled every morning with traders swapping not just shares of the East India Company's voyages, but government bonds and exotic schemes. By 1720, a new craze seized the city, the South Sea Company. Its charter promised to unlock untold wealth trading with the Spanish Americas. In truth, the scheme was more smoke than substance, but that didn't stop half of England from scrambling to buy its stock. One July afternoon, Exchange Alley became a madhouse. "Did you hear? South Sea shares have doubled again this month," cried a barrister, nearly knocking over a fishmonger in his hurry. A pamphleteer in the corner scribbled wryly about one particularly brazen promoter offering shares in a company for carrying out an undertaking of great advantage, but nobody to know what it is. Were it not attested by credible witnesses, it'd be unbelievable. But people did throw money at that venture too. South Sea Company, Wikipedia. It seemed any wild dream could fetch a fortune, as long as it wore the guise of enterprise. In the thick of it, at Jonathan's usual coffeehouse haunt, patrons swapped absurd stories along with their sugar and coffee. Lord Pembroke boasted he had turned £1,000 into £5,000 in mere weeks on South Sea stock. Paper wealth breeding like rabbits, Jonathan quipped. A cautious elder who remembered reading of Holland's tulip debacle warned, "Beware bubbles, gentlemen." The Dutch once traded flowers as if they were gold, and it ended in tears. But Pembroke scoffed, "Tulips were frivolous. This is the mighty South Sea, guaranteed by Parliament itself." Sir Montague nodded along, privately uneasy, but unwilling to miss the bonanza. Even Sir Isaac Newton, yes, the great scientist, was rumored to have made a tidy profit early on, only to re-enter the fray later and lose heavily when the music stopped. "I can calculate the motions of heavenly bodies, but not the madness of people," Newton allegedly lamented into his tankard of ale after the crash. And crash it did. In autumn of 1720, reality caught up as South Sea Company's grand promises proved empty. Share prices that climbed to vertiginous heights came tumbling down, wiping out fortunes as swiftly as they'd been made. The same streets that rang with joy in spring now echoed with anguish. Gentlemen in fine coats slipped out of London under cover of night to escape debtor's prison, and humble families who'd risked their savings stood on street corners cursing the South Sea and the very ocean itself. Jonathan found Sir Montague in the coffeehouse one dreary morning, staring numbly at a single gold guinea spinning on the table. "All gone," Montague whispered. "The bubble burst." Jonathan put a sympathetic hand on his shoulder. London had learned a hard lesson that day. One Amsterdam knew well, that wealth grown too fast can vanish like a mirage. Yet Britain, unlike many individuals ruined in the South Sea affair, as a nation emerged with its financial system bruised but intact. The Bank of England quietly took on a greater role, acting as a lender of last resort to steady the ship. In the aftermath, Parliament, chastened, passed the Bubble Act of 1720 to restrain unbridled stock speculation, though, in typical British fashion, this law proved more nuisance than savior in the long run. Still, British finances recovered surprisingly quickly. Creditors were paid off in installments. Confidence in government bonds gradually returned, partly because Britain's economy was genuinely growing. The kingdom's expanding empire and trade were generating real profits beyond speculative paper. By mid-century, British coffers were robust enough to fund wars across the globe. A young colonial American printer in Philadelphia named Benjamin Franklin marveled at how British credit seemingly had no limits. During the 7 Years' War in the 1750s, which some called the First World War, Britain spent lavishly to defeat France in North America and India, raising vast sums through bonds. They fight with gold, as much as with guns, a French diplomat grimly observed of the British. Indeed, it was true. Where Spain had shipped in a silver from its colonies to fund war, Britain conjured money from the confidence of investors. British debt soared, but as long as the interest was paid, lenders remained loyal. Victory after victory over rivals gave further faith that British power, and by extension, British IOUs, were sound. In 1776, even as Adam Smith published his treatise, The Wealth of Nations Extolling Free Markets, the British government was wrangling with the cost of subduing a rebellion in its American colonies. These damnable Yankees, do they not realize how much we've invested in protecting them? Grumbled Lord North, the Prime Minister, as reports of colonial defiance came in. To recoup costs from the French and Indian War, Britain had levied taxes on the colonies, but instead of revenues, it sparked revolution. As redcoats and colonial militias clashed, British financiers fretted over the burgeoning debt. War, that voracious spender, was again straining the treasury. But Britain's credit was by now a mighty engine. The war against the American rebels was largely funded not by immediate taxes, but by more loans. Ironically, British sterling financed the fight for a land that would slip away. In 1783, after American independence was secured, toasting with borrowed French funds to boot, Britain licked its wounds and counted its debts, which had ballooned anew. Yet the loss in America barely slowed Britain's economic ascent. By 1800, the kingdom sat at the forefront of an industrial revolution that was transforming how wealth was created altogether. In smoky Midlands towns, coal-fired machines spun cotton and smelted iron, generating profits that dwarfed the treasures of colonial galleons. British capital, sharpened by decades of financial innovation, now found new outlets, building canals, factories, and steam engines. The City of London continued to evolve from a den of gamblers into the sober heart of global finance, as the London Stock Exchange was formally founded in 1801 to bring order to share trading. There was an almost mythic confidence in the air. John Bull, the personification of Britain, strutted like a well-fed banker, pockets jingling with coins and notes ready to stake capital on new inventions and far-flung enterprises. Standing on London Bridge as the 18th century ended, Jonathan, now a respectable broker with a top hat and a paunch, recounted to his grandson the wild tales of the South Sea Bubble and how Britain learned to manage money's dangerous magic. "We British nearly flew too close to the sun," he said, "but instead of falling, we built ourselves stronger wings, ones of paper, interest, and trust." The boy listened wide-eyed as ships laden with textiles and tea passed under the bridge. The lessons of the century were clear. With disciplined finance, imperial ambition could be bankrolled and industry ignited. The British were coming, with capital in hand, to reshape the world's economy in their image. And as the dawn of the 19th century broke, Britannia no longer merely ruled the waves, she also ruled the ledgers and loans that would steer the course of empires. Chapter 14. Revolution: Industrial, Political, and Financial, 1760 to 1848 CEE. In the year 1763, in a sooty workshop in Birmingham, a Scottish instrument maker named James Watt gently polished a brass cylinder and adjusted a prototype steam engine. Around him clanked the contraptions of the early Industrial Revolution: gears, pistons, and flywheels. As the machine hissed to life, his business partner Matthew Boulton clapped in delight. "This will change everything, James," Boulton exclaimed. Watt, ever the engineer, replied, "Aye, if we can find the capital to build more of them." Capital, the ever-present spirit, was indeed needed to spread such innovation. Fortunately, England had deep pockets ready to invest. A banker from London had recently visited, wearing an immaculate waistcoat despite the coal dust, keen to finance Watt's engines for a share of profits. Thus, steam, sweat, and specie, money, forged a partnership that propelled Britain's mills and mines into a new age. As steam engines proliferated, cotton mills sprouted in Manchester, and ironworks in the Black Country glowed day and night. Fortunes were made by those who harnessed industry. By the 1780s, a new class of wealthy industrialists joined the ranks of merchants and financiers at London's clubs. Over port wine, they bragged about output and productivity rather than land and title. Old money scoffed at these upstarts in soot-stained frock coats, but quietly, many aristocrats invested in factories too, lured by handsome returns. The financial innovations of prior decades, banks, stock companies, and insurance greased the wheels of this industrial expansion. Investors pooled funds to build canals linking coal fields to cities, and insurance firms covered the daring ventures. Money was the lifeblood pumping through the veins of the Industrial Revolution. Meanwhile, across the Channel in France, a very different kind of revolution brewed. By 1789, King Louis XVI's court at Versailles teetered on the edge of bankruptcy. France had spent extravagantly to support the American colonists in their War of Independence, partly to spite the British, and now the royal coffers were bare. In a smoky salon in Paris, the king's finance minister, Jacques Necker, threw up his hands. "Sire, we have no choice. Without new taxes or loans, the state is insolvent." But the commoners, burdened by years of taxes to pay war debts, refused to grant more. When bread prices soared and the crown's credit crumbled, the people took to the streets. The Bastille fell, feudal bonds were broken, and soon Louis XVI's head fell as well. The French Revolution had many causes: Enlightenment ideals, social inequality, but at its heart was also a financial collapse. A nation that could not balance its books or secure confidence in its debts found its political system overturned. Back in London, cautious smiles and raised eyebrows greeted news of the chaos in France. Some British bankers toasted that their old rival was suffering due to financial mismanagement. Indeed, Britain's disciplined fiscal system appeared vindicated. The same storm of war debt that capsized Bourbon France had been weathered by Britain's robust credit machinery. British government consul bonds remained dependable, traded busily at the Bank of England's Rotunda Hall. However, the French Revolution's shockwaves spread. Soon, a young general named Napoleon Bonaparte seized power in France, and Europe was plunged into 2 decades of war. Financing these Napoleonic wars became an epic test of Britain's money might versus French fervor. It was during these wars, on a damp June day in 1815, that one of the most legendary financial coups in history occurred. The Battle of Waterloo had just been fought on the continent, and its outcome would determine the fate of empires. In Brussels, a courier handed Nathan Mayer Rothschild, the shrewd London banker, a tiny slip of paper confirming that Napoleon had been defeated by Wellington. Legend has it, Rothschild had a network of fast couriers, some whispered even carrier pigeons, to bring him news faster than anyone else. The Rothschild legend's legacy on insider trading, JMG shortcuts. Armed with this knowledge ahead of official channels, Nathan raced to the London Stock Exchange. In the misty morning light, he took his usual position by the console's trading post, face inscrutable as a stone sphinx. Other traders watched nervously. Rothschild was known for his uncanny instincts. Suddenly he began selling government bonds, quietly at first, then more rapidly. "Rothschild is selling," went the frantic whispers. Fearing that meant Wellington must have lost, for why else would the great banker dump British bonds, others panicked and sold too, driving prices down precipitously. Once bond prices had plummeted to seemingly despairing lows, Rothschild's agents swiftly changed course, buying every bond in sight at fire sale prices. Minutes later, official word arrived. Napoleon was defeated. British bonds skyrocketed in value on the jubilant news, and Rothschild, now holding a mountain of them, made an immense profit. True or embellished, this tale cemented the mystique of the Rothschild family. With one brilliant stroke of timing and nerve, Nathan Rothschild earned more in a day than most aristocrats did in a lifetime. He purportedly quipped, "The best time to buy is when blood is running in the streets, even if it is your own." London's financiers, once mere supporting actors to historical events, were now protagonists in their own right. After Waterloo, Britain emerged as the unrivaled economic hegemon of Europe. At the Congress of Vienna, diplomats redrew borders, but bankers like Rothschild quietly underwrote the peace by extending massive loans to war-torn governments. The Rothschild banking network, 5 brothers coordinating from London, Paris, Frankfurt, Vienna, and Naples, became the financial equivalent of an international postal service with gold as their letters. Their wealth was so great that when one of the Rothschilds strolled into a European court, ministers fretted whether he carried a loan offer or the threat of calling in debts. Yet, even as bankers and industrialists celebrated a new era of prosperity, the common folk often saw another side of this revolution. By the 1820s and 1830s, the dark satanic mills of England churned out goods and human misery in equal measure. In a crowded Manchester cotton mill, a 12-year-old child labored from dawn to dusk for meager pay, while the mill owner's ledger showed tidy profits each quarter. The contrast was stark, gilded mansions rising in London and Liverpool built on the backs of chimney sweeps and factory girls. Discontent simmered. In 1844, a German philosopher with a formidable beard, Karl Marx, walked through Manchester's slums with his industrialist friend, Friedrich Engels, and was horrified. The two witnessed hunger and hopelessness amid plenty, a society where, as Marx would write, wealth was concentrated in a few hands while the masses toiled in alienation. Marx, fired by moral outrage and intellectual fervor, took to his pen. By 1848, as revolutionary fervor again swept Europe, from Paris barricades to uprisings in Berlin and Vienna, Marx and Engels published the Communist Manifesto. "Workers of the world, unite," it proclaimed, calling the proletariat to throw off the yoke of capitalist exploitation. In that turbulent year of 1848, kings trembled as crowds demanded change. Factories ground to a halt as workers struck, and bankers held their breath uncertain if the old order would hold. In London, Marx, in exile, and scribbling in the dimly lit reading room of the British Museum, envisioned an economic revolution to dwarf any political one. While his ideas were radical, they sprang from real conditions visible in industrial cities across Europe. The financial lords of London and Paris saw in these uprisings a portent that if the bounty of progress were not shared, the very system that created their wealth might be at risk. By the end of 1848, many of the political revolutions had been suppressed or had fizzled out, but nothing could wholly turn back the clock on change. Industrial capitalism was now the dominant force, and it carried both great promise and great peril. The world had been upended in the span of less than a century. Absolute monarchs fell or bent to constitutions, steam engines shrank continents, and a banker's coin could sway nations. Amid the smoke of factories and the ink of manifestos, humanity hurtled forward. As one era's myths shattered, new ones formed. The myth of progress, of the inevitable march toward prosperity, championed by financiers and inventors, and counter-myths of equality and justice, championed by idealists and revolutionaries. In this age of revolutions, industrial, political, and financial, the only constant was upheaval itself. And through it all, money, elusive, powerful, and protean, threaded every narrative, sometimes hero, sometimes villain, but always influential as the story of modern history unfolded. Chapter 15. Railroads and Robber Barons, 1848 to 1914 CE. In the spring of 1849, a peculiar fever swept through England once more. Not tulips this time, but railways. In a London pub off Fleet Street, investors from all walks of life crowded over a map of proposed railway lines crisscrossing the kingdom. "Every town shall have a station, and every investor shall be rich," declared a tipsy gentleman with a prospectus in hand. A young clerk bragged, "I've put all my savings into the Great Northern and Southern Midlands Railway. They say shares have tripled since Christmas." In a corner, an old banker with mutton chops muttered, "These railway schemes breed faster than rabbits." Indeed, hundreds of new railroad companies were floated on the London Stock Exchange in a matter of months. Some were sound, many were fanciful. Villages that barely had cows to count were promised direct connections to the metropole. By 1846, the mania peaked, dubbed Railway Mania, and fortunes grew on paper as iron rails snaked across plans and parchment. But when the smoke cleared and many promised locomotives failed to arrive, reality hit like the screech of brakes. The bubble burst, shares plummeted, and investors who dreamed of steamy profits were left holding worthless certificates. A famous cartoon of the era depicted John Bull, symbol of the British public, chasing a locomotive that turned out to be a ghost. As it had after South Sea and tulips, Britain licked its wounds and carried on. Crucially, though many speculators lost money, the country did gain a national railway network, stitching together its industrial towns with steel and steam. The lesson seemed to be, even in folly, progress found a way through. Across the Atlantic, in the young United States, the mid-19th century saw an even wilder railroad boom, but on a continental scale. Mountains, rivers, and prairies were no match for the ambition of American railroad barons. In 1869, a golden spike was driven at Promontory Summit, Utah, finally connecting the Union Pacific and Central Pacific railroads coast to coast. For the first time, one could travel from New York to San Francisco by rail, a journey that took days instead of months. This feat was celebrated as a triumph of American will and know-how, but behind the scenes lay a web of financier machinations and graft. Government land grants and bonds had lubricated the enterprise. Railroad companies grew fat on public subsidy and private greed. A scandal, the Crédit Mobilier, revealed that congressmen had been bribed with discounted stocks to hush up the railroad's corrupt cost overruns. In New York, the stock market on Wall Street became the site of epic battles for railroad control. One notorious episode in the late 1860s, the Erie War, saw two titans clash: Cornelius Vanderbilt, the Commodore, who had built a fortune in steamships and now moved into railroads, versus Jay Gould and Jim Fisk, cunning financiers in charge of the Erie Railroad. Vanderbilt attempted to buy up Erie shares to take over the line, but Gould and Fisk countered by illegally issuing thousands of new shares, diluting Vanderbilt's stake. The Commodore found himself buying paper that multiplied like Hydra's heads. Legend says Gould even deployed a bevy of prostitutes to distract legislators while he escaped to New Jersey with Erie's records when court injunctions flew. In the end, Vanderbilt settled for a payoff. Gould kept control of Erie and earned a reptilian repute as one of Wall Street's great villains. By the Gilded Age, a term coined by Mark Twain for the late 19th century's glittering surface and rotten core, America's economy surged forward, and with it emerged the figures later dubbed robber barons. These men, railroad kings, oil tycoons, steel magnates, built industrial empires that made the princes of Europe look like paupers. John D. Rockefeller, for instance, quietly and ruthlessly cornered the oil market. His Standard Oil Company, headquartered in Cleveland, squeezed out competitors by any means, offering to buy them out one day, undercutting, and ruining them the next if they refused. By 1880, Standard Oil controlled about 90% of America's oil refining. When asked the secret to success, Rockefeller smirked, "Competition is a sin," encapsulating his monopoly ethos. Andrew Carnegie, a Scottish immigrant of humble origin, mastered steel. He built gigantic mills in Pittsburgh that churned out steel for rails, bridges, and skyscrapers. "Watch costs, and the profits take care of themselves," he would say, driving his managers to slash expenses and often wages to the bone. Meanwhile, banking titan J.P. Morgan sat in his New York office orchestrating deals that forged trusts, combinations of companies that dominated industries from electricity to farm equipment. Morgan had an imposing presence. Rosacea gave his nose a purplish hue, and it was whispered he could intimidate an emperor with a single glare over his bulbous nose. These barons live lavishly, mansions on Fifth Avenue, Newport Summer, cottages, with dozens of rooms, diamonds in banquets, and yachts. Yet public opinion was ambivalent. On one hand, these men's enterprises modernized the country, brought cheaper goods, and spurred innovation. On the other, their methods were often predatory. A popular political cartoon depicted the Senate as a room overrun by bloated money bags labeled with names like steel, coal, and oil seated where senators should be. A pointed commentary on the corruption and influence of big business. Back in Europe, things were not so different. The Industrial Revolution rolled on. Germany, newly unified in 1871, grew mighty in steel and chemicals. Under tycoons like Alfred Krupp, the Cannon King, whose steelworks turned out artillery that made the continent tremble. International capital flowed freely. By the 1890s, a French banker might be financing a Russian railroad, while a London syndicate floated bonds for an Argentine meat-packing plant. The world economy was more interconnected than ever, aided by the gold standard which, by the 1870s, most major nations adopted, linking currencies to gold at fixed rates. A British pound or French franc was as good as gold, literally fostering a sense of stability that encouraged global trade and lending. Of course, this meant that financial panics could also go global, as they did in 1873 when a crash in Vienna cascaded into a worldwide depression known as the Long Depression that lasted years. But memory is short in the realm of finance. By the turn of the 20th century, optimism was again boundless. In the United States, one man came to symbolize both the power and perils of the new financial order, John Pierpont Morgan. In 1907, when a banking panic threatened to topple dominoes of trusts and banks, it was Morgan who took charge. With no central bank, the U.S. wouldn't establish the Federal Reserve until 1913, all eyes turned to the steely-eyed financier. Morgan locked the doors of his library on Madison Avenue with a clique of New York bankers inside. "Gentlemen," he said, effectively imprisoning them until they could agree on a rescue plan, "we must not leave until we save the American financial system." And save it they did. Morgan compelled the feuding bankers to pool funds and shore up failing institutions, personally pledging his own capital to reassure the panicked public. Outside on the streets, crowds waited in the cold, gaslight flickering on anxious faces, until word emerged that Morgan had stemmed the tide. Disaster was averted. The stock market steadied. J.P. Morgan emerged from his library like a colossus, albeit an aging one, grumbling that he'd very much like the government to create a proper central bank so he could retire from being the nation's unofficial lender of last resort. By 1914, railroads spanned continents, oil lit lamps in every city, steel framed the modern skyline, and bankers in London and New York presided over a truly global financial system. An era of relative peace in Europe, the long Victorian era, had fostered an explosion of trade and investment across borders. The wealthy of the Belle Époque enjoyed telephones, automobiles, and luxurious travel made possible by these industrial and financial advances. It seemed the world was on an unstoppable trajectory of progress, profit, and peace. Little did they know, the guns of August 1914 were about to shatter that golden world. But on the eve of the First World War, the robber barons toasted their own glory. Rail magnates planned new lines to conquer distance, and bankers balanced ledgers that spanned the globe. They had built vast fortunes and transformed nations, these larger-than-life figures, part hero, part villain, whose legacies would cast long shadows into the next era. As one wag quipped about the gilded giants, "How odd that in an age of enlightenment we have forged ourselves new kings, crowned not by divine right, but by the almighty dollar." Chapter 16, War Bonds and Broken Banks, 1914 to 1945 CE. In August 1914, the long peace was shattered. As World War I erupted, governments urgently needed money to feed the war machine. In Britain, as young men lined up at recruiting offices, their families lined up at banks, not to withdraw, but to lend. "Your country needs you to buy war bonds," proclaimed posters plastered on every street corner, often alongside the stern visage of Lord Kitchener. At a cozy kitchen table in Liverpool, a mother carefully counted shillings into an envelope for a £50 war bond, encouraged by a visiting volunteer in a sash. "It's for the boys at the front, and it will come back with interest," he assured her. Across the ocean in the United States, once it joined the fray in 1917, the scene repeated on a massive scale. Liberty Loan drives featured parades, celebrity endorsements, and brass bands. Over 20 million Americans answered the call, purchasing Liberty bonds to raise some $17 billion for the war, selling World War I, buy Liberty bonds. 1917 to 1919, Gilder Lehrman Institute of American History. Selling the World War I, buy Liberty bonds. 1917 to 1919, Gilder Lehrman Institute of American History. Even school children pitched in pennies for war-saving stamps. Never before had entire populations been asked to finance war so directly. It was patriotism and investment rolled into one. The war's end in 1918 brought elation and economic turmoil. Europe was ravaged, cities and factories lay in ruins, and the old gold-backed order of currency had been suspended amid the emergency. Germany, burdened by crushing reparations from the Treaty of Versailles, saw its economy spiral into chaos. By 1923, the once proud German mark had become a cruel joke. In Berlin, a loaf of bread that cost 1 mark in 1919 cost 100 billion marks by late 1923. Workers were paid twice a day and rushed with wheelbarrows of banknotes to buy groceries before prices doubled again by evening. A famous story told of a German who left a basket of cash outside a shop only to find the money scattered on the ground. The basket stolen, as it was far more valuable than the paper notes. One university student recalled ordering 2 cups of coffee in a cafe. The price for the second cup rose from 5,000 to 7,000 marks in the time it took to finish the first. Hyperinflation in the Weimar Republic, description and facts, Britannica. Banknotes became wallpaper, kite paper, even fuel for stoves, as they burned better than coal. This hyperinflation wiped out the life savings of the middle class and sowed seeds of bitterness that would later be reaped by extremists. "Money has betrayed us," muttered an old professor as he pasted nearly worthless notes into a scrap album as souvenirs of madness. Meanwhile, the United States roared through the 1920s, an era of jazz, flappers, and a soaring stock market. Easy money and post-war optimism fueled a speculative frenzy on Wall Street. Taxi drivers, maids, and millionaires alike played the market, convinced that stock prices could only go up. Buy on margin became the mantra. Why put down the full price of stocks when a 10% down payment could control a fortune? Brokers extended loans liberally to anyone wanting to buy shares. In a Harlem barber shop, even as a customer got a trim, he got stock tips from the barber. Across the country, people fantasized about fortunes in General Motors or Radio Corporation of America, but on a crisp October day in 1929, reality intervened. Stock prices, stretched to fantastic heights, began to wobble. On October 24th, Black Thursday, panic selling began. By October 29th, Black Tuesday, it was a stampede. In the New York Stock Exchange's Great Hall, normally debonair men screamed and shoved to sell, only to find no buyers. Ticker tape machines fell hours behind. Some simply stopped trying to record the waterfall of collapsing prices. Outside on Wall Street, a crowd gathered in stunned silence as one after another, grim-faced traders emerged. Legends of ruined speculators leaping from windows swirled, though mostly apocryphal. But the pain was real enough. Within days, $30 billion in paper wealth evaporated, more than the U.S. had spent in all of World War I. Thus began the Great Depression. Banks that had eagerly loaned for stock speculation now faced defaults as investors went bankrupt. In 1930, the ripple became a tsunami. A farmer in Arkansas couldn't repay his loan, which meant the local bank couldn't honor all deposits. Fear spread, and depositors rushed to withdraw their money. These bank runs swept across America like wildfires. In scene after scene, from Chicago to New York, throngs of anxious people banged on bolted bank doors or formed lines that snaked down streets, clutching bank books and praying to reclaim their savings before the vault ran dry. By 1933, a quarter of U.S. banks had failed and a quarter of the workforce was unemployed. Bread lines stretched outside churches and soup kitchens. Dust storms ravaged the prairies as if reflecting the financial drought. The American dream had curdled into a nightmare of foreclosed homes and shuttered factories. In 1932, Franklin D. Roosevelt won the presidency by promising a New Deal for the American people. One of his first acts in March 1933 was to declare a bank holiday, closing all banks temporarily to halt the panic. Over the radio, in calm, grandfatherly tones, FDR gave a fireside chat explaining that it was safer to keep money in a reopened, government-inspected bank than under the mattress. Slowly, confidence began to return, and banks reopened under new safeguards, like federal deposit insurance to protect depositors. It was a radical departure, the government openly intervening in the financial system to protect the common citizen, anathema a generation earlier, but widely welcomed now. In Germany, the Depression fueled extremist politics. After a brief respite of stability in the mid-1920s, the crash hit hard. American banks withdrew loans, German factories closed, unemployment soared to nearly 30%. Into this misery strode Adolf Hitler, railing against reparations, bankers, and a global conspiracy, promising to restore German pride and prosperity. By 1933, he was in power, and democracy in Germany was dead, strangled in large part by economic despair. To combat the Depression, many governments abandoned the gold standard, which had become a golden handcuff strangling growth. Britain dropped gold in 1931, the US in 1933, allowing their currencies to depreciate and making exports more competitive. This provided some relief, and by the late 1930s, parts of the world saw recovery. Yet it was rearmament and then war that truly ended the Depression for most. The approach of World War II in the late 1930s led governments to open the spending spigots again. By 1939, factories in America were humming, producing ships and planes, first for Allies via Lend-Lease, later for U.S. forces after Pearl Harbor, and the last unemployed hands found work building the arsenal of democracy. World War II, even more than the first, became a total war that demanded total economic mobilization. In Nazi Germany, economists like Hjalmar Schacht and later Hermann Göring directed a war economy geared to conquest using everything from looted assets of occupied territories to forced labor. In the Allied nations, war bonds once more became a civic duty. Families scrimped and saved to lend to their governments. Hollywood stars toured the U.S. selling war bonds. Clark Gable or Rita Hayworth might appear in your hometown to urge you to turn your dollars into bullets and rations for the troops. By 1945, U.S. war bond drives raised over $185 billion, a staggering sum covering about half the war's cost, with the rest largely borrowed from banks and conjured by the Federal Reserve's money printing. Britain emerged victorious but essentially broke, having mortgaged its empire to fight the Nazis, relying heavily on American Lend-Lease aid and loans. When VE Day, Victory in Europe, came in May 1945, church bells rang and crowds cheered, but the financial toll was profound. Banks in many countries lay in shambles, either physically from bombing or figuratively from inflation and debt. In devastated continental Europe and Japan, currencies were worthless and economies had to be rebuilt from the ground up. As the dust settled and an uneasy peace took hold, the world's financial leadership passed into new hands. The United States, untouched at home by war and economically stronger than ever, assumed the mantle. Even before the war's end, in July 1944, delegates from 44 nations gathered in Bretton Woods, New Hampshire, to plan a new international monetary order, hoping to avoid the economic chaos that led to conflict. There, under the guidance of John Maynard Keynes of Britain and Harry Dexter White of the US, they devised a system that would make the US dollar the anchor of global finance, backed by gold. But that is a story for the next chapter. For now, in 1945, humanity stood at a crossroads. War had shown the terrifying, destructive power of industrial economies and the crucial importance of sound finance, as well as its fragility. The banks had broken, but been rebuilt. The bonds, both financial and social, had been strained to near snapping, yet new bonds of cooperation were being forged in hope of a more stable future. People could only pray that the lessons of war and depression would finally be learned, and that a new, more lasting myth of money, one of peace and shared prosperity, could emerge from the ashes of conflict. Chapter 17. Bretton Woods and the Dollar God, 1945 to 1971 CE. In July 1944, while World War II still raged, an extraordinary gathering took place in the tranquil woods of New Hampshire. At the Mount Washington Hotel in Bretton Woods, delegates from 44 allied nations convened to reshape the world's financial order. In the grand ballroom, the air buzzed with ideas and cigar smoke as economists and officials debated late into the night. The towering intellect of John Maynard Keynes, representing war-weary Britain, sparred politely with the American delegation led by Harry Dexter White of the U.S. Treasury. Keynes, with his mane of silver hair and patrician manner, proposed a daring plan: a global central bank issuing a new currency called Bancor for international trade. White, pragmatic, and backed by America's burgeoning economic might, preferred a simpler solution: use the US dollar, anchored to gold, as the pivot of world currencies. After 3 weeks of negotiation and perhaps a few too many cocktails, they struck a grand bargain. The United States, with 3/4 of the world's gold reserves gleaming in its vaults, agreed to peg the dollar to gold at $35 per ounce, forever redeemable in gold by other central banks. All other currencies would then peg to the dollar, but could adjust their rates if needed in case of fundamental imbalance. To oversee this new system, they created the International Monetary Fund, IMF, and the World Bank to help stabilize currencies and fund reconstruction. Keynes didn't get his fanciful Bancor. White's dollar won the day. Some British wags noted wryly that Britannia, who once ruled the waves, now waived the rules, ceding financial leadership to Uncle Sam. As Keynes put it, in a moment of candor, "The dollar is America's currency, but everyone's problem." Britain, bankrupt and indebted, could only acquiesce. The dollar god, as some half-jokingly dubbed it, was anointed, perched atop a throne of gold. In the first years after World War II, the Bretton Woods system worked like a charm. The world, weary of chaos, embraced stability. The U.S. opened its coffers with the Marshall Plan, sending billions of dollars to rebuild Europe, ensuring allies could buy American goods and get back on their feet. Factories in Detroit and Osaka roared back to life. Trade flourished. Under the new order, a pound sterling or a franc had a fixed value in dollars and indirectly in gold. A businessman in Paris knew what he'd get when exchanging francs to dollars or yen, a sense of monetary certainty unseen since pre-war gold standard days. It was a golden age, figuratively and literally, marked by strong growth and rising living standards across Western economies and Japan. The IMF stood ready with short-term loans if any country faced a balance of payments hiccup, ensuring minor crises didn't snowball. Yet, beneath the surface of Pax Americana, tensions slowly brewed. The dollar's exalted status required trust that the U.S. would always honor its promise to exchange dollars for gold at $35 per ounce if asked. In the 1950s, this was unquestioned. The U.S. had ample gold, and the world had an appetite for dollars to buy made-in-USA goods. But as the 1960s progressed, the United States began to stretch itself financially. The Vietnam War, President Johnson's Great Society programs, moon landings, all paid for with a seemingly bottomless wallet. The Federal Reserve printed dollars to cover budgets. Overseas, these dollars accumulated in the central banks of export powerhouses like West Germany and Japan. By the late 1960s, a Frenchman might quip that the US was exporting inflation, handing out paper dollars for real goods, with America's gold reserves increasingly thin compared to dollars in circulation. No one embodied the skepticism more than France's president, General Charles de Gaulle. He saw the dollar's privileged position, the exorbitant privilege, he called it, as a free ride for Americans. So in 1965, with dramatic flair, de Gaulle instructed the Bank of France to start converting its dollar holdings into gold, and even mused about sending a French Navy ship to New York to pick up the bullion if necessary. Other nations quietly began following suit. The U.S. gold stock, once over 20,000 tons, started dropping like a barometer before a storm. In Washington, alarm bells rang softly at first, then loudly. By 1971, the U.S. had only about a quarter of the gold needed to cover foreign-held dollars. Something had to give. On the evening of August 15, 1971, President Richard Nixon appeared on television in a surprise broadcast. Flanked by American flags and looking resolute, Nixon declared, "I have directed Secretary Connally to suspend temporarily the convertibility of the dollar into gold or other reserve assets." Though he sugar-coated it with blame on international money speculators, the truth was plain. The Bretton Woods promise was broken. The dollar god would no longer trade its paper for gold. The announcement stunned the world's financial elite. In effect, Nixon had slain the golden anchor that had moored the global monetary system. The dollar and other currencies were now set adrift to float or sink by market tides. There was immediate turbulence. In foreign exchange markets, which suddenly had to invent new rules, the dollar's value slid against major currencies. Within months, what had been fixed became a free-for-all. The Japanese yen, German mark, British pound, and others all floated against the greenback. Yet the feared collapse of the system did not happen. Instead, a new era began. Without gold, money became purely a matter of trust and government stewardship. Some economists cheered the new flexibility, believing it could correct imbalances more smoothly than the rigid Bretton Woods corset. Others mourned the end of an era of stability and discipline. An American wit quipped, "We're all Keynesians now, we just print money and call it good." The dollar god itself, far from perishing, proved surprisingly resilient, for even as the dollar's tie to gold was cut, the world continued to use dollars as its chief currency for trade and reserves. Oil, that black lifeblood of modern economies, was priced in dollars. Countries with surpluses still often chose to stash them in U.S. Treasury bonds. Why? Perhaps because no other currency could easily take its place, and despite everything, the U.S. economy was still the mightiest. John Maynard Keynes did not live to see this day, but one imagines his ghost raising an eyebrow. The system he had helped design at Bretton Woods was meant to avoid the chaos of the interwar years, and for a quarter century it largely did. Now, as the 1970s dawned, the world was headed into uncharted waters of floating currencies, oil shocks, and stagflation. But that is a chapter to come. For now, the Bretton Woods era ended not with a bang, but with Nixon's intonation and a collective gasp. The dollar god remained, but now unchained, free to roam the heavens without the leash of gold. Its worshippers, central bankers, and finance ministers worldwide would soon learn that a free god can be capricious. The next act in the myth of money was about to begin, one where faith and fiat would intertwine in strange, new ways. Chapter 18: Inflation, Stagflation, and Reaganomics, 1971 to 1990 CE. The 1970s opened with the world adjusting to a new reality. Currencies floated freely, and the once stable price of gold began to soar, signaling distrust in paper money. Then, in October 1973, a geopolitical tremor hit the wallets of ordinary people around the globe. In retaliation for Western support of Israel during the Yom Kippur War, Arab members of OPEC embargoed oil exports. The price of crude quadrupled seemingly overnight. At gas stations from New York to London, motorists faced serpentine lines and rationing. A frustrated American father, after waiting hours to fill his tank, muttered, "We won the war, but lost our way. Even gasoline ain't cheap anymore." Inflation, which was already creeping up, now sprinted. The cost of everything, food, fuel, rent, climbed relentlessly. By 1974, the US inflation rate topped 11%, and in Britain, it was even higher. This era of high inflation combined with stagnant growth confounded economists. According to the old Phillips curve doctrine, high unemployment was supposed to coincide with low inflation, and vice versa. Yet here were the worst of both worlds. Stagflation, it was dubbed. Factories stagnated, joblessness rose while prices kept rising, a seemingly perverse outcome. In the White House, President Nixon had earlier tried wage and price controls in 1971, freezing prices by fiat in a desperate gamble to break inflation. It worked only briefly, like holding a lid on a boiling pot, only to have it boil over once released. His successor, Gerald Ford, in 1974, opted for a touch of marketing. He declared inflation public enemy number one and distributed bright red lapel buttons that read, "Win, whip inflation now," urging Americans to conserve and save. People chuckled. The buttons became collectibles, but prices kept climbing. By the late 70s, Americans coined a miserable metric, the misery index, adding inflation and unemployment rates together, which hit record highs. Across the Atlantic, Britons fared little better. The UK endured its winter of discontent in 1978 to 1979 with striking workers and garbage piling in the streets as inflation eroded paychecks. Economic malaise bred political change. In 1979, Margaret Thatcher became Prime Minister, vowing to cure Britain's sick man economy with the strong medicine of monetarism and free markets. That same year in the US, a new chairman took the helm at the Federal Reserve, Paul Volcker, a towering man, literally at 6'7", with a cigar perpetually in hand and a mandate to slay the inflation dragon. And slay it he did, though not without pain. Volcker dramatically hiked interest rates, pushing the US prime lending rate above 20%. Borrowing money became exorbitant. Businesses curtailed expansion. Consumers balked at financing houses or cars. A harsh recession ensued in 1981 to 82. Unemployment in America spiked above 10%, the highest since the Great Depression. Farmers protested by driving their tractors to Washington in angry convoys, as high rates meant ruin for many who borrowed for land or equipment. Volcker famously received death threats and, more symbolically, bags of wheat from farmers who couldn't pay their loans. But by 1983, Volcker's shock therapy had worked. Inflation in the US receded to just over 3%, taming a beast that had plagued the economy for a decade. Meanwhile, a revolution of a different sort took hold in the halls of power. The rise of neoliberal economics, embodied by US President Ronald Reagan and the UK's Thatcher in the 1980s. Reagan swept into office in 1981 on a platform of tax cuts, deregulation, and rolling back the state, encapsulated in his famous line, "Government is not the solution to our problem. Government is the problem." He promptly pushed through hefty tax cuts, with the top marginal tax rate falling from 70% to 50%, eventually to 28% by the end of his tenure. The idea was supply-side economics. Cut taxes on businesses and the wealthy to spur investment, let the benefits trickle down to everyone. Critics derisively called it Reaganomics or voodoo economics, as George H.W. Bush once quipped, skeptical that the riches at the top would indeed flow to the base. In the short term, Reagan's defense buildup, a massive arms spending surge to challenge the Soviet Union combined with tax cuts, caused budget deficits to explode. The US became the world's largest debtor nation by the late 1980s, but the economy did rebound strongly from the Volcker recession, growth resumed, inflation remained tamed, and millions of jobs were created, albeit some in low-wage services as manufacturing continued to automate or move overseas. On Wall Street, the 1980s were a time of unabashed exuberance and excess. The stock market entered a long bull run, buoyed by deregulation and an entrepreneurial boom. Investment bankers orchestrated colossal corporate mergers and leveraged buyouts using junk bonds, high-yield debt pioneered by financier Michael Milken, as ammunition. Yuppies, young urban professionals, became cultural icons with their power suits and flashy cars, reveling in a new, gilded age. Tom Wolfe dubbed the era the bonfire of the vanities. In trading rooms, a generation of 20-something MBAs chanted the unofficial creed captured by fictional Gordon Gekko's proclamation, "Greed, for lack of a better word, is good." There were dark moments too. On October 19, 1987, Black Monday, the Dow Jones Stock Index plunged 22% in a single day, the largest one-day percentage drop in history. For a few stomach-churning hours, it seemed the financial system might melt down entirely. But the newly appointed Federal Reserve Chairman, Alan Greenspan, Volcker's successor, reacted swiftly, assuring markets of liquidity. The panic subsided, and unlike 1929, the '87 crash did not trigger an economic depression, a testament to lessons learned and a bit of good fortune. While the US and UK embraced free market policies, elsewhere in the world, tectonic shifts were unfolding. Japan rising like an economic sun, and West Germany, powerhouse of Europe, thrived with more managed forms of capitalism. The communist Soviet bloc, meanwhile, stagnated in the 1980s, ultimately leading to its political and economic collapse by 1991. A collapse that free market champions seized as vindication of capitalism. But within the capitalist triumph, seeds of future challenges were planted. The financial sector's growing dominance, deregulation's unintended consequences, widening inequality. These would come to the fore later. Yet, as the 1980s closed, the prevailing sentiment in the West was triumph. Inflation had been vanquished, growth was strong, the Soviet adversary was fading. Reagan left office in 1989 with the economy humming and a massive national debt quietly tucked away, while Thatcher's Britain had broken the back of militant unions and reinvigorated London as a global financial hub. The Morning in America optimism and the Big Bang financial liberalization in London symbolized an era confident that markets were the way forward. As the decade ended, an American Federal Reserve official mused at a dinner party, "We've solved it all, haven't we? No more nasty inflation, growth without end." A wise old economist at the table smiled and shook his head. "Enjoy it while it lasts, son." For in the next chapters of the world's financial myth, new trials awaited, a surging Japan about to stumble, digital dreams and delusions and crises that would test the resilience of the new order forged in the fiery 1970s and go-go 1980s. But as of 1990, the dragon of stagflation was slain. The creed of free markets ascendant, and the masters of money were riding high on a wave of confidence that, this time, they truly had it all figured out. Chapter 19. Japan Rises, Japan Collapses, 1970 to 2000 CE. In the 3 decades after World War II, Japan accomplished an economic miracle. From the ashes of Hiroshima and Tokyo's rubble, it built a manufacturing powerhouse that, by the 1980s, made the world sit up in awe and a bit of fear. By 1970, the phrase "made in Japan" had transformed from a mark of cheap imitation to one of superb quality. Toyota and Honda cars ran forever, Sony's electronics dazzled, and Japanese steel and ships underpriced competitors. Year after year, Japan's economy grew at blistering rates, a phenomenon economists dubbed the Japanese miracle. The recipe: a hard-working, educated workforce, a cozy collaboration between government, the famed MITI, Ministry of International Trade and Industry, banks, and industry, and an export-driven strategy. Japan sold to the world and saved at home. Trade surpluses piled up, and by the 1980s, Japan had become the world's second-largest economy. By 1985, American news outlets fretted that Japan might soon own everything. It wasn't entirely hyperbole. Japanese firms and investors, flush with cash from years of trade surpluses and rising asset values, went on a buying spree abroad. They snapped up icons like New York's Rockefeller Center, Columbia Pictures in Hollywood, and chunks of Hawaii and California real estate. When a Van Gogh painting sold to a Japanese buyer for an astronomical $40 million, it symbolized Japan's seemingly limitless purchasing power. In Washington, politicians complained about Japanese imports and unfair practices. Trade tensions simmered. A tongue-in-cheek joke made the rounds. The Japanese will buy our Statue of Liberty next and maybe charge us admission to visit. At home, Japan was experiencing a bubble of epic proportions. The stock market soared. The Nikkei index rose fivefold in the 1980s, reaching nearly 39,000 by the end of 1989. Even more staggering was the real estate frenzy. Land in Tokyo became the most expensive in the world. One oft-repeated statistic claimed that the tiny 3.4 square kilometer area of the Imperial Palace grounds in central Tokyo was worth more than the entire state of California. Some versions said it equaled all real estate in Canada. Salarymen, the white-collar warriors of corporate Japan, found themselves speculating on condos and golf club memberships as prices only seemed to go up. Banks lent freely, using land as collateral that only increased in value on paper, which encouraged even more lending. A classic bubble feedback loop. A popular term, Zytec, financial engineering, entered the lexicon as companies dabbled in speculative investments on the side, often seeming to make more from playing markets than from making products. In a chic Tokyo bar, circa 1988, a stockbroker clinked glasses of sake with a property developer, each boasting about their latest gains. "I made 100 million yen on paper today," laughed the broker, "and my clients think I'm a genius." The developer retorted, "Only 100 million? I sold a plot of land the size of a postage stamp for twice that." They joked that at this rate, soon only Yakuza gangsters and emperors would be able to buy a house in Tokyo. Everyone from young couples to corporations felt pressure to buy now or never afford to later. It was absurd, but the absurdity made people believe the government would never allow a crash because too much was at stake. The bubble era, Babaru Keiki, became a cultural moment in Japan defined by extravagant spending, flashy fashion, and an undercurrent of unreality. But as with all bubbles, this one did not last. In 1989, the Bank of Japan, growing wary of runaway speculation, raised interest rates sharply to cool things off. The effect was like pricking a balloon. In early 1990, the Nikkei stock index began to fall and fall. Within 2 years, it lost over half its value, and it kept drifting down for over a decade, never revisiting its 1989 peak, even 30 years later. Real estate followed suit. Tokyo land prices fell by as much as 80% over the 1990s. The wealth that had seemed so limitless simply evaporated. Banks were suddenly faced with bad loans. Trillions of yen lent against properties now worth far less. Instead of aggressively writing off these loans and recapitalizing, many Japanese banks hesitated, extending terms and calling in political favors, effectively becoming zombie banks, alive in name but not truly functional, just barely carrying on with hidden losses. Thus began Japan's lost decade, which in truth stretched to 2 decades in terms of stagnant prices and anemic growth. The 1990s saw Japan stuck in a deflationary quagmire. Prices actually began to fall year after year, a situation alien to a generation that only knew inflation. Consumers, once kings of conspicuous consumption, grew cautious, holding off on purchases expecting things to get cheaper, which further depressed the economy in a vicious cycle. The government tried stimulus packages, building bridges and roads to nowhere, and the central bank cut interest rates to 0. But the psychological shock had been immense. An entire society that had been supremely confident, some would say smug, about its economic model now suffered an identity crisis. "Where did we go wrong?" headlined Japanese magazines. Birth rates fell as the young people postponed marriage in an uncertain climate. The once unstoppable Japanese corporations lost their edge, overtaken by new competitors. The rise of Korea's Samsung and Hyundai in electronics and autos, for instance, and later Silicon Valley in tech innovation. The West, which had feared Japan's dominance, now studied its stagnation as a cautionary tale. By the year 2000, Japan was still mired in near-zero growth in prices, a situation economists had a name for: deflation, the dreaded opposite of inflation. The government debt had ballooned from repeated stimulus spending, yet unemployment, while modest by global standards, was the highest Japan had faced since the war. Other nations learned from Japan's saga. Central bankers especially took note of how a burst bubble can paralyze a banking system and lead to lost decades. Indeed, when the global financial crisis would erupt in 2008, a story to come, policymakers often cited the need to avoid Japanification, a fate of stagnation. For Japan's people, the era was bittersweet. The late 80s had been a party with them as the envy of the world. The 90s, a hangover and reflection. A humbling, perhaps. As one Japanese journalist wrote in 1999, "We woke from a dream of being number one to find we are only human after all." Yet even in stagnation, Japan remained a wealthy, safe, and orderly society. Not a bad outcome, just not the ever-ascending arc once imagined. The myth of money had played a trick. The nation that seemed to have mastered growth learned that fortunes can reverse and that no economic model is infallible. Still, at the dawn of the 21st century, Japan endured, wiser if sadder, with its tale serving as both inspiration for its rise and warning for its fall to the rest of the world. Chapter 20. .com, Derivatives and Delusions, 1990 to 2001 CE. The 1990s began with capitalism seemingly triumphant. The Soviet Union collapsed in 1991, and talk of a new world order filled the air. Technological change, especially the rise of computers and the internet, ushered in what many called a new economy. Old rules, some claimed, no longer applied. By the mid-90s, stock markets were surging globally, but nowhere more so than in the United States. A cultural shift occurred. Being an investor became as common as being a sports fan. Middle-class families put their savings into mutual funds. CNBC's financial news tickers flickered in living rooms and airport lounges. In Silicon Valley, young entrepreneurs in t-shirts and sneakers founded startups with absurdly ambitious names and plans. The internet, originally a network for academics and defense, was now open for commerce, and every day seemed to bring a new company with a bold mission to revolutionize something via the web. Investors, fueled by a mix of greed and the fear of missing out, poured money into anything with a .com suffix. In Manhattan, a 27-year-old junior analyst at a hedge fund bragged at a cocktail party. "I made 300% on ePets online in 6 months. All they do is sell pet food over the internet." Another chimed in, "That's nothing. I bought into Global Fiber Corp's IPO this morning and it doubled by afternoon." Indeed, initial public offerings of .com companies became rocket rides. Even those with no profits, or sometimes no revenues, soared to multi-billion-dollar valuations. Traditional metrics of value like price-to-earnings ratios were tossed aside. Eyeballs, the number of website visitors, became the new coin of the realm. A venture capitalist famously said, "We're in the midst of a gold rush. It doesn't matter if we strike gold as long as we stake a claim." And stake they did. By 1999, hundreds of .com startups, from online pet stores to on-demand delivery services, had received lavish funding. Behind the scenes, the financial world was also inventing new, arcane products, derivatives, they were called, that allowed betting on everything from interest rates to credit worthiness. One hedge fund, Long-Term Capital Management, LTCM, founded by esteemed Wall Street veterans and even 2 Nobel Prize-winning economists, used these complex instruments and mountains of leverage to exploit tiny market inefficiencies. For a while, LTCM minted money in the mid-90s, yielding 40% annual returns, earning it a near-mythical aura. But in 1998, when Russia defaulted on its debt and markets worldwide convulsed, LTCM's highly leveraged bets went sour all at once. In a matter of weeks, this Goliath of finance lost almost all its capital, threatening to drag several big banks down with it. The Federal Reserve, fearing a cascading crisis, hastily convened a meeting of major banks. In a tense conference room, rival bankers, jaws clenched, agreed to collectively bail out LTCM to prevent a meltdown. It was a precursor of crises to come and a stark reminder that even brilliant models can fail spectacularly when reality diverges from theory. Yet such warnings did little to dampen the late 90s euphoria. In December 1996, Fed Chairman Alan Greenspan cautiously mused about irrational exuberance in the markets, but then largely stood aside as the bubble inflated. By 1999, the NASDAQ stock index, laden with tech companies, was doubling in a year, seemingly doubling every few months. It was a party, and everyone was invited. Taxi drivers swapped stock tips, college students started e-commerce ventures in dorm rooms, hoping to IPO before graduation. Corporate America feared being left behind. Established companies frantically added .com to their names or launched online divisions just to boost their stock. Fortunes were made on paper overnight. A new class of paper millionaires emerged, 20-somethings whose startup equity briefly made them richer, on screen, than any traditional industrialist. And then, as the century turned, the music stopped. Perhaps it was triggered by rising interest rates in early 2000, or simply by the collective realization that valuations had lost any tether to reality. One by one, the high-flying .coms began to crash back to earth. Pets.com, whose sock puppet mascot had starred in pricey Super Bowl commercials, went bankrupt in late 2000, its plush toy inventories auctioned off for pennies. Webvan, a much-hyped online grocery delivery service that had expanded to multiple cities, shut down after burning through hundreds of millions of dollars. Its grand warehouses, empty monuments to overreach. The NASDAQ, which had peaked above 5,000 in March 2000, plunged nearly 80% by late 2002. paper fortunes evaporated. A generation of investors who believe stocks only go up learned a painful lesson. The fallout did not trigger a wider economic collapse. The early 2000s saw a mild recession, cushioned in part by the Federal Reserve's interest rate cuts. But confidence was badly shaken. To add a coda of betrayal, in late 2001, the world learned that some of the stellar new economy profits of the 90s were mirages too. Enron, an energy trading company that had been the darling of Wall Street for its innovative approach and soaring stock, imploded in scandal. Its executives had hidden massive debts off the books and cooked the accounting, fooling auditors and investors alike. As Enron went bankrupt, thousands lost jobs and pensions, and its name became synonymous with corporate fraud. Other firms like WorldCom soon admitted colossal accounting fictions. The turn of the millennium thus ended not with the triumphant fanfare many had expected, but with the hiss of a deflating bubble and the acrid scent of corporate malfeasance in the air. Still, as the dust settled in 2001, many believed the stage was set for another renaissance. The internet did survive the hype and bust. Indeed, companies like Amazon and eBay, battered but alive, proved that some dot-com business models were sound. The era's excesses cleared out, the digital revolution marched on, and policymakers, for their part, seemed to have navigated the bust without letting it destroy the financial system. Alan Greenspan, hailed by some as the maestro, was credited with guiding the economy through a stock bubble burst with only a shallow recession. Little did anyone know that the low interest rates and easy credit that followed would seed yet another bubble, this time in housing, that would lead to an even greater crisis in the decade to come. But at the dawn of 2002, that was a distant storm cloud. For now, the lesson seemed to be, even after delirium and delusion, progress continues. The myth of money had stumbled, but not fallen. It would learn, adapt, and continue into the new century, perhaps chastened, but ever present as the catalyst of dreams and disasters alike. Chapter 21. BRICS and Bailouts, 2001 to 2008 CE. In late 2001, as the world was reeling from the dot-com crash and the shock of 9/11, a Goldman Sachs economist named Jim O'Neill published a report coining a new acronym, BRIC, for Brazil, Russia, India, and China. These four populous nations, he argued, would be the drivers of global growth in the 21st century, gradually eclipsing the old G7 economies. It was a bold prediction, but evidence quickly mounted. China especially was in a league of its own, its economy growing at near 10% a year, manufacturing everything from toys to electronics for the globe, and accumulating vast trade surpluses. In 2001, China joined the World Trade Organization, further integrating into the world economy. Factories multiplied along the Pearl River Delta and the Yangtze. Hundreds of millions of rural Chinese migrated to booming cities to work in export industries. In India, a tech and service sector revolution was underway. Bangalore's call centers and IT firms thrived, serving Western clients. Russia rode high on oil and gas prices, and Brazil supplied the world with soy, iron ore, and beef. Capital flowed into these emerging markets, and their stock markets and currencies often surged, with some bumps along the way. For the first time in modern memory, the bulk of world foreign exchange reserves, savings in effect, were held by emerging economies, not the old rich. By 2007, China alone sat on a staggering $1.5 trillion of reserves, much of it invested in U.S. Treasury bonds, effectively funding American deficits. And deficits, America had aplenty. To combat the early 2000s downturn, the U.S. Federal Reserve under Alan Greenspan slashed interest rates to historic lows, down to 1%. Borrowing became cheap, and Americans took full advantage. A housing boom took off, turbocharged by easy credit and a national zeitgeist that a home was not just a shelter, but an investment that could only grow. Banks and a new breed of lightly regulated lenders eagerly extended mortgages to virtually anyone. Terms like subprime entered the lexicon, loans to people with shaky credit. These subprime mortgages often featured gimmicks, low teaser rates for a couple years followed by steep resets or requiring no down payment or proof of income, ninja loans, no income, no job, no assets required. As long as home prices rose, all was well. Borrowers could always refinance or sell at a profit. And rise they did. By 2005, some regions saw annual home price gains of 20 to 30%. Ordinary folks started speculating in real estate. Flipping houses became a hobby and a hit on cable TV. Construction boomed. So did home equity loans as consumers borrowed against paper gains to finance spending. It seemed a money alchemy. You could buy a house with little to no skin in the game, watch its value climb, and reap instant wealth. Wall Street happily drank from the same punch bowl. Investment banks took these mortgages, thousands bundled together, and sliced them into securities, bonds, sold to investors around the world, an alphabet soup of CDOs and MBSs, collateralized debt obligations, mortgage-backed securities. The idea was that by pooling loans, even risky ones, and tranching them, dividing into layers of varying risk, you could create many safe securities. Rating agencies bestowed coveted AAA ratings on top tranches, deeming them nearly as secure as U.S. Treasury bonds, since what were the odds of a national housing downturn? Meanwhile, lower tranches with more risk offered high yields for the more daring. And for those wanting to bet even further, a derivative called the credit default swap, CDS, allowed effectively insuring or gambling on these bonds' defaults. It was a grand edifice built on housing and faith in financial engineering. By 2007, the volume of derivatives and exotic credit products had exploded into the tens of trillions, notional value exceeding global GDP by a wide margin. Banks were making fortunes packaging and trading these instruments. It was complex and opaque. As one trader famously quipped, "When the music's playing, you gotta dance, even if you don't fully know the tune." Inevitably, cracks appeared. In mid-2006, U.S. housing prices peaked and began to slip. Homes stopped selling quickly, inventory built up, speculative flippers found themselves stuck. By 2007, what had been a euphoria turned into concern. Subprime borrowers started defaulting as their mortgage rates reset higher and they couldn't refinance in a cooling market. Initially, Wall Street and regulators downplayed it. Subprime was contained, said one official. But as the year wore on, those mortgage-backed securities that had been distributed far and wide started showing losses. A hedge fund or two imploded. Then, in the summer of 2007, French bank BNP Paribas froze withdrawals from funds heavily invested in U.S. mortgage securities, admitting it couldn't value them amid the market turmoil. This was a red alert. Trust evaporated. Banks, unsure who held how much bad mortgage paper, grew wary of lending to each other. The interbank lending rates spiked. Central banks jumped in with emergency liquidity injections to keep credit flowing. In March 2008, a venerable Wall Street firm, Bear Stearns, heavily exposed to mortgage securities, abruptly buckled. Lenders withdrew credit. Counterparties refused to trade. It was the equivalent of a bank run on a modern investment bank. Over a frantic weekend, the Federal Reserve engineered a rescue. Bear Stearns was sold for a pittance to J.P. Morgan Chase with Fed guarantees to cover potential losses. "Holy cow!" exclaimed a stunned trader on that Monday. "If Bear can go, who's next?" The answer came 6 months later. September 2008 proved the most dramatic month for finance since the Great Depression. On September 15th, Lehman Brothers, another storied investment bank, filed for bankruptcy after rescue talks failed. No government bailout arrived, partly due to political opposition and moral hazard concerns. The immediate aftermath was chaos. Markets panicked at the realization a major bank could fail outright. That same week, AIG, the world's largest insurer, ironically brought low by CDS bets it sold to insure mortgage bonds, collapsed and was taken over by the US government in a massive $180 billion bailout. In quick succession, other giants tottered. Merrill Lynch rushed into the arms of Bank of America. Washington Mutual, a huge savings bank, went under. Wachovia needed saving. It was a cascade. Credit markets froze as banks refused to lend, terrified of who might be the next Lehman. Companies dependent on short-term financing teetered because commercial paper markets seized up. The stock market cratered. In Washington, Treasury Secretary Hank Paulson, a former Goldman Sachs CEO, and Fed Chair Ben Bernanke urgently sought authority from Congress for a $700 billion troubled asset relief program, TARP, to inject capital into banks and stem the panic. Their first attempt failed as angry citizens flooded representatives with calls against bailing out Wall Street, and Congress voted no. The Dow Jones promptly plunged nearly 800 points in a single day in response. Chastened, Congress reversed course and passed the bailout on a second try in early October 2008. Under TARP, the U.S. Treasury injected capital into major banks, essentially part nationalizing them temporarily. Across the Atlantic, European governments similarly rescued their banks and even entire nations. Iceland literally went bankrupt. By year's end, the global financial system had been pulled back from the brink, but barely. The cost was immense. In the U.S. alone, trillions in guarantees, loans, and capital infusions, not just TARP but Fed emergency programs, were marshaled to prevent total collapse. It was a drama for the ages. The era of bailouts had arrived out of dire necessity. The free market triumphalism of the 1990s lay in ashes as governments intervened on an unprecedented scale. The meltdown of 2008 became a generation-defining crisis, often likened to a financial heart attack that nearly killed the patient. The aftershocks would shape the next decade profoundly. A deep recession, a public backlash, a rethinking of financial regulation. But as the dust settled by early 2009, one thing was clear. The myth of money had nearly devoured itself, saved only by collective action that defied ideological convention. And so humanity entered the next chapter, chastened and wary. In the aftermath, new questions loomed. How to mend the torn social contract, how to balance risk and reward, and how to prevent the next calamity. Those would be the challenges of the years of austerity and unconventional measures to come, an era where money itself would be reinvented again through the extraordinary policies of zero rates and quantitative easing. But that, as they say, is a story for another day and another chapter in our unfolding myth of money. Chapter 22, QE and the Age of Austerity, 2008 to 2015 CE. In the wake of the 2008 financial cataclysm, policymakers around the world faced a monumental task: resuscitate economies without letting debt and inflation run wild. In 2009, governments opened the fiscal spigots. The U.S. passed a nearly $800 billion stimulus. China launched an even larger infrastructure spending blitz, and many others ran deficits to soften the recession. These efforts helped halt the freefall. By 2010, economies were stabilizing, but with the recovery fragile, central banks took the baton through unprecedented monetary measures. The U.S. Federal Reserve under Ben Bernanke, a scholar of the Great Depression, embarked on a grand experiment called quantitative easing, QE. Having already slashed interest rates to near zero, the Fed began directly purchasing long-term treasury bonds and mortgage-backed securities, effectively printing money to inject into the financial system. The goal: drive down long-term interest rates, encourage borrowing and investment, and inflate asset prices to spur a wealth effect. Critics fretted this would debase the currency or unleash inflation. Proponents argued it was the needed jolt for a heart-stopped economy. The results were mixed but significant. The Fed's balance sheet swelled from about $900 billion pre-crisis to over $4.5 trillion by 2015. Other central banks followed suit. The Bank of England did QE, the Bank of Japan, already experienced in 1958, such tactics from its own lost decade ramped up asset purchases, and eventually even the conservative European Central Bank, after much German reluctance, joined in by 2015. This was the age of easy money. Stock markets, which had bottomed in early 2009, rebounded spectacularly. By 2013, the Dow and S&P 500 hit new highs, fueled in part by the ocean of liquidity central banks provided. Large companies found it easy to refinance debt and even borrow cheaply to buy back shares, boosting stock prices further. Yet on Main Street, many felt a disconnect. The recovery in jobs and incomes was painfully slow. It became a common refrain that Wall Street had been saved, but not Main Street. Meanwhile, a contrasting economic philosophy gripped many governments, especially in Europe: austerity. With public debts surging from bailouts and stimulus, calls to tighten belts grew louder. In the UK, the Conservative-led government from 2010 implemented strict austerity measures, cutting public spending, trimming welfare benefits, and raising some taxes, aiming to reduce the budget deficit. Critics argued this slowed Britain's recovery and frayed its social safety net, but advocates insisted restoring fiscal credibility was paramount. On the continent, austerity was often a condition for financial assistance. The Eurozone had slid into its own crisis after 2009, as Greece revealed massive deficits and debt far higher than reported. Investors panicked, pushing up borrowing costs for Greece, then for other so-called PIGS: Portugal, Ireland, Italy, Greece, Spain. A series of dramatic summits ensued. Bailouts were arranged for Greece, 2010, 2012, as well as Ireland and Portugal, 2010 to 11, with the ECB stepping in to buy bonds to calm markets. However, the medicine prescribed was bitter. These nations had to enforce draconian budget cuts and tax hikes. In Athens, the cradle of democracy, furious protests and strikes became routine. By 2013, Greek unemployment exceeded 27%, and youth joblessness over 60%. Austerity, once a dry economic term, became a political flashpoint and the subject of street graffiti and populist tirades. The rationale was that high debts and deficits would spook markets and hinder long-term growth. But as economies stagnated or shrank under austerity, even the International Monetary Fund admitted it underestimated the negative impact of synchronized belt-tightening. Spain and Italy, while avoiding full bailouts, endured severe recessions and undertook reforms that, while improving finances, left scars in lost businesses and livelihoods. By 2015, the Eurozone's overall economy had only just regained its pre-2008 size, a lost decade in aggregate. In the US, a more moderate path was taken. There was some fiscal tightening. The 2011 Budget Control Act imposed sequestration cuts, but not as sharp as Europe's. The US economy, helped by aggressive QE, recovered faster, though political fights over debt and deficits, including a brief federal government shutdown in 2013, highlighted a rising aversion to new spending. Societies emerged from these years changed. The public's trust in financial elites and institutions was deeply shaken. Movements like Occupy Wall Street 2011 captured anger at inequality, the sense that bankers got bailed out, and bonuses while ordinary people got foreclosure notices. In Europe, austerity fueled political upheaval. Anti-establishment parties gained ground, from Syriza in Greece, elected on an anti-austerity platform, to the rise of nationalist and populist forces elsewhere. Central bankers like the Fed's Bernanke or the ECB's Mario Draghi were both praised as saviors and lambasted as enablers of the status quo. Draghi's pledge in 2012 to do whatever it takes to save the euro and backing it with ECB bond buying known as OMT was a turning point that quelled panic, showcasing central bank power. But it also cemented a reality that unelected technocrats held immense sway over global economies. By 2015, the acute crisis phase had passed. The US unemployment rate was down to 5%. Britain's economy was growing again, albeit with productivity puzzles, and even the Eurozone was tentatively healing, though Greece remained a sore spot, wrestling with creditors in yet another bailout negotiation. Inflation remained mysteriously low despite the massive money printing, confounding those who had predicted QE would unleash hyperinflation. Instead, a concern opposite to the 1970s emerged. Might the world be stuck in a low-growth, low-inflation rut? Secular stagnation, some experts warned, citing aging demographics and high debt loads. Nonetheless, the narrative by 2015 was cautiously optimistic. The global economy had avoided a 1930s-style collapse thanks to bold action. The dollar remained dominant. The euro had wobbled but survived. A new norm was established. In extreme times, governments and central banks would intervene without hesitation. Standing at a 2015 conference in Jackson Hole, a gathering of central bankers, Ben Bernanke joked, "The problem with QE is it works in practice, but it doesn't work in theory." Laughter rippled through the audience of PhDs and economists. They knew he was hinting at how they had improvised their way through an ordeal not in any textbook. In the post-crisis years, many old economic doctrines were upended, and the line between orthodox and unorthodox blurred. The world had entered a new financial era, one of ultra-low interest rates, even negative in some countries like Switzerland and Japan, of swollen central bank balance sheets, and of renewed debates about the role of government in the economy. It was, in many ways, uncharted territory, an era that would test whether the myth of money could be remade to serve stability and broad prosperity, or whether it would sow new seeds of disruption. The story of 2008 to 2015, then, was one of rescue and reset. The money gods were humbled, but not dethroned. The system had bent, but not broken. Humanity, bearing both the scars and lessons of those tumultuous years, prepared to venture forward into an uncertain future where the next chapters of the myth of money would surely be as riveting as those that had come before. Chapter 23. The Rise of Techno-Capitalism, 2010 to 2020, CE. In the aftermath of the Great Recession's havoc, one might imagine that the gods of money would take a well-deserved rest. Not so. Scarcely had the ink dried on bailout checks when a new pantheon of deities rose to claim their thrones, not in marble temples or gilded palaces, but in server rooms and startup garages. It was the dawn of techno-capitalism, an era in which the creative chaos of Silicon Valley set the tone for the global economy. Picture a modest garage in California, the modern equivalent of Zeus's cave on Crete, perhaps, where young engineers in hoodies conjured billion-dollar ideas between empty pizza boxes and tangled charging cables. Across the world, in coffee shops and college dormitories, entrepreneurs tapped feverishly at keyboards, coding the next big disruption. These unlikely alchemists were turning lines of code into gold. The world, still shaky from the financial crisis of 2008, was eager for new profits, promising innovation and growth, preferably with a fun new app attached. By 2010, names like Apple, Amazon, Google, and Facebook were spoken of in reverent tones, like a roster of new Olympians. Each held dominion over a realm of human activity. Amazon became the great marketplace in the cloud, delivering everything from books to broccoli at lightning speed as if Hermes himself ran a global courier service. Apple placed a gleaming smartphone, a little magic slab of glass, into the hands of millions, with powers that even Mercury's winged sandals couldn't match. After all, those sandals never let you video chat your grandma or hurl animated birds at thieving pigs. Google, the all-seeing eye, organized the world's information and kindly answered any question you might ask, from the profound to the absurd, in mere milliseconds, as omniscient as any oracle of Delphi, but with significantly less incense. And Facebook, along with its social media kin, built a sprawling digital forum where a third of humanity gathered, a cacophonous global agora capturing both the heartwarming connections and the incessant bickering of human chatter. If knowledge was power, these tech titans were amassing it by the terabyte. Money followed the magic. Investors who only yesterday were quaking in their boots during the bank failures now fell over themselves to fund anything prefixed with tech or suffixed with .com. Venture capital firms became the new gold mines, except they mined ideas and data instead of ore. The stock market, too, quickly forgave and forgot the scars of 2008. Through the 2000s, it climbed ever upward, led by these shiny new companies that, on paper, seemed to defy economic gravity. How could a startup that lost money every year be valued more than a century-old manufacturer? "Software is eating the world," declared one famous venture capitalist in 2011, and indeed, entire industries were gobbled up by digital upstarts. Taxis were upended by Uber and Lyft, hotels were challenged by a giant couch surfing network called Airbnb, and old media bowed before the algorithms of Netflix and YouTube. It was a feeding frenzy of innovation, disruption, and of course, speculation. Profits would come later, or so the believers insisted. This era saw the rise of a curious new commodity as well: data. User data, big data, metadata, all of it became the new oil that lubricated techno-capitalism's engines. Every click, like, and swipe was tracked and analyzed. As the joke went, if you're not paying for the product online, then you are the product. Advertisers paid handsomely for the privilege of bidding on slivers of our attention, and the tech gods grew fat on the proceeds. Some whispered that this was a bit dystopian. Perhaps a world where your refrigerator reports your midnight ice cream raids to some server wasn't pure utopia after all. But for most people, the trade-off seemed worth it for the sake of convenience and connection. Plus, who could resist the endless scroll of a social news feed, that digital river of baby photos, cat videos, breaking news, and the occasional conspiracy theory? The public drank it in as addictively as Dionysian wine. Meanwhile, a mysterious new hero, or villain, depending whom you asked, entered the monetary scene: Bitcoin. In 2009, right under the noses of the established financial order, an anonymous figure known only as Satoshi Nakamoto forged a radical new kind of money. It was as if a trickster god had slipped a new element into the periodic table when no one was looking. Bitcoin was digital, decentralized, and defiant. A cryptographic currency conjured out of mathematical puzzles and maintained by a global network of volunteer computers solving complex equations. At first, many dismissed it as geeky nonsense or a fleeting fad. After all, it was literally invisible money not backed by any government or shiny metal. But as the years went on, Bitcoin refused to die. In fact, it multiplied, spawning a whole family of cryptocurrencies with fantastical names: Ether, Litecoin, and even jokey ones like Dogecoin, which began as a parody, but, in a twist, the gods of mischief must have savored, became briefly worth tens of billions of dollars. By the late 2010s, what started as a cyberpunk dream of free money beyond any state's control had grown into a global phenomenon. One could find Bitcoin believers zealously preaching that blockchains would liberate humanity from the tyranny of banks, just as one could find skeptics shaking their heads and clutching their traditional wallets, convinced it was all a colossal bubble or a Ponzi scheme in digital dress. Either way, the idea of money itself was being reinvented in real time, adding a whiff of myth and legend back into what had been a rather dull domain of central bankers. Throughout the 2010 to 2020 decade, the world economy gradually healed from the 2008 financial wounds, thanks in part to central banks keeping interest rates extremely low, nearly at zero as if money had no price at all, and occasionally conjuring money from thin air through quantitative easing, a fancy term that essentially meant they waved a wand and poof, new dollars or euros appeared in the system. All this easy money provided a nice warm bath for risk-taking, and nowhere did it foment more excitement than in the tech sector. By the mid-2010s, tech companies weren't just an exciting niche of the market. They effectively were the market. In 2015, for example, Apple's profits were so large it briefly had more cash on hand than some entire countries. The founders of these companies, Zuckerberg, Bezos, Musk, and others, became the new emperors of enterprise, sometimes more influential than heads of state. Some heads of state, one suspects, were not entirely pleased to be upstaged by hoodie-wearing billionaires with superhero ambitions of colonizing Mars or connecting every human brain to the internet. Society changed under the influence of these new forces. By 2020, people lived as much in the digital world as in the physical. "There's an app for that" became a humorous but true slogan for nearly anything one could imagine. Need a date, a ride, a loan, medical advice? There were apps aplenty, ready to oblige. Workplaces changed too. Open office plans looked like laptop-filled landscapes where coders communed with caffeine and traded in the new lingua franca of the tech age: emojis and Slack messages. The gig economy took off. Millions of people became drivers, delivery couriers, or freelancers, with their smartphones acting like boss, dispatcher, and HR department all at once, directing their labor with algorithmic precision and sometimes caprice. It was a brave new world of flexibility, or precarity, depending on your perspective. Yet for all the wonders tech bestowed, there were warnings and wobbles. Some of the newly minted tech lords faced growing backlash. Scandals erupted over data privacy, as when it was revealed that a political consulting firm had harvested profiles of millions of unwitting social media users to sway elections. That made people rather uneasy. Apparently, even in a mythic saga, having your mind meddled with via targeted ads is frowned upon. There were also mutters about monopoly. When a single company's social network has more citizens than any country on earth, or one online retailer becomes the default for practically all shopping, concerns arise that maybe these gods need some mortal regulation lest they become tyrants. Comparisons to the Gilded Age barons of old, Rockefeller, Carnegie, and the like, were made, suggesting the tech titans were just the modern edition of an age-old story. A new technology creates new winners who accumulate vast wealth and power until society catches up with rules or rebellion. But in 2010 to 2020, any talk of reining in tech was still but a faint rumble. For the most part, enthusiasm reigned. The products were too useful, the services too magical, and the stock prices too buoyant for cynicism to completely take hold. The mythology of the era celebrated the disruptors as heroes. Think of Steve Jobs unveiling yet another sleek gadget to oohs and ahs, or Elon Musk launching rockets and talking of multi-planetary futures. They were cast as visionary geniuses, with perhaps a dash of mad scientist leading humanity forward, while the rest of us happily downloaded whatever new thing they cooked up. By the end of the decade, the rise of techno-capitalism had fundamentally transformed daily life and the global economy. The largest companies on the planet were no longer oil giants or banks, they were tech firms barely a couple of decades old. The economic center of gravity was shifting toward the digital realm, and with it came a sense that the ancient rules of money and markets had changed. Some wondered if this era was a bubble, an Icarus flight too close to the sun on wings of hype and easy money. Others countered that this was a permanent elevation, a new normal where technology meant endless productivity and prosperity. Only time would tell. One thing was clear, a new chapter in the myth of money had been written, one where code and silicon joined gold and paper as instruments of human ambition. And as the world hurtled toward 2020, few could imagine just how abruptly this exhilarating techno-economic carnival would come to a halt. For lurking in the wings was an unexpected twist, a plot device no one saw coming, ready to challenge these digital gods and mere mortals alike. But before we get to that cataclysm, we must shift our gaze, for the story of the 2010s would be incomplete without turning to the east, where a dragon had been stirring since the turn of the millennium. Chapter 24. The Chinese Century, 2000 to 2020, CE. While Silicon Valley's digital deities were remaking life in the West, across the Pacific an ancient power was scripting its own epic. For decades, observers had spoken of a sleeping dragon when referring to China, and by the early 2000s that dragon was wide awake, breathing fire and forging fortunes. The story of China's rise is one of jaw-dropping speed and scale, a transformation so sweeping that those who witnessed it sometimes rubbed their eyes to be sure it wasn't an illusion. Travel back to the year 2000. At the dawn of the new millennium, China was already on the move. The economic reforms begun in the late 20th century had turned a command economy into a curious hybrid. Communist in political structure, capitalist in practice, socialism with Chinese characteristics as the official mantra went, which sometimes seemed to mean capitalism without the elections. In concrete terms, it meant that shiny new skyscrapers were sprouting in cities like Shanghai and Shenzhen, even as millions of rural villagers still tended their fields with methods that hadn't changed much since the days of emperors. But change was coming. Oh, was it coming? In 2001, China joined the World Trade Organization, flinging open the gates of global commerce. Foreign businesses salivated at the thought of 1.3 billion new customers, and Western manufacturers and retailers rushed in. At the same time, container ships laden with made-in-China goods surged outwards to every corner of the globe. The world soon became very familiar with inexpensive Chinese-made everything, from toys and textiles to electronics, as factories in the Pearl River Delta and the Yangtze River Delta churned day and night. It was as if China had become the workshop of the gods, forging products for every mortal's desire at a pace that defied belief. Towns once known for rice paddies or sleepy fishing docks turned into industrial boomtowns almost overnight. A common refrain among astonished economists was, "Is there anything they can't build faster and cheaper?" For Chinese people, these years were a time of dizzying change. Imagine a young man named Wei in 2000, living in a quiet farming village. His parents grow rice and keep a pig or two. Opportunity beckons from the city, so Wei bids farewell, armed with a little more than a cheap cell phone and his mother's bag of dumplings for the journey, and migrates to the burgeoning factory city of Dongguan. There he finds work assembling smartphones, devices he had never seen before, but would soon help export by the millions. The hours are long, the dormitory bunk is hard, but the pay is far better than tilling soil back home. Fast forward a decade, Wei has moved up to a supervisor role, and the phone model he once assembled is now in the hands of people all over the world. He sends money back to his village, helping his family build a new house with modern appliances. By 2020, Wei's own children are attending university, studying engineering and business, preparing for jobs that didn't even exist when he first left home. This little vignette was multiplied millions of times across China. Families leaping in one generation from subsistence farming to urban middle class, from bicycles on dusty roads to cars zipping along 8-lane highways. If that's not an economic miracle, it's hard to know what is. The Chinese economy's growth numbers certainly felt miraculous. Year after year in the 2000s, GDP grew near or above 10%, compounding like a rocket. Entire cities appeared in places that had been empty plains. Gleaming high-speed trains connected provinces that once seemed a world apart. In a single decade, China built more highways, airports, and skyscrapers than some continents managed in a century. Beijing hosted the 2008 Olympics with grand fanfare showcasing not only sporting prowess, but also China's modern might. A bird's nest stadium and a water cube aquatic center that looked straight out of science fiction. The message was clear: the Middle Kingdom was back at the center of the world stage, and it was just getting started. Yet this rapid ascent was not without its trials and trade-offs. The environment, for one, paid a steep price. By the 2010s, it was common for cities like Beijing to have air-apocalypse days when the smog was so thick it turned the noon sky to dusk and citizens wore face masks long before it became a global fashion. Rivers that had flowed clear for millennia now ran murky with industrial waste. The Chinese people and government were painfully aware of this cost, and efforts began, belatedly, to balance growth with greenery. Planting forests here, shutting down a coal plant there, though the juggernaut of development was hard to steer. Meanwhile, prosperity brought social shifts. Hundreds of millions were lifted out of poverty, an achievement unprecedented in human history. A growing middle class in China's megacities developed tastes for things their parents never imagined. Sipping lattes at Starbucks, vacationing abroad, buying apartments and cars, and showering their little emperor children, products of the one-child policy, with the latest gadgets and tutoring classes. But not everyone shared equally in the new wealth. The inequality between booming coastal metropolises and inland rural areas remained vast. A banker in Shanghai might wear Italian suits and discuss overseas stock investments, while a farmer in Gansu still struggled to sell his harvest for a decent price. The government's challenge was to keep this enormous, diverse nation moving forward without fracturing, a task often likened to riding a tiger, thrilling but potentially perilous if you lose your grip. In 2012, a new leader, Xi Jinping, took the helm of China's ruling Communist Party. He spoke of the Chinese dream, invoking national rejuvenation and promising a moderately prosperous society. But Xi's vision also meant tightening the reins. He launched a sweeping anti-corruption campaign that punished countless officials, many richly deserving, though cynics noted it conveniently removed some political rivals as well. Under his rule, the party's presence in daily life grew stronger, not weaker, reminding everyone that even as capitalism thrived in China, political dissent would not. The censorship of the internet intensified. Western social media platforms remained blocked by the Great Firewall. And in their place, Chinese platforms flourished. WeChat, Weibo, Alipay, Tencent's empire, creating a parallel digital universe. In this universe, everything moved at lightning speed. One could chat, shop, pay bills, hail a taxi, and even schedule a doctor's appointment, all within one super app. If Silicon Valley was leading a digital revolution globally, China was doing so domestically in its own style. Arguably, even faster in some domains, albeit behind a wall of Chinese characters and censorship that outsiders couldn't easily penetrate. On the global front, as China's wealth and confidence grew, so did its ambitions. In 2013, Xi unveiled the Belt and Road Initiative, a grand plan as sweeping as any mythic quest. The idea was to build networks of ports, railways, roads, and pipelines across Asia, Africa, and beyond, reviving the ancient Silk Road for the modern age. It was a vision of connectivity and trade, but also undeniably of influence. A Chinese blueprint for a more Sino-centric world economy. Countries from Pakistan to Kenya to Italy were courted with loans and construction projects, new highways in East Africa, sparkling rail lines in Southeast Asia, ports and strategic harbors. It was as if China, flush with cash and engineering prowess, had decided to play generous builder around the world. Of course, accepting gifts from a rising superpower can come with strings. Some recipient nations later fretted over debts and dependency. Observers debated, was this benevolent development aid or a neo-imperial strategy wrapped in a friendly slogan? Perhaps it was a bit of both, but in the Chinese narrative, it was framed as a win-win, sharing China's development experience and surplus capital to help others while making new friends and securing markets. By 2020, China had indeed arrived at a remarkable place. It was the second largest economy in the world, and by some measures like purchasing power, the largest. Its cities were home to cutting-edge tech companies. Its universities turned out engineers by the million. It had even begun to lead in certain technologies: 5G telecommunications, renewable energy, artificial intelligence research, areas that used to be considered Western strongholds. This progress prompted many to ask, are we living in the Chinese century? After the 20th century was often called the American century, would the 21st be dominated by China's economic might and cultural influence? There were certainly signs pointing that way. Chinese consumers became crucial to global businesses. Luxury handbag makers and Hollywood studios alike catered to their buying power. Diplomatically, China was more assertive, staking claims in the South China Sea, brokering deals in developing countries, and investing heavily across continents. A sense of pride swelled among its citizens. The once poor and humiliated nation, history textbooks dutifully recount the century of humiliation in the 1800s, had risen, dragon-like, to awe and respect. Yet history rarely unfolds in straight lines, and there were reasons to question whether the 21st century would indeed be the Chinese century or something more complex. Economic growth, while still strong, had begun to slow from breakneck to merely fast as the 2010s waned. The easy gains of catch-up growth were over, and now came trickier problems. An aging population due to decades of the one-child policy meant that by 2008, 2020, China was graying, with fewer young workers entering to support a growing cohort of retirees. The dreaded demographic time bomb ticked louder each year. The model of growth itself needed shifting, from one based on heavy investment in infrastructure and export manufacturing to one driven more by domestic consumption and high-tech innovation. Making that shift is a delicate dance. Missteps could lead to the middle-income trap that has ensnared other developing nations. There was also the matter of debt. To achieve those eye-popping growth figures, China's local governments and companies had borrowed and built with zeal. By the end of the decade, debt levels had soared. Ghost cities, fully built modern metropolises with hardly any residents, stood as eerie monuments to overexuberance in credit and construction. Many an apartment tower was sold to speculative investors and left empty, awaiting occupants who had yet to materialize. This raised the question, would the boom someday go bust? The state's hand was ever present to prevent disorder. Indeed, many believed that Beijing's control over banks and industry would allow it to defy a financial crisis indefinitely. Perhaps they were right, or perhaps that too was a myth waiting to be tested. Internationally, China's very success was stirring anxieties. The United States and other powers were increasingly wary of Beijing's intentions. Trade disputes flared. In 2018, the US slapped tariffs on hundreds of billions worth of Chinese goods, and China retaliated in kind. A skirmish of a trade war that hinted at deeper strategic rivalries. In capitals from Washington to New Delhi to Canberra, talk of decoupling and strategic competition became louder. Some saw echoes of earlier great power transitions, recalling how Britain once grew wary of a rising Germany before World War I, or how the United States and the Soviet Union squared off in a Cold War. Would the future bring cooperation, competition, or outright conflict between a rising China and a presumably declining West? That uncertainty loomed large. Through all this, the Chinese people carried on with pragmatism and hope, much as people everywhere do. The average shopkeeper in Guangzhou or software developer in Chengdu wasn't pondering grand geopolitical questions. They were busy making a living, raising kids, and chasing their own piece of the Chinese dream. And truth be told, life had improved vastly for most. A person born in 1980 in China had seen more change by 2020 than perhaps their great-grandparents saw in 300 years. One could sense both pride and pressure. Pride in how far the nation had come, and pressure to keep the momentum going, to not falter, and thus disappoint both ancestors and grandchildren. As 2020 approached, pundits debated incessantly. Is the 21st century truly going to be the Chinese century? The honest answer was that it was too early to declare. China had certainly staked a convincing claim to superpower status, and its trajectory suggested it could become as dominant in this century as the United States was in the last. But there were formidable hurdles ahead, and no shortage of historical ironies waiting in the wings. After all, a few decades earlier, some had confidently predicted the 21st century would be Japan's, an idea that now serves as a cautionary tale about extrapolating trends too far. Perhaps the Chinese dragon would soar uninterrupted, or perhaps it would stumble on unseen obstacles. The only certainty was that China's fate and the world's were now deeply entwined. The prosperity of an American farmer or an African trader could hinge on decisions made in Beijing, and vice versa. The financial world's mythic chronicle had added a vibrant new chapter with China's rise, tying modern developments to past patterns of empire building and industrial revolutions. And so, as the second decade of the 21st century ended, the world had not one, but two great economic sagas interweaving. The relentless rise of technology-led capitalism, largely helmed by American innovation, and the meteoric ascent of China from poverty to powerhouse. Both tales would converge in complex ways in the years to come, sometimes in partnership, often in rivalry, occasionally in direct collision. Little did anyone know that the very start of the next decade would bring a trial by fire, or rather, by plague, that would test every nation's mettle, China and the US included. The stage was set for the 2000s to reveal answers to some of these looming questions. But first, The world was about to experience a once-in-a-century event that would pause the frenzy of progress and force humanity to confront its own frailty. The narrative now turns to that extraordinary pause, the pandemic that shook the globe. Chapter 25, The Pandemic. 2020 to 2021 CE. The year 2020 began like any other, with humankind bustling about its business, blissfully unaware of the storm gathering on the horizon. In January, stock markets ticked upward, people squeezed into subways, debated sports results, and planned their summer holidays. If someone had whispered that soon the entire world would practically grind to a halt because of a microscopic pathogen, they would have been dismissed as a doomsayer or a madman. Yet by March of that year, an eerie hush had fallen over city streets from Wuhan to New York, from Milan to Mumbai. The pause button on the global economy had been pressed, not by choice, but by the sudden assault of a new coronavirus that brought modern society to its knees. It was as if Kronos himself, the old god of time, decided to take an extended coffee break and insisted everyone join him. Offices emptied out, schools closed, airplanes sat idle on tarmacs, lonely steel birds with nowhere to fly. The jargon of epidemiologists became everyday language: social distancing, flattening the curve, lockdown. Previously unthinkable scenes unfurled: the grand boulevards of Paris devoid of tourists and traffic, the great neon billboards of Times Square flickering over a deserted plaza, save for a few bewildered pigeons. In the canals of Venice, the water ran suddenly clear in the absence of vaporetti, and in the skies above industrial centers, smog gave way to blue, a small, unintended consolation amidst tragedy. For the first time in living memory, millions of businesses worldwide simply shut their doors, all at once. This was not war. Factories weren't being bombed, they were just idle. It was not a financial crash. Banks had money to lend, but borrowers were stuck at home in pajamas. It was a self-imposed coma intended to save lives. Humanity collectively hit pause to slow a deadly virus. In some ways, it felt like a bizarre economic fairy tale, a spell of enchanted sleep cast upon the global marketplace. Except in this tale, the heroes were masked doctors and nurses battling in overburdened hospitals, and the wicked force was an invisible virus named COVID-19. The human cost was enormous. Hospitals overflowed in many cities. Sirens echoed through silent streets. Families grieved loved ones they couldn't even visit in the ICU due to quarantine rules. These tragedies lie beyond the scope of an economic chronicle, but they set the stage for everything that followed. When people are afraid to breathe the same air, normal economic activity is impossible, and so shops and restaurants, theaters and gyms all went dark. In April 2020, more than half of humanity was under some form of stay-at-home order. The heartbeat of commerce became faint, a global economy in induced hibernation. Naturally, this great pause wrought chaos on financial markets at first. In late February and early March 2020, stock indices around the world plummeted faster than ever seen in modern times. One day the Dow Jones was in freefall, headlines screaming of the worst week since 1929, and investors felt dread in the pits of their stomachs, not only because of vanishing wealth, but because nobody knew where the bottom was or when the contagion, viral or financial, would stop. Was this the next Great Depression, arriving in a sudden, terrifying thunderclap? Enter the economic first responders, governments and central banks. Having learned some lessons from crises past, they unleashed rescue measures at a speed and scale that truly belonged in the realm of myth. Central bankers, often stereotyped as dour number crunchers, suddenly acted more like action heroes. The U.S. Federal Reserve slashed interest rates back to zero in the blink of an eye and opened the money spigots wide, buying up bonds like candy. Other central banks from Frankfurt to Tokyo to emerging markets followed suit with rate cuts and asset purchases. It was a coordinated global whatever-it-takes moment. If the economy was on life support, they were determined not to let it die on their watch. Meanwhile, governments opened their coffers in ways few had ever imagined. In the United States, politicians who normally bickered over every penny of spending came together to pass multi-trillion-dollar relief bills. Trillions with a T. An astronomical sum of money, as if Uncle Sam had found a hidden vault under the treasury filled with magic coins. Checks were mailed directly to tens of millions of citizens. In effect, a test run of the once theoretical helicopter money, where funds are dropped into people's hands to stimulate spending. Unemployment benefits were expanded to levels that sometimes even paid more than working wages, softening the blow of job losses. Loans to small businesses were rolled out that would be forgiven if used to keep workers employed. In Europe, governments paid companies to keep workers on payroll even if they were idle at home, a policy quaintly called furlough that essentially put large parts of the workforce on temporarily subsidized leave. Even fiscally conservative nations like Germany shelled out huge sums to prop up their economies, suspending their usual obsession with balanced budgets. Desperate times, desperate measures indeed. But it was also a remarkable display of what collective will could do. The fiscal floodgates opened wide because the alternative, economic collapse and social breakdown, was simply unacceptable. All the while, daily life for the average person underwent surreal changes. Office workers became remote workers overnight, grappling with patchy home Wi-Fi and the new etiquette of video meetings. "Bob, you're on mute, we can't hear you," became the accidental catchphrase of 2020. Parents became homeschool teachers, for better or often worse. Living rooms turned into gyms, kitchens became the new restaurants with variable quality of cuisine. There was a run on baking yeast and flour as housebound individuals sought comfort in sourdough and banana bread, leading some wags to dub it the Great British Bake Off Pandemic Edition. And yes, toilet paper, that most prosaic of necessities, briefly became more valuable than gold in shopping carts, flying off shelves as if people expected a siege rather than a few uncomfortable weeks. Humor helped many cope. Social media overflowed with jokes about Zoom meeting attire, business up top, pajamas below, and gallows humor memes about introverts thriving while extroverts bounced off the walls. The economy, being a reflection of humanity, adapted in strange ways. Some sectors were crushed beyond recognition. Tourism virtually vanished. Airlines mothballed fleets, hotels were repurposed as quarantine centers or stood empty with ghostly vacancy signs. The oil industry, shockingly, saw prices drop so much that for a brief moment in April 2020, oil futures went negative, meaning producers were literally paying others to take oil off their hands because storage tanks were brimming over. Imagine paying people to haul away your product, an absurd situation the likes of which had never been seen. On the other hand, certain businesses boomed. Anything digital or delivery-based was in demand. E-commerce hit levels not expected until many years in the future, as even grandma learned to order groceries online. Video streaming services became the movie theaters of the locked-down world. One particular documentary about an eccentric tiger enthusiast united millions of bored viewers in collective jaw-dropping distraction. And of course, teleconferencing platforms became the new offices and classrooms. A joke went around that the pandemic had accomplished what decades of corporate HR could not, dragging companies wholesale into allowing remote work. Amid this turmoil, something remarkable happened in financial markets. After the initial terrifying plunge, they staged a phoenix-like recovery. By late March 2020, stocks began rising again, and not just rising, but soaring. It was utterly baffling to many observers. How could markets be booming while Main Street was in agony, with businesses shuttered and unemployment skyrocketing? Part of the answer was the wall of money governments and central banks had unleashed, which acted like a safety net, and then a trampoline for investors. Also, markets perhaps looked ahead to a post-pandemic world, betting that the pain would be sharp but short. Whatever the rationale, by the end of 2020, stock indices were reaching new highs, the housing market in many countries was improbably hot, low interest rates and the new premium on living space drove people to buy bigger houses or move out of crowded cities, and those with wealth invested in assets saw their fortunes not only preserved but often enlarged. In contrast, many small business owners and low-wage workers were devastated. This K-shaped recovery, as pundits later called it, some lives rebounded upward, others took a dive, laid bare existing inequalities in a stark new light. A surreal disconnect emerged. Lines at food banks stretched around blocks at the same time as billionaires' net worths hit record highs. It was as though two parallel realities existed. One of hardship, one of froth, separated by the flimsy membrane of asset ownership. Through 2020 and into 2021, governments navigated a delicate balance. When and how to reopen economies, how to support those still affected, and what to do if the virus resurged. There were false dawns and setbacks. A city that reopened 1 month might face a wave of infections the next, prompting yet another lockdown. Different countries experimented with different strategies, with varying success. By mid-2020, China, through draconian measures, had largely contained the virus domestically, and its factories roared back to life even as Western countries were still mired in outbreaks. Europe enjoyed a brief summer respite in 2020, then grappled with a brutal second wave in the winter. The United States saw a patchwork of approaches across its states, with some dire outcomes. Amidst the confusion and tragedy, scientific heroes around the world raced to develop vaccines at record-breaking speed, a ray of hope emerging from laboratories. By late 2020, astonishingly, the first effective vaccines were announced, a triumph of global cooperation and science. The prospect of mass vaccination hinted that the pause might not be permanent. Perhaps normalcy could return gradually, if not all at once. In the spring of 2021, as vaccines rolled out, unevenly across countries to be sure, the ice began to thaw. People ventured out more, some tentatively, others with jubilation, armed with jabs in their arms and masks on their faces. Cafes and shops in many places cautiously reopened their doors. The phrases "fully vaccinated" and "herd immunity" dominated conversations alongside tentative vacation plans and the thrill and awkward relearning of hugging relatives and friends after a year of keeping distance. Economically, there was a palpable sense of pent-up energy. After being cooped up, consumers were eager to spend again, to travel, to dine out, to splurge. Those who had savings found themselves with an itch to use them, and those who had struggled hoped desperately for jobs to return. Factories ramped up production to meet rising orders. Shipping companies scrambled as global trade, which had sagged during lockdowns, surged back with a vengeance. So much so that by late 2021 there were bottlenecks. Ports clogged with ships awaiting berths, a shortage of shipping containers, but that foreshadows a later chapter. The pandemic was far from over. Variants of the virus would ensure COVID-19 remained in headlines beyond 2021. But the darkest economic days of the crisis were slowly receding. By By the second half of 2021, many economies saw rapid growth rates, essentially rebounding from the deep trough of 2020. It was often called a recovery, though for some it felt more like whiplash, down and then up so fast. Not everyone recovered at the same pace, and some never would without help. The world's poorest countries, less equipped with medical or financial firepower, were particularly hard hit and slower to bounce back. But a sense of relief cautiously entered the global mood. Humanity had stared into the abyss and, through ingenuity and grit, and yes, an astounding amount of fiscal and monetary stimulus, managed to step back. The pandemic pause lasted in its acute form roughly a year from early 2020 to early 2021. In that time, history seemed both suspended and accelerated. Trends that might have taken a decade, like the adoption of remote work or online retail, leapt forward in months. Conversely, activities that normally churn continuously, like travel, dining out, in-person schooling, were frozen in place. It was a period of contradictions. People were isolated, yet in facing a common threat, there was a sense that we're all in this together. At least in the early days, unity would fray later in arguments over masks and vaccines. The economy, long driven by relentless globalization and just-in-time efficiency, was forced into monastic stillness. And remarkably, it found ways to adapt and survive through the connectivity of a different sort. By the end of 2021, the global economy was mostly awake from its slumber, rubbing its eyes and stretching its limbs. But as it awakened, it found a changed world with new puzzles. The massive interventions during the pandemic left lasting effects. Mountains of public debt, though at low interest rates, central bank balance sheets bloated with assets in societies reevaluating priorities. Should supply chains be so global and lean, or more resilient and local? How essential are our essential workers, and what do we owe them? Can we afford to focus on other looming crises like climate change with the same urgency? There was also the question of whether all that emergency money might overheat things once people started spending normally again. A concern that had been academic for years but now started to surface. Inflation, the old monster in the closet, began to stir in 2021. All that lay ahead in the unfolding story. For the moment, as one tumultuous chapter closed, another was ready to begin. The world had hit pause and then play, and now came the repercussions. The stage was set for a new kind of economic challenge, the strange aftermath of the pandemic, characterized by soaring asset prices, supply hiccups, labor shortages in some industries, and recalibrations in how we live and work. Thus, we turn to the next chapter, where easy money and unleashed demand create phenomena few would have predicted in the bleak depths of 2020. A chapter of great asset inflation and the exuberant and sometimes baffling economic behaviors that accompanied the post-pandemic surge. Chapter 26, The Great Asset Inflation, 2021 to 2023 CE. If the pandemic was a deep breath in, the years immediately after were a dramatic exhale, one that blew asset prices into the stratosphere. As 2021 dawned, the world's economies were still nursing wounds, but massive stimulus and a rush of relief at reopening created a peculiar phenomenon. Money seemed to be everywhere, chasing assets with reckless abandon. It was as if all the cash that had been locked down wanted to throw a grand party, and boy, did it find some wild parties to attend. First came the frenzy in the stock market, which turned into a roller coaster with the loops no one had seen before. In January 2021, a motley crew of small-time traders gathered on internet forums with a devil-may-care attitude and usernames like Stonks Only Go Up decided to take on Wall Street's mighty hedge funds. Their banner was a struggling video game retailer called GameStop, a company that, by all traditional measures, was a fading brick-and-mortar chain in the age of digital downloads. Big hedge funds had bet heavily that GameStop's stock would fall. They shorted it. But the online legions had a different idea. They banded together to buy GameStop shares en masse, sending the price rocketing upward. What followed was nothing short of mythic mischief. The more the price rose, the more those hedge funds hemorrhaged on their short bets, and to limit their losses, some funds had to buy shares too, which drove the price even higher in a classic short squeeze. GameStop's stock, which had traded under $20, shot above $400 in a matter of days. Multi-billion-dollar hedge funds were left teetering, while gleeful Reddit users posted screenshots of their trading apps showing small fortunes. It was David versus Goliath, if David were a meme-savvy millennial with a Robinhood account, and Goliath, a seasoned financier, caught utterly off guard. The world watched in astonishment and not a little amusement, an epic stock market caper proving that in this new era, a viral post could move mountains of money. The GameStop saga was just one emblem of a larger truth. In 2021, speculation went mainstream. Stuck at home with stimulus money in their bank accounts and easy-to-use trading platforms at their fingertips, millions of people tried their hand at investing, or rather, gambling, in markets. Stocks of companies with quirky names or nostalgic brands suddenly shot up without any obvious reason, except that online crowds declared them the next big thing. Meme stocks, so called because their popularity was driven by internet memes and social media hype rather than business fundamentals, became a fixture of the market. Companies that had been left for dead, like a nearly bankrupt movie theater chain, found their stock prices resurrected by armies of online fans. It was unpredictable, chaotic, and for many, exhilarating. A populist carnival at the usually staid stock exchange. Traditional analysts scratched their heads. The normal metrics didn't seem to apply when sentiment on Reddit could triple a stock in a week. If equity markets were throwing a party, the cryptocurrency world was staging a full-on Mardi Gras. Bitcoin, which a decade prior had been a fringe curiosity, hit one all-time high after another, zooming past $60,000 per coin in early 2021. Not to be outdone, other cryptocurrencies, thousands of them by now, also surged. Suddenly, digital tokens with names like Ether, Binance Coin, and Cardano were the talk not just of tech geeks, but of taxi drivers and talk show hosts. One cryptocurrency, originally created as a joke, became emblematic of the absurdity. Dogecoin, featuring a Shiba Inu dog from an internet meme as its mascot, soared in value by thousands of %. No joke. A digital coin that literally started as a parody became so valuable that its market cap rivaled large companies. It was as if the universe decided to play a prank on economists. Oh, you think value comes from productive output or earnings? Watch this coin with a dog on it. Gain value because strangers on the internet think it's funny. The carnival didn't stop there. A new acronym entered the lexicon. NFT, which stands for non-fungible token. In plain language, an NFT is like a digital certificate that says you own a unique item online, often a piece of art, music, or collectible. In 2021, NFTs became the latest speculative gold rush. The world gaped as an artist named Beeple sold a digital collage, essentially a JPEG file, as an NFT for a staggering $69 million at Christie's auction house. Yes, million with an M, for a digital image that one could copy and view freely. But only one person could claim to have the original record of ownership on the blockchain. From cartoon apes, the famous Bored Ape Yacht Club images that wealthy crypto enthusiasts flaunted as profile pictures, to virtual real estate in something dubbed the metaverse, People were spending real money, sometimes absurdly large sums, on things that existed only in cyberspace. To skeptics, it was proof the world had lost its mind. To enthusiasts, it was the early days of a new frontier where value was whatever the online community defined it to be. It felt like we were reliving the tulip mania of 1637 or the dot-com craze of the late 1990s, but on digital steroids and broadcast via TikTok and Twitter. All this froth wasn't confined to exotic assets. It flowed into the most mundane asset of all: housing. Across many countries by mid-2021, home prices were climbing at the fastest pace in memory. The recipe was simple: record low mortgage rates, thanks to central banks keeping rates near zero, families reassessing their housing needs after being cooped up, suddenly a home office and a bit of space for a garden became priceless commodities, and a limited supply of homes on the market. Bidding wars erupted in suburbia. It became routine for houses to sell above their asking price within days, sometimes sight unseen, buyers waiving inspections and appraisals in their frenzy to secure a home. One could hear echoes of past property booms, but this one had a twist. It was happening nearly everywhere at once, from big cities to rural hamlets. Even lumber prices spiked to absurd levels in early 2021, quadrupling at one point, adding tens of thousands of dollars to the cost of building a house before crashing back down later in the year. The lumber bubble, if ever there was a niche bubble, became a shorthand for the odd imbalances of the time. It seemed everything tangible or intangible was shooting up in price: stocks, crypto, commodities, houses, baseball cards, meme-worthy digital art, you name it. Fortunes were being made, and later, as always, some would be lost, at a head-spinning speed. Amid this speculative euphoria, attentive eyes noticed that the realm of consumer prices, the cost of everyday things like food, fuel, and rents, was also beginning to heat up. By late 2021, shoppers were experiencing something they hadn't in a long time: noticeable inflation. The grocery bill was higher, the price at the gas pump made drivers do a double take, and used cars, of all things, became hot commodities, sometimes selling for more than their original purchase price a year or two prior. How on earth does a used car appreciate in value? The answer lay in the pandemic's aftershocks. Supply chains were snarled. A global semiconductor shortage meant fewer new cars could be produced, so used ones were snapped up. Shipping costs had jumped, and stimulus-fueled demand was colliding with pandemic-constrained supply. Central bank officials, who had spent the better part of a decade worrying about too low inflation, initially assured the public that these price increases were transitory, a temporary blip due to reopening quirks. But as months rolled on into 2022, inflation proved stubborn and even accelerated. The sleeping dragon of rising prices, dormant since the 1980s in many developed nations, was opening one eye and belching out little flames here and there. For ordinary folks, this was a mixed bag. If you owned a home, a stock portfolio, or some Bitcoin, you probably felt richer than ever in 2021. But if you were trying to buy your first house or living on a fixed income, things were getting tougher as costs rose. Inequality, already a pressing concern, took on a new dimension. An asset inflation disproportionately benefited those who had assets to begin with, widening the gap between the haves and have-nots. It's little wonder that public debates grew louder about taxing wealth, regulating speculative markets, and making housing affordable. There was a sense that we were in an upside-down world. Bad economic news, like a pandemic, had led to conditions that made the wealthy wealthier, while many others still struggled or watched from the sidelines in disbelief. By 2022, the economic narrative began to shift. The earlier chapters of exuberance and free money started giving way to concerns about overheating and sustainability. The U.S. Federal Reserve, which had been pouring punch into the economic bowl throughout 2020 and 2021, started to signal that the party might need to wind down. Other central banks, too, grew uneasy. After all, these institutions are the traditional dragon slayers of inflation, and suddenly there be dragons. So, in March 2022, the Fed raised interest rates for the first time since the pandemic began. A modest quarter-point hike, like testing the brakes. Then, realizing inflation wasn't cooling, they raised rates again and again. In fact, through 2022 and into 2023, interest rates jumped at one of the fastest paces ever seen. Money that had been virtually free to borrow got pricier month by month. The era of ultra-cheap credit, which had been the sea in which all this asset inflation swam, was coming to an abrupt end. The effect was like halting a long, wild party when the cops show up at the door. By the second half of 2022, cracks began to appear in the once soaring markets. High-flying tech stocks, which had been market darlings, tumbled hard as investors reconsidered their sky-high valuations in a world of higher interest costs. The crypto bubble emphatically burst. Bitcoin and its brethren plummeted in value. By late 2022, Bitcoin had lost more than half of its peak value, and many lesser coins effectively went to zero. The NFT craze cooled significantly. One minute people were bragging about paying millions for a pixelated ape image. The next minute those digital trophies were worth a fraction of that, and suddenly far fewer folks were talking about their wise investment in cartoon JPEGs. Perhaps the most symbolic flameout was the collapse of a major cryptocurrency exchange called FTX in late 2022, amid revelations of fraud and mismanagement. It was as if a grand temple of the new finance had crumbled overnight, leaving devotees stunned and regulators sharpening their swords. The fortunes made in the crypto frenzy were just as quickly lost by some, proving the old market adage, easy come, easy go. Over in housing, mortgage rates that had been around 3% at the start of 2021 shot above 6% by 2023 in many countries. That put a swift chill on home buying. In late 2022 and into 2023, house prices in previously red-hot markets stopped climbing and even began to dip in some areas. The frenzy dissipated, houses lingered longer on the market, sellers cut prices, and buyers regained a bit of bargaining power. Imagine that. A sense of realism returned. Location and affordability started to matter again more than meme-worthiness or FOMO, fear of missing out. By 2023, the world was in a strange financial mood. The great asset inflation had peaked and was receding, but its repercussions were still unfolding. Inflation, the kind that hits your grocery basket, was still higher than comfortable, though it showed signs of cooling as supply chains untangled and the effect of rate hikes worked through the economy. However, that very medicine, higher interest rates, brought new headaches. In March 2023, a pair of U.S. banks that had grown recklessly during the tech boom suddenly collapsed. Most famously, Silicon Valley Bank, which had been a go-to lender for startups. It turned out they had bet heavily on interest rates staying low and got caught when rates rose. An old-fashioned bank run ensued, facilitated by panicky messages flying across social media rather than whispers in bank lines of old, but the result was the same: a bank implosion. The collapse sent shivers through the financial system, raising the specter of 2008's banking chaos, though swift action by regulators, guaranteeing deposits, arranging mergers, prevented contagion. Still, the message was clear. The era of easy money had ended with some casualties, and not everyone had prepared for the whiplash of change. Yet, even as speculators licked their wounds, the broader economy in early 2023 was, somewhat paradoxically, still chugging along. Unemployment remained low in many countries, and consumers, while grouchy about inflation, were still spending, dipping into savings built up when they couldn't travel or dine out during lockdowns. It was as if two different storylines overlapped. Wall Street and Silicon Valley were saying, ouch, as bubbles deflated, while Main Street was saying, we're okay, cautiously, even as it watched prices at the grocery store with concern. Governments, for their part, started to talk about fiscal responsibility again, having opened the purse during the emergency. They now faced the hangover of debt. Central bankers, who in 2021 had been wary of choking off recovery, by 2023 were laser-focused on not letting the inflation genie out of the bottle, invoking again the lessons of the 1970s. The great asset inflation of 2021 to 2023 thus passed into legend as a time of excess and eccentricity, when fortunes were made in unlikely ways and economic logic sometimes took a holiday. Like all such periods, be it the Roaring Twenties or the dot-com late 90s, it left behind lessons and cautionary tales. It reminded us that when liquidity is endless and fear is scarce, markets can act in ways that defy gravity, but not indefinitely. It also underlined a recurring theme in the myth of money. After a crisis often comes a boom, and after a boom, often a correction, each phase carrying the seeds of the next. By the end of 2023, the era of easy money and speculative frenzy had given way to an era of adjustment. Policymakers were trying to softly land the economic plane that had taken off so steeply. Investors rediscovered words like fundamentals and earnings that had been drowned out by YOLO trades, you only live once, and to the moon, chance. Younger investors who had never known a world of rising interest rates got a crash course in old-school investing truths, and society at large was left with a sobering juxtaposition. Despite a devastating pandemic, asset owners had largely prospered, while those without assets often struggled, a dynamic that fueled a renewed debate about fairness and the social contract. As 2023 progressed, attention turned to deeper structural shifts that were taking shape. Some were accelerated by the pandemic's jolt, others by geopolitical rumblings that had grown louder. The roaring tide of globalization that had defined previous decades appeared to be changing course, and demographic currents long in the making were starting to make their presence felt with a renewed force. The world, having survived a pandemic and ridden a roller coaster of economic extremes, was now set to confront challenges that were less sudden, but perhaps just as consequential. Thus, we move to the next chapter, where the focus shifts from the fevered highs of financial markets to the broad and steady winds of change reshaping the global landscape, deglobalization and demographics in the mid-2020s. Chapter 27, Deglobalization and Demographics, 2023 to 2025 CE. By the mid-2020s, two deep undercurrents were increasingly shaping the economic seas, not with the sudden drama of a crash or boom, but with a steady, inexorable force. The first was a rewiring of the world's trading patterns, a partial retreat from the age of unfettered globalization. The second was a quieter but even more relentless shift, the aging of populations in many major economies, a demographic tide that had long been rising but was now starting to lap at the foundations of growth. Let's begin with deglobalization, a clunky word for what essentially felt like the world, having grown hyper-connected, decided to draw back a little, like a camera zooming in after decades of zooming out. For decades, the assumption had been, the more global integration, the better. Factories moved to wherever labor was cheapest, supply chains stretched across continents like spaghetti strands, and goods flowed freely on enormous container ships. But around the 2000s and 20s, cracks appeared in this narrative of ever closer unity. Some cracks were political. Major powers started to mistrust each other more. The trade war between the United States and China, which kicked off in 2018 with tit-for-tat tariffs, was an opening salvo. It turned out that even in our interconnected world, economic nationalism never went away. It was just lying dormant. In the US, there was growing anxiety that relying too much on China for everything from electronics to medicine might be unwise. In China, there was a push to become self-sufficient in critical technologies so as not to be vulnerable to Western sanctions or export bans. The result? The carefree days of, you build it, I'll buy it, were replaced with a chillier ethos. I'd prefer to build it myself, or at least not depend on you. Then came the pandemic, which delivered a gut punch to global supply chains and exposed how finely tuned and fragile our just-in-time world had become. When factories in one country shut down due to a virus outbreak, assembly lines half a world away ground to a halt for want of a single specialized part. When cargo ships couldn't dock or shipping containers were in the wrong place, store shelves in distant lands went sparse. Many a business executive and government official had a revelatory moment in 2021. Maybe having just one overseas supplier for that crucial widget and no backup isn't the best idea. The phrase supply chain resilience suddenly started trending in boardrooms, not as catchy as a TikTok dance, but hugely important. Companies began diversifying their production, keeping more inventory as insurance, and sometimes even bringing manufacturing back closer to home. It wasn't an overnight shift. You can't uproot a global logistics network built over 30 years in a weekend, but the direction was clear. Strategies with snappy names emerged. Nearshoring, moving production to a nearby country rather than across an ocean, and friendshoring, sourcing from countries deemed politically allied or stable. Essentially, make your supply lines shorter and your links sturdier. Geopolitical events continued to shove things in this direction. In 2022, war erupted in Europe when Russia invaded Ukraine, a seismic event that redrew lines of cooperation and conflict. Europe, which had long been deeply dependent on Russia's natural gas to heat its homes and power its industry, learned that reliance can become a vulnerability. Virtually overnight, European nations scrambled to find alternate energy sources, opening new terminals to import liquefied gas from elsewhere, fast-tracking renewable energy projects, even reconsidering nuclear power. Never again, many said, vowing not to be caught in such a bind where one authoritarian leader's whim could plunge their economies into crisis. Russia, for its part, pivoted eastward, selling more oil and gas to China and India, a clear sign that globalization was splintering into blocks defined by political alignment. It felt like a mini Iron Curtain falling, not so much ideological this time as logistical and financial. Two camps of countries trading more within themselves and hedging or limiting ties with the other. Technology became another battleground. For years, Chinese tech companies had been rising, sometimes surpassing Western competitors. This raised eyebrows in Washington. Would the future of 5G networks, or advanced computer chips, or artificial intelligence be controlled by a strategic rival? The response was a wave of export controls and investment bans. The US passed legislation to boost domestic semiconductor manufacturing, the CHIPS Act of 2022, and barred cutting-edge chip designs and equipment from being sent to Chinese firms. China naturally wasn't pleased and accelerated its own push to develop homegrown tech solutions. Thus, the world of technology, once an open playing field of global collaboration, started to split into two ecosystems with less and less overlap. Perhaps the gods of innovation prefer open borders, but the mortals in charge were letting mistrust drive a wedge, a digital divide where one side uses, say, Google and ARM chips, and the other uses Baidu and homebrew chips. The same could be observed in the internet sphere. Western social media and Chinese social media remained largely separate universes, thanks to China's censorship and protective policies. A kind of 21st century Tower of Babel in cyberspace. Even culturally and on the internet, fragmentation was evident. Social media, which once promised a global village, increasingly became siloed by nation or region, not just due to censorship in some countries, but also differing standards and local competitors. Debates raged over whether apps from one country posed security risks to another, the saga of TikTok in the US, for example, with officials fretting that Beijing could access Americans' dance videos, or more pertinently, their data and algorithms. It was a far cry from the early 2000s ethos that the world was converging into one big happy market and community. This isn't to say globalization reversed outright, it didn't, and likely won't barring some apocalypse. It's more that it hit a plateau, and then started to bend a bit backwards in certain areas. Goods and money still crossed borders in huge volumes. International travel and migration resumed after the pandemic, though travel patterns changed with more caution and paperwork for health. In many ways, the world remained interconnected. How could it not, with the internet binding us through invisible threads of data and the looming collective challenges like climate change requiring global action? But the golden assumption that ever more integration is destiny was shattered. The new watchword was strategic globalization. Trade and cooperate where it's mutually beneficial, but secure your own interests in case things go south with some trading partner. As countries looked outward with a bit more skepticism, they also turned inward to look at their own populations. And there they confronted the second great force: aging demographics. The world's demographics in the mid-2020s presented a checkerboard of youthful and graying societies. In broad strokes, wealthy countries were getting older and slower. Some poorer countries were still young and growing. This had profound implications for the future of work, consumption, and national budgets, in short, for the myth of money as it plays out in each nation. Consider Japan, which had been the poster child for aging for decades. By 2025, nearly 1 in 3 Japanese was over 65. The country boasted more centenarians per capita than anywhere on Earth. It had long since pioneered products like robot caregivers and wearable exoskeletons to help the elderly move around. Real-life versions of myths where automata serve humans, except here it was to carry grandma's groceries or remind grandpa to take his medicine. Japan's workforce had been shrinking for years, and its economy, while advanced, grew at a snail's pace, largely for this demographic reason. The Japanese had adapted in many ways: higher productivity through automation, more women joining and staying in the workforce, and keeping older workers employed longer. But even so, an aging, shrinking population is a stiff headwind for growth. Europe was not far behind on the aging curve. Countries like Germany, Italy, and Spain faced similar issues: low birth rates that persisted for a generation and rising longevity. This meant fewer young workers in the future to drive taxis, program computers, pay taxes, and generally energize the place, and more retirees drawing pensions and needing health care. Some European countries gingerly opened up to more immigration to replenish their ranks, but immigration brought its own social and political challenges. Right-wing populism fed on fears about it. Others tried to entice their citizens to have more babies with various incentives: baby bonuses, generous parental leave, subsidized childcare. It turns out, however, that convincing people to significantly raise the birth rate is easier said than done. It's hard to romance people into reproducing with tax rebates alone. The United States was somewhat demographically blessed by comparison. Its population was aging more slowly, propped up by a relatively higher birth rate and steady immigration. But even the US saw the writing on the wall. The gigantic baby boomer generation was retiring in droves, straining Social Security and Medicare, the big elder support programs, and by the mid-2020s, even the vast millennial generation wasn't so young anymore. Many were in their 30s and 40s, taking on leadership roles and complaining about the tastes of Gen Z, as is tradition. A silver tsunami, as some called it, was washing over the developed world. Meanwhile, shift your gaze to other parts of the globe. In South Asia and Africa, the story was different. Populations were still growing, and median ages were comparatively low. India in particular was in a demographic sweet spot. By 2023, India officially surpassed China as the most populous nation on Earth, a symbolic passing of the baton. More importantly, over half of India's population was under the age of 30. If productively employed and well-educated, this youth bulge could be an engine of growth for decades, much as China's large young workforce propelled its boom late in the 20th century. India's challenge and opportunity was to create enough jobs and infrastructure to harness that potential. Not a trivial task, but one with high stakes for the world economy. Similarly, many African nations had youthful, growing populations. Would they reap a demographic dividend, lots of young workers driving growth, or fall victim to instability, lots of young unemployed men historically being a recipe for trouble? That would depend on governance and investment. China, interestingly, was confronting a demographic curveball of its own. After 4 decades of stupendous growth, partly enabled by an apparently endless supply of young workers migrating from farms to factories, China hit an inflection point. Thanks to the lagged effects of its one-child policy, in effect from 1980 to about 2015, China's birth rates had fallen steeply, and now its workforce was peaking and starting to decline. In fact, 2022 marked the first year in 6 decades that China's population officially shrank. This was a watershed moment. The nation that once worried about feeding too many mouths now worried about having too few, at least too few young economically active ones. The government scrambled to encourage births, rolling out policies from longer maternity leave to cash handouts to exhortations and propaganda. One could almost imagine storks on patriotic posters. But here's the thing about demographic ships. They turn very slowly. Even if every Chinese couple suddenly decided to have 3 children, unlikely given the cost of urban living and cultural shifts, it would take decades to substantially alter the aging trend. So China, like Japan and others before it, had to come to terms with the fact that it might grow old before it got truly rich per capita. A daunting prospect for pensions, healthcare, and that high-growth economic model predicated on abundant labor. So what do these twin trends, deglobalization and aging, mean in human terms? Picture a German factory in 2025. Once, it might have outsourced much of its production to cheaper locales in Asia. Now it has brought some critical production back to Bavaria to avoid overseas risks and to qualify for EU incentives for local manufacturing. But it struggles to find enough skilled workers as older employees retire and fewer young people enter trades. It increasingly turns to automation. Robotic arms and AI systems hum alongside a reduced human crew. And when it does hire, it taps immigrants from abroad or poaches talent from other companies, driving wages up. This factory's experience is echoed across advanced countries. The era of abundant labor and ever cheaper global inputs is giving way to labor shortages in certain fields and potentially higher costs. This could mean, paradoxically, that even as pandemic-era inflation from supply shocks subsides, a longer-term gentle pressure on prices might persist. Labor simply costs more when it's scarce, and reconfiguring supply chains for resilience isn't cheap either. On the societal level, communities are adapting to having more older folks than children. Schools in some towns close or consolidate for lack of students, while retirement homes and healthcare facilities expand. In some neighborhoods, you're more likely to hear the clack of a mahjong tile or the shuffle of a bridge deck than the squeal of kids playing tag. Aging could bring some benefits. Older societies can be safe, wise, and have a certain calm, but they also pose dilemmas. How to pay for elder care and pensions when the worker base isn't growing? How to encourage innovation and dynamism when the median voter is a pensioner who might prefer stability over change? These questions weigh on policymakers. Some countries like Singapore experiment with raising retirement ages and retraining programs to keep seniors economically active longer, turning gray into gold, so to speak. Others debate more controversial measures like significant increases in immigration or even using robots to fill care roles. One curious effect of these twin trends is a reconsideration of immigration in many countries. If you're short on young workers domestically, one solution is to import them. Countries like Canada and Australia, historically open to immigrants, doubled down on attracting skilled migrants to bolster their labor force and support their aging populations. Even countries that were traditionally more closed, like Japan, began inching the door open, albeit cautiously, and often not calling it immigration outright. They used terms like guest workers or trainees to make it more palatable. Europe had a more fraught debate. Aging Germany quietly welcomed more foreign nurses and engineers, even as political parties on the right decried it. The UK, post-Brexit, found that cutting off free movement from Europe contributed to labor shortages in agriculture and trucking, prompting some rethinking of strict limits. The political debates around this were intense. Immigration touches cultural identity and economic fear in equal measure, yet the cold arithmetic of demographics made it an unavoidable topic. In those countries that managed it wisely, immigrants could help ease the aging crunch and even spark more entrepreneurship. After all, migrants often bring fresh energy and ideas. In those that didn't, labor shortages could become chronic and drag on growth. By 2025, the cumulative effect of deglobalization and demographics was subtle but palpable. Global trade growth had slowed. Companies spoke less of efficiency and more of resilience and redundancy in supply lines, a shift in mantra from just in time to just in case. Governments invested in domestic semiconductor fabs, battery factories, and stockpiles of critical materials, a form of economic insurance policy. Inflation in 2023 had several causes, but among them was the new reality that making everything as cheaply as possible was no longer priority number one. Security of supply and decent wages at home carried more weight now. Consumers might pay a bit more for certain goods, but perhaps sleep better, knowing their country wouldn't be at a rival's mercy for essentials. Internationally, a kind of rebalancing was underway. The 1990s and 2000s had been an era of US-led hyperglobalization and unipolar power. The 2000s looked more multipolar and guarded. US-China tensions created two spheres in tech and trade, with other countries somewhat forced to choose sides or gingerly balance between them. Russia's estrangement from the West pushed it deeper into a resource-supplying role for China and India, reminiscent of earlier wartime blocs. Middle powers like India, Brazil, and the ASEAN countries in Southeast Asia used the moment to try carving more autonomous paths, engaging economically with all sides while pursuing their own regional integration. For instance, the RCEP trade agreement in Asia without the West, or African countries strengthening their continental free trade zone. In a way, globalization wasn't ending so much as regionalizing and bifurcating. The economic impacts of population aging were becoming more evident too. Lower potential growth rates, Japanification, as they call it, when an economy basically stops growing in population and thus grows slowly, even with productivity gains. Higher healthcare spending, a booming industry with plenty of innovation in medical tech, often funded by governments or social insurance, and looming pension shortfalls that forced some uneasy choices, raise taxes, cut benefits, push retirement age upward, encourage private saving. Most countries did a mix of all these, none of which were popular. Some saw this period as analogous to the early 20th century, when an earlier wave of globalization, 1870-1914, went into reverse amid war and nationalism, and when the industrial era demographic transition, falling birth rates in Western countries, first became noticeable. History doesn't repeat, but it has rhythms. Others pointed out key differences. Unlike the 1910s, the great powers of the 2020s were economically deeply intertwined, and a hot war between them would be mutually ruinous in unprecedented ways, especially with nukes in the picture. Also, today's aging societies are far richer and healthier than those a century ago. 70 might be the new 50, with many older folks quite productive or at least active consumers. Think of all the cruise ships and retirement community industries catering to seniors. So the narrative wasn't doom and gloom so much as adjustment and rethinking. As the world pondered these long-run issues, more immediate concerns were, of course, ever present. By the mid-2020s, economies were dealing with the tail end of the pandemic aftermath and the adjustments we've discussed. But there were also fresh crises and challenges knocking on the door, aren't there always? Inflation, which we saw reawaken, had not yet been fully tamed and was testing central bankers' resolve. Political tensions remained high in many regions, exacerbated by social media echo chambers and the aftershocks of economic inequality. Debt levels worldwide were historically high, a vulnerability if growth didn't pick up or if borrowing costs remained elevated. And looming above all was the question, were the roaring 2020s going to deliver another breakdown or breakthrough? In the next chapter, we take stock of the here and now, circa 2024 to 2025, examining how contemporary crises echo those of yesterday and what that might tell us about the future. From inflation to war to technological upheavals, today's headlines often seem to be history in disguise. Understanding those echoes might help us navigate what comes next in the ongoing saga of money and power. With that perspective in mind, let's delve into those unfolding crises and see how the past is whispering to the present. Chapter 28, Post-COVID Economic Thought, 2000s-20s. The turbulent years around the pandemic didn't just upend economies, they upended many ideas about how economies should be run. In quiet university halls, noisy parliamentary debates, and late-night Zoom seminars, economists and policymakers found themselves revisiting doctrines that had long been taken for granted. It was as if the script of economic management had been tossed into a gale, and when it fluttered back down, some pages were smudged, others blank, inviting new ink. Consider fiscal policy, government spending, and taxation. For decades, many countries were gripped by a fear of deficits. Tighten those belts, governments were told, especially after crises like 2008, often opting for austerity, spending cuts and tax hikes to tame debts. But when the pandemic hit, austerity was thrown out the window faster than you could say Keynesian revival. Suddenly, even the most hawkish of deficit hawks were signing off on relief packages with extra zeros. And lo and behold, the sky did not fall. In fact, those massive deficits arguably saved the day, preventing a complete economic collapse. Unemployment was cushioned, businesses were kept afloat, and consumers, buoyed by stimulus checks or wage subsidies, kept buying things, often online naturally. This led to a grand I told you so moment for proponents of robust fiscal intervention. The taboo against big government spending in a crisis was shattered. Enter modern monetary theory, T into mainstream chatter. Previously, a fringe school whispered about in heterodox economics departments, by the early 2000s and 20s, it was being discussed in the pages of major newspapers and on primetime news. MMT essentially argues that a government that borrows in its own currency can't run out of money the way a household or business can, because it issues the money. The real limit to government spending isn't the size of the deficit or debt per se, but whether that spending is pushing the economy past its capacity and causing inflation. In other words, as long as inflation is low and stable, governments can and perhaps should spend aggressively to achieve full employment and social goals. This theory had prominent champions like economist Stephanie Kelton, who advised U.S. politicians and wrote The Deficit Myth, and detractors who called it dangerously naive or a recipe for hyperinflation. During the pandemic, it felt like the world inadvertently did a trial run of MMT principles. Governments spent trillions without immediate regard for how to pay for it. Central banks indirectly financed much of it by buying up government bonds, essentially creating money, and initially inflation stayed quiescent. "See, we can do it," said those sympathetic to MMT, pointing out that huge deficits did not immediately lead to higher interest rates or currency collapse, as orthodox theory might have predicted. For a brief moment, it almost seemed everyone in power was an accidental MMTer. Deficits soared, yet borrowing was cheap, and investors gulped up government bonds eagerly, thanks in part to central banks backstopping markets. Of course, then came the inflation of 2021 to 2022, and the mood shifted. Critics of MMT pounced, "Aha, all that money printing did come back to bite?" They argued the surge in prices vindicated more traditional concerns about overspending. MMT proponents countered that the inflation was due to unique supply shocks and pandemic-specific issues, like chip shortages and oil price spikes due to war, more than too much general demand, and that had the spending not happened, the world would have been in a depression, which is arguably worse than a few years of 5 to 8% inflation. The debate rages on, but one thing is clear. The old obsession with government deficits as inherently evil has been weakened. Even institutions like the IMF, once strict teachers of austerity, were advising countries to spend what it takes to support their people in a crisis and worry about debt later. The intellectual pendulum had swung, at least somewhat, from belt tightening toward printing press go brah, as an internet meme cheekily summarized. Monetary policy, the domain of central banks, also saw a rethink. Before COVID, central banks had one main playbook: tweak interest rates to guide the economy and keep inflation around 2%, come hell or high water. But faced with an extraordinary shock in 2020, they went beyond the usual. They bought not just government bonds, but in some cases corporate bonds and even ETFs, pumped money in new ways, and coordinated more openly with fiscal authorities. The Fed and U.S. Treasury practically worked hand in hand, the lines of independence blurring in the heat of battle. Similar coordination happened elsewhere. Additionally, just before the pandemic, the Fed had adopted a new framework allowing inflation to moderately overshoot to make up for past undershoots. A nod to the view that maybe being too strict on inflation when it was already low was counterproductive, especially when the bigger problem had been chronically weak growth and too low inflation. post-pandemic, central bankers faced a humbling moment. After years of worrying about too low inflation, they suddenly had to combat too high inflation. They responded by doing what central bankers do, raising interest rates. But the episode sparked fresh discussions. Did they keep the money taps open too long in 2020-21? Should they have preempted inflation earlier, or was waiting until clear evidence appeared the right move given the uncertainty? If inflation is driven by supply snarls, how effective or damaging is it to hike interest rates, which mainly curb demand? These questions had shades of 1970s debates, but with modern twists. In any case, central banks learned that communication is key. They had to convince the public that they had not gone soft on inflation for good. By 2023, hawkish talk was back. References to Paul Volcker and the determination to do whatever it takes, even if it caused a recession, to restore price stability. Essentially, they had to show the world that while they may have flirted with new ideas, they hadn't forgotten the old religion entirely. Another intellectual shift came in the appreciation of the state's role in the economy. The pandemic saw governments acting as crisis managers, investors, insurers, even direct pay masters to citizens, roles that in some circles were previously dismissed as inefficient or nanny-state-ish, but suddenly looked life-saving. In the aftermath, there was renewed interest in industrial policy. The idea of governments actively shaping the structure of the economy rather than just leaving it to the market. The US, for instance, not only passed the CHIPS Act to boost domestic chip making, but also the Inflation Reduction Act, a name that concealed what was basically a massive climate and clean energy investment program. This signaled that even in the land of free market capitalism, policymakers had accepted that guiding markets towards certain goals, like a green transition or tech self-sufficiency, might be necessary and desirable. In the EU, talk of strategic autonomy, ensuring Europe isn't overly dependent on others for critical goods and technologies, became prevalent, fueled further by the mask shortages of 2020 and the gas shock of 2022. Ideas that might have been derided as economic planning or protectionism in the 1990s were getting a serious hearing in the 2020s. The social dimension of economics also gained prominence in post-COVID thought. The crisis highlighted inequality and the value of essential workers in stark terms. White-collar professionals shifted to Zoom and saw their stock portfolios boom, while many blue-collar and service workers either lost jobs or had to risk exposure every day for modest pay. This disparity injected fresh urgency into discussions about social safety nets and worker rights. Concepts like universal basic income, UBI, got a boost. After all, governments had effectively tested something similar by sending cash to everyone during this pandemic. Some cities and countries started small UBI pilots to see how giving people a baseline income might work in normal times. Similarly, the idea of raising minimum wages or strengthening labor unions found more sympathetic ears in some quarters as the public realized the folks stocking grocery shelves and delivering packages were, in a crisis, as critical as the high-flying executives, if not more so. Even as automation loomed, there was a counter-narrative building. Treat and pay workers better, and perhaps you get more resilient, loyal organizations. Public health's entwinement with economics was another area of evolving thought. Health is wealth became more than a platitude. Policymakers saw clearly that underinvesting in public health and preparedness could have multi-trillion-dollar consequences. This gave momentum to treating certain health expenditures as investments, not just costs. Funds flowed into vaccine research, epidemiological surveillance, and stockpiling critical medical supplies. Economists incorporated potential pandemic scenarios into their forecasts in a way they never had before 2020. There was also talk of broadening measures of economic success beyond GDP to include things like resilience and well-being. After all, an economy can have a great GDP run-up and then be laid low by a virus. Perhaps metrics should capture a nation's immune system economically and socially, not just its output. Environmental economics was buoyed by post-pandemic reflection too. There was a brief period during early lockdowns when emissions plummeted and nature poked back out, dolphins in quiet harbors, clear skies over Delhi. No one sane suggested lockdowns as a climate solution, but it did prove that dramatic changes in behavior can quickly impact the environment. As economies recovered, a lot of the stimulus in Europe and elsewhere was directed at green investments. The notion of build back better often included build back greener. Economists and central bankers started talking about climate risk as not just an ethical issue, but a financial stability issue. If wildfires, floods, and carbon taxes are going to seriously hit assets, banks and investors need to account for that. Some central banks even began climate stress tests for banks or pondered green QE, tilting asset purchases toward green bonds, though that was controversial. Essentially, the idea that you could separate environmental policy from economic policy was fading. The two were recognized as deeply interwoven. One interesting change in tone was how economists talked about uncertainty and humility. The pandemic was a humbling event. Very few models or experts foresaw the exact trajectory. A sharp collapse and an extremely rapid rebound juiced by policy. Many were caught off guard by the persistence of supply chain problems or the quick return of inflation. As a result, there was a bit less hubris and a bit more "it depends" in economic discourse. Scenario planning and building in buffers gained favor over deterministic forecasting. It became more acceptable for an economist or central banker to say, "We don't quite know. We have to be data dependent without being pilloried," though some cynics would say that was just stating the obvious. Finally, the notion of what constitutes a sound economic policy broadened. Instead of focusing solely on aggregates like GDP, unemployment, or inflation, there was increased emphasis on how policies affected different groups. Central banks, traditionally concerned only with the average, had in 2020 flirted with explicitly aiming to help lower-income workers. The Fed talked about wanting broad-based and inclusive employment gains, acknowledging not all groups recovered at the same pace. Fiscal policies were evaluated not just on efficiency, but on equity. Who bore the brunt of tax changes? Who benefited from spending programs? The protests over racial injustice in 2020 also bled into economic thinking, with more discussion about systemic barriers and the economic losses society incurs from discrimination and unequal opportunity. In summary, by the mid-2020s, economic thought had become both more bold and more nuanced. Bold in willingness to question old dogmas, deficits are always bad, markets always know best, and try big, unconventional solutions. Nuanced in recognizing the complexity of the real world, the interplay of economics with health, technology, and society at large. The legendary economist John Maynard Keynes once wrote, "When the facts change, I change my mind. What do you do?" That spirit very much animated the post-COVID era. Armed with these new and revived ideas, leaders and citizens navigated the challenges of the 2020s with a slightly different mindset than before. A bit more willing to invest, a bit warier of just leaving things to the market, more conscious of fragilities and inequalities, yet also having seen the incredible power of collective action and collective money printing to avert disaster. Time would tell which ideas would solidify into new orthodoxies, and which would be discarded as the heat of crisis faded. With this reflective interlude on ideas concluded, we step back into the flow of narrative, now better understanding the mindset guiding decision makers. The world of the mid-2020s was applying these lessons in real time, grappling with crises old and new. Indeed, the years 2024 to 2025 would present a confluence of challenges, some alarmingly reminiscent of past episodes, others novel. With revitalized economic philosophies in their toolkit, those steering economies had to face the moment where theory meets reality. Let us now examine those unfolding crises and see how yesterday's echoes reverberated in today's predicaments. Chapter 29, Today's Crises and Yesterday's Echoes, 2024 to 2025. By the mid-2020s, one might be forgiven for feeling a sense of déjà vu. The world was grappling with a cascade of crises that, while rooted in the unique conditions of the present, carried uncanny echoes of the past. It was as if history's ghost were murmuring in our ears, saying, "I've seen this before." Indeed, for each headline blaring about a current predicament, one could often find a rhyming verse in the annals of yesteryear. Take the dragon of inflation, for instance. After slumbering for decades, it had stirred in 2021 and 2022, breathing fire into the prices of everyday goods. By 2024, inflation was still running higher than the comfortable 2% target in many countries, forcing central bankers to play the role of saint, George raising interest rates to slay the beast. To those with long memories, or long family memories, this had a distinctly 1970s ring to it. Back then, oil shocks and policy missteps sent inflation into double digits, and it took the stern medicine of Paul Volcker at the U.S. Federal Reserve, who hiked rates to eye-watering levels in the early 1980s, to finally break its back, albeit at the cost of a punishing recession. Now, in the 2000s and 20s, the parallels were evident. An energy price shock, courtesy of war in Eastern Europe, and supply snarls had lit the inflationary spark. Central bankers, channeling Volcker's ghost but hoping to avoid his extreme measures, tightened policy and talked tough. So far, the inflation of the 2020s was not as runaway as the 1970s. One could still buy bread and gasoline, even if grudgingly at higher prices, and there were signs it might ebb without a complete economic crash. But the situation revived old debates. Should we prioritize stamping out inflation even if it slows the economy and raises unemployment? Might we end up repeating the early 1980s playbook of recession to cure the 1970s party? Older folks who remembered lining up for gas in 1974 or mortgage rates of 15% in 1981 shuddered. Let's not go fully back to those days. Then there was the specter of war and geopolitical confrontation. The Russian invasion of Ukraine in 2022 shattered the post-Cold War illusion that large-scale conflict in Europe was a relic. Nightly news showed trench warfare, tank battles, and great power brinkmanship, scenes that could have been spliced from newsreels of the 20th century. The alignment of nations had a Cold War flavor, NATO and Western allies supporting Ukraine on one side, Russia, and tacitly a few authoritarian partners, on the other, with many countries in Africa, Asia, and Latin America trying to stay non-aligned to avoid being caught in the fray. It wasn't a world war. Most nations were not directly involved militarily, but it was the most dangerous European war in generations, raising the chilling question of nuclear escalation, something that hadn't felt this palpable since the Cuban Missile Crisis of 1962. Meanwhile, in the Pacific, tensions simmered between the US and China over Taiwan, like a modern echo of Cold War standoffs. Some drew parallels to the powder keg of 1914, distinct context, but a reminder of how regional disputes can entangle great powers. The phrase New Cold War was bandied about to describe US-China rivalry, though the global context was different, more economically intertwined than the US and USSR ever were, but also more complex with various domains, trade, tech, space, of rivalry. History's lesson here seemed cautionary. Great power conflicts, if unchecked, had a nasty habit of spiraling out of control and causing economic chaos, witness 1914 or 1939. This time, at least, leaders had those examples in mind, which perhaps is why even adversaries took pains to keep diplomatic channels open and avoid direct clashes. There was an almost palpable effort to learn from history. For example, Western powers supplied Ukraine but carefully avoided direct NATO-Russia combat, recalling how missteps in past crises led to far wider wars. Political currents within nations also carried echoes. In the United States, the 2024 presidential election was on the horizon amid polarization not seen in half a century. Commentators pointed to the late 1960s and 1970s, another era of social unrest, cultural clashes, and political scandals, as a parallel. Others reached back further to the 1930s, when economic strain fueled the rise of demagogues and extremist politics across many countries. Indeed, across democracies in the early 2020s, one could observe a tug-of-war between liberal and illiberal forces. In some European countries, far-right parties gained ground by promising order amid chaos and pushing nationalist, nativist agendas, shadows of Europe's dark 1930s, albeit through the institutions of elections rather than coups. In the US, the specter of a contested election or political violence brought to mind the tumult of 1968 or even echoes of the 1860 Civil War tensions. An exaggeration perhaps, but the fact people even whispered about civil conflict in modern America was striking. The lesson from history here was both a warning and a guide. Societies have been bitterly divided before and found ways back to common ground, sometimes through leadership, sometimes through exhaustion. And often, broad economic prosperity and external threats, like World War II resolving the 1930s conflicts in a terrible way, ended internal discord. So there was a sense that solving the root problems, inequality, misinformation, and so forth, was urgent to diffuse these repeating patterns. Another crisis with a historical rhyme was global debt. By 2024, debt levels relative to GDP in many countries were at or near record highs, the hangover of the pandemic, plus years of low interest rates that encouraged borrowing. As interest rates rose, so did the cost of servicing this debt, raising fears of a debt crisis. Pundits drew lines to the past. Might we see a replay of the sovereign debt crises of the 1980s, when rising US rates caused Latin American defaults, or the Eurozone crisis of the early 2000s, when Greece and others nearly went bankrupt? Already, some poorer nations like Sri Lanka and Zambia had defaulted or needed bailouts, much like the cycles of emerging market debt crises in the 90s and 2000s. Even in advanced economies, people whispered about fiscal strains. Japan's debt exceeded 250% of GDP, sustainable so far only due to ultra-low rates in the Bank of Japan buying much of it. Italy's debt made investors nervous whenever the ECB hinted at tightening, an echo of 2011 to 2012 when Europe's monetary union nearly fell apart until Mario Draghi's famous "whatever it takes" reassurance. The US, while having more leeway as the issuer of the world's reserve currency, faced perennial political standoffs over its debt ceiling. The debt ceiling showdowns themselves were a kind of historical farce, reminiscent of 2011 when brinkmanship led to a credit downgrade, or even earlier congressional crises in the 90s. Each time, logic prevailed. The US did not default. But the recurring nature of this political ritual felt like Groundhog Day. Even technological disruption and speculative mania had their echoes. The cryptocurrency boom and bust of the early 2020, with people mortgaging homes to buy dog-themed coins one year and crying as those coins collapsed the next, resembled cycles as old as markets themselves. It was the Roaring Twenties and the 1929 crash in miniature, or the dot-com bubble and bust, or the 1840s railway stock bubble, or the 1630s tulip craze. The assets differ: tulips, railroad shares, internet stocks, crypto tokens, but the human emotions and herd behavior are timeless. The lesson from those past episodes is usually the same. Manias happen when a new thing captures imaginations, be it a tulip variety or a blockchain. They always end, and then often the new thing, shorn of hype, still ends up changing the world. Tulips did become a staple of Dutch agriculture, railways transformed transit, the internet became the backbone of modern life, and perhaps blockchain tech will quietly integrate into finance. But woe betide those who buy at the peak, thinking, this time it's different. Many a late 2020 crypto investor, having lost a fortune, found solace reading about past bubbles and realizing they were not alone in human folly. Perhaps the most profound crisis, albeit one unfolding over decades, not just in 2024 to 2025, was the climate crisis. Here, historical echoes were harder to find only because humanity had never faced such a global, self-inflicted environmental challenge at this scale. However, some drew parallels to earlier environmental collapses in miniature. The Dust Bowl of the 1930s, when poor farming practices and drought turned the U.S. Great Plains into a desert, leading to mass migration and New Deal soil conservation efforts, or the collapse of Easter Island's civilization after deforestation centuries ago. The common thread: ignoring environmental limits leads to catastrophe. By 2024, with extreme weather events piling up, each year seemed to bring a new, once-in-a-century flood, fire, or storm. The echo was more from science and deep history than from economic history. We were venturing into the territory of the Pleistocene and beyond, with CO2 levels not seen in millions of years. The economic implications of climate change were increasingly tangible. Insurers withdrawing from fire-prone or flood-prone markets, echoing how insurers went bust or refused coverage in past disasters, food prices gyrating with every drought, reminiscent of how bad harvests in 1780s France helped spark revolution. The hopeful echo, if any, was the ozone crisis of the late 20th century, a global environmental threat that nations confronted together by phasing out CFCs, resulting in the healing of the ozone layer. That success showed that humanity could come together to address an existential environmental threat. Could we do the same for carbon emissions and climate change? The verdict was still out as of 2025, but the pressure to emulate that earlier success, scaled up vastly, was enormous. So in many respects, 2024 to 2025 felt like walking in an old mansion full of mirrors. Each crisis confronting the world reflected an image from a different room in history's mansion. However, those reflections were not identical twins of the past, more like familial resemblances, and understanding those resemblances helped frame solutions. For instance, remembering the mistakes of appeasement in the 1930s stiffened some nations' resolve to counter aggression in the 2020s. Recalling the painful cure of 1980s inflation made central bankers try to be more nimble and transparent to avoid another Volcker shock. Learning from the global coordination, or lack thereof, in prior crises pushed nations in forums like the G20 to talk more openly about managing current risks. Even the cautionary tales of previous pandemics, 1918, flu largely forgotten until COVID forced a revisit, were dusted off to guide responses in case of future outbreaks. The public, too, seemed more historically aware, at least anecdotally. A meme circulated online with an image of a worried-looking cartoon character reading a history book and muttering, "We really don't want to do that again," as headlines flashed by. People invoked their grandparents' experiences. Grandma, who lived through the Great Depression, says she's seeing some familiar signs. Or, Dad remembers the high inflation and gas lines of the 70s. He warns, "This feels similar, and we need an energy plan." In some places, collective memory even influenced policy. Germany's deep-rooted fear of inflation, thanks to tales of 1923 hyperinflation passed down, initially made it hesitant to spend as lavishly as the US did in 2020. A stance it relaxed when deflation, not inflation, seemed the bigger immediate risk. Conversely, America's memory of 1930s austerity-fed depression made it err on the side of doing too much in 2020, which arguably contributed to the inflation flare later, a kind of overshooting in compensation for perceived past undershooting. Of course, not every echo meant we were doomed to repeat the same outcome. Many took comfort that, despite similarities to earlier crises, we also had advantages our forebears did not. More advanced technology, more global institutions. Imagine managing COVID without the WHO or coordinating interest rates without the IMF. Imperfect as these are, they helped. And perhaps a better understanding of economic management. No one today seriously advocates returning to the gold standard or balancing budgets in a slump as was common pre-Keynes. It was as if humanity had leveled up in experience points. We had the scars of past mistakes etched in our cultural memory, which could guide us if we chose to heed them. Yet humility was warranted. Mark Twain is often quoted as saying, "History doesn't repeat itself, but it often rhymes." The rhymes were loud in the 2020s. It reminded us that progress isn't linear, and that each generation faces some version of the trials that came before, albeit in updated guises. It also reminded us that solutions can often be found by looking backward as well as forward. The challenge is choosing the right lessons. By 2025, the world was a mix of uncertainty and resilience. We saw crisis upon crisis, war, inflation, climate stresses, technological disruption, political discord, truly a cacophony of challenges all at once, leading some to dub it a polycrisis, multiple crises interwoven. And yet, humanity had not collapsed. Economies still functioned, people still invented, traded, worked, and loved. Stock markets zigzagged but did not crash outright. Democracies bent under strain but largely held. Communities, especially at local levels, often rallied to help each other during floods, fires, and pandemics. If history offered echoes of warning, it also offered reassurance. We have overcome dark times before. As the mythic chronicle of money and economy reaches the current day, one can almost hear the narrators of the past whispering advice. Remember the lessons, but also remember that new chapters are not predetermined by those old scripts. It is up to us in this moment to chart a course that rhymes more with our triumphs than our tragedies. The decisions made in central bank boardrooms, parliamentary halls, scientific labs, and yes, on city streets by ordinary citizens would determine which echoes would ring the loudest in the history books of the future. Standing at this juncture, with the weight of history behind us and the fog of the future before us, we turn to contemplate what might lie ahead. How will the crises and innovations of today shape the world of tomorrow? What is the destiny of money, that ever-morphing myth, in the years to come? The final chapter awaits, a speculative glimpse beyond the present into the future of money and the world it fuels and reflects. Chapter 30. The Future of Money. Speculative, 2025 and beyond. And now we cast our eyes forward, beyond the horizon of the present, into the misty realm of speculation. Predicting the future is a fool's errand, as prone to error as an alchemist trying to transmute lead into gold, but it is in our nature to wonder. So, with a twinkle of optimism and a dose of caution, let us imagine a few scenes from the world of tomorrow, where money morphs and evolves in ways that might surprise even the boldest futurists. First, consider a day in 2035. The morning sun filters into Maria's apartment as she sips her coffee. Her AI assistant has just paid the road toll and the electric bill in the background. She didn't have to lift a finger. In 2035, money is largely invisible, embedded in every device and transaction. Gone are the days of digging for coins or even swiping a card. Now, Maria's autonomous car negotiates charging prices with the city grid's AI and settles the payment instantly using a central bank digital currency, CBDC. Those CBDCs that were once just theoretical are now reality in most countries. National e-currencies issued by central banks, existing not as paper in your wallet, but as entries in a secure digital ledger. Maria's digital wallet holds e-dollars and e-euros, and when she traveled to India last year, it seamlessly converted some to e-rupees at the market rate with negligible fees. Foreign exchange kiosks, a relic of the past, like fax machines or floppy disks. Cash isn't completely gone. Her grandfather still insists on using paper banknotes at the farmer's market. Old habits die hard, he grumbles, waving a crisp renminbi note. And some remote villages keep cash as a backup for when networks go down. But physical money has become niche, a bit like vinyl records, not extinct, but mostly beloved by a subculture. Most people carry on their lives hardly touching physical cash for months on end. This has made petty theft less rewarding. Hard to mug someone for invisible credits in a secure chip, but it's raised new concerns about privacy and control. Maria trusts that her everyday transactions are private, at least from advertisers, thanks to strong encryption. For larger purchases, though, there's an indelible audit trail visible to regulators, and she's aware that if the government ever had cause, they could, in theory, freeze her digital funds with a few clicks. That's a power previously limited by the physicality of cash and gold, now very real in a fully digital system. Societies have had to grapple with this trade-off. The efficiency and security of digital money versus the potential loss of anonymity and autonomy. Different countries strike different balances. Some embed strict privacy protections in their CBDCs, others lean into surveillance to fight crime and corruption. Now shift to the late 2030s and picture an international trade negotiation. The US dollar is still a heavyweight, old habits die hard, and many global contracts are still denominated in dollars, but it no longer towers overall. The Chinese yuan, now freely traded and widely accepted, has firmly established itself as an alternative global currency. Many central banks hold a chunk of reserves in yuan, and oil contracts are sometimes priced in it. Developments nearly unthinkable in 2010, but reality by 2035 given China's economic ascendancy. The euro remains a major pillar, especially in Europe's backyard and parts of Africa tied to it historically. Intriguingly, a new contender has joined the fray, a digital global currency, perhaps colloquially called the Earthos, or simply SDR+, building on the IMF's special drawing rights, which is a basket of major currencies and possibly commodities. This Earthos isn't used by your average shopper, but governments and multinational corporations use it to settle accounts in a neutral unit that's not controlled by any one country. Think of it as a world reserve currency created by consensus, an echo of John Maynard Keynes' proposal of a bancor at Bretton Woods in 1944, finally realized in digital form. At a trade summit, officials agree that a huge infrastructure deal will be financed in Earthos tokens issued by a coalition of central banks, ensuring that no single currency's fluctuations will derail the project. The world has thus become multipolar in finance. No single country's money dictates terms everywhere. This provides a sort of balance, a multipolar stability, some call it, though it also means the convenience of the old dollar-centric system, with its one-stop dominance, is gone. For American tourists, it might mean their dollars don't stretch quite as universally as before. For Chinese entrepreneurs, it means less need to convert to dollars at every turn. For smaller countries, it's something of a relief. They can trade with partners in whatever currency makes sense or use the neutral Earthos rather than being forced into the dollar for everything. It's not a dramatic replacement of one hegemon with another, but rather a gradual diversification, a bit like how English remains a global language, but Mandarin, Spanish, and Hindi are increasingly important. Meanwhile, the concept of cryptocurrency as it existed in the 2010s has evolved or perhaps dissolved. By 2030, many governments had launched their CBDCs, effectively co-opting the innovations of crypto, but under central control. Some cryptocurrencies fizzled out. Memecoins had their 15 minutes of fame and then mercifully faded, while a few blue-chip ones integrated into the new order. Bitcoin, for instance, settled into a role akin to digital gold. People hold it as a hedge against inflation or unstable governments, and it's respected, if not loved, by the financial mainstream. Major banks offer Bitcoin custody, and even some conservative pension funds hold a smidge, the way they used to hold a bit of gold. But Bitcoin isn't a common medium of exchange. Its price is too volatile for daily commerce, and why use it when CBDCs are so convenient? Instead, it's a store of value and a political statement of monetary independence. Folks in some countries with autocratic regimes or shaky banks still quietly convert savings to Bitcoin or successor cryptos to protect their wealth. The real legacy of the crypto revolution is the technology. Blockchains and similar distributed ledgers became the infrastructure for many back-end processes. Smart contracts run a lot of financial logic automatically. By 2025 already, experiments were underway. Bond payouts that execute via code, insurance that instantly pays claims based on IoT sensor data triggers, supply chain finance where a widget pays its suppliers as it passes checkpoints on its journey from raw material to finished product. By 2040, such things are commonplace. The idea of waiting days for a bank transfer or shuffling paper for a mortgage seems as archaic as writing letters by candlelight. Banks themselves have changed. In many countries, big tech firms and e-commerce platforms effectively became banks by another name, offering payment wallets and loans to users, all integrated in ecosystems. Traditional banks that thrived did so by embracing technology and focusing on trust and advice. A few behemoth international banks remain, specializing in complex high-touch services for governments and big corporations, acting somewhat like financial concierges. Local and community banks also persist, serving those who desire a human relationship or who fall through the cracks of the high-tech system. But many banks from the 20th century have gone the way of the telegram, either repurposed or replaced by new players. Financial inclusion has improved. Billions more have access to some banking via their phones than did in the 2010s, which is a triumph. However, a digital divide remains. The elderly or less tech-savvy can struggle in an all-digital economy, so some accommodations, like government-issued user-friendly devices or maintaining a bare-bones postal banking option, have been made. Now, peer a bit further into the future, say 2050 or beyond, and indulge in even more speculative thinking. Perhaps technology will advance so far that material scarcity, the very foundation upon which money's necessity rests, is greatly diminished. If fusion power provides virtually unlimited clean energy, if advanced recycling and material science mean goods can be made cheaply and sustainably, if vertical farming and synthetic foods end hunger, one can imagine a world where the cost of basic living plummets. In such a scenario, what is the role of money? It might shift from facilitating survival to facilitating luxury and self-actualization. Money might still exist, but perhaps everyone is assured a base standard of living through some combination of UBI and the sheer cheapness of essentials. And money is more about getting that bespoke handcrafted item or front row concert ticket or a trip to Saturn's rings, space tourism, why not? In a sense, money could become more like a points system for optional extravagances rather than a ticket to basic existence. In that kind of post-scarcity society, some fiction paints money disappearing entirely. Star Trek's Federation famously has no money among its members since replication technology and advanced social systems provide for all needs, though they still use credits with outside cultures. Even in Utopia, money has a way of sticking around at the boundaries. Whether money would vanish or not is hard to say. Likely, some form of exchange or accounting would remain useful for allocating effort and resources, even if everything is plentiful. Humans have a knack for finding value in even intangible things: attention, status, uniqueness, so possibly those become the new currency. Already we see glimmers of that. Social media likes and online reputation carry real-world weight. Some people literally monetize influence. In the future, perhaps one's reputation score or contribution to society could matter more than one's bank balance, especially if basic monetary needs are less pressing. One could imagine in a very forward-thinking society, people competing more for honors or social capital. I solved a big science problem. I composed a beloved symphony, then for net worth. This is speculative, but not entirely fanciful. It harkens back to older societies where honor or virtue, at least ostensibly, was valued above wealth, updated for a high-tech age. Conversely, one can conjure dystopian scenarios where money's future is bleak. If climate change ravages ecosystems and we fail to adjust, parts of the world might regress to barter or local currencies out of necessity. If geopolitical conflict or cyber attacks take down global networks, we might suddenly remember the utility of cash or even precious metals in a pinch. Perhaps small communities in 2045, tired of an unstable global system, create self-sufficient enclaves with their own local script that can't be devalued by decisions in distant capitals. These would echo past eras when imperial currencies collapsed and local economies had to improvise. Think of the Roman Empire's fall and regions reverting to barter and commodity money. In all these possible futures, what remains constant is that money, whatever form it takes, is a social construct, a shared trust system. Whether it's digital credits on a blockchain, or shells in a village market, or likes in a VR universe, it represents value because people agree it does and treat it as such. The future of money will therefore depend on the future of our cooperation. If nations manage to maintain enough harmony to keep global trade alive, money will continue to be mostly global and unified, even if multipolar. If trust breaks down, money could fracture along with it. One likely safe bet is that money will become more digital, more instantaneous, and more integrated with technology. The notion of waiting days for a check to clear or carrying a wallet full of cash will seem quaint. Future generations may chuckle at old TV shows where characters worried about counting out dollar bills or fiddling with ATMs. Why didn't they just use their retinal wallet or something? a kid in 2050 might ask while perusing a 2020 photo of a convenience store sign reading cash only. We might also see new forms of money that serve niche purposes, community currencies that encourage local spending, made far easier to manage with smartphone apps, time bank currencies where people trade hours of skills, perhaps even cryptocurrencies not backed by nation states but by mega corporations or networks of cities. Imagine a currency jointly issued by a coalition of eco-friendly cities worldwide, redeemable for sustainable goods or carbon credits, a kind of purpose-driven money. Money, freed from the limitations of paper and national borders by technology, can become very flexible, tailored to particular goals or communities. But amid all this change, it's very likely that the big purposes money serves as a medium of exchange, unit of account, and store of value will remain. People will still need a way to trade efficiently, to measure economic decisions, and to save for the future or unforeseen events. The forms might change. You might store value by owning a diversified portfolio of tokenized assets managed by your AI, rather than stuffing cash in a mattress or even holding a savings account. But the concept of saving value for later use remains. And so the myth of money will continue, evolving with each technological stride and social shift. It is truly one of humanity's greatest shared fictions, one that has proven astonishingly adaptable. From cowrie shells to clay tablets, gold coins to paper notes, credit cards to cryptographic keys. The characters on the currency may change. Perhaps future currency will feature not presidents or monarchs, but icons like Mother Earth or a DNA helix or famous scientists. But the narrative it enables of cooperation and exchange persists. As we conclude this mythic chronicle, we return to the fundamental realization. Money has value because we collectively believe the story that it has value. That story can take on a life of its own. Think of how panics or manias show the narrative running wild, yet it is ultimately authored by us. The future chapters of money will be written by the choices of billions of individuals and the policies of their leaders, by the innovations of engineers and the visions of thinkers. Will those chapters be marked by wisdom or folly, inclusivity or inequality, stability or chaos? Likely a bit of all, as has always been the case. Perhaps one day, far in the future, an historian or an AI historian will chronicle the next phase of financial evolution and look back on the early 21st century, much as we look back on the days of the gold standard or the invention of banking, with a mix of fascination and bemusement at how people thought about money in our era. They might note how we made big collective decisions to embrace digital currencies, to reform global finance, to combat inequality or not, that set the course for their reality. In that sense, we are right now the protagonists in a mythic chapter that future generations will study. In a small museum decades from now, a child might stand before a display case containing old currency. A faded $20 paper bill, a metal euro coin, maybe even a novelty Bitcoin wallet on a thumb drive. Did people really use these? She asks. Her grandfather, perhaps our contemporary, chuckles. Oh yes, and we thought we were so advanced at the time. He then shows her his smart contact lens interface, through which he manages his finances with a few blinks and thoughts, and the child's eyes widen. I wonder what money will be like when I'm your age, she says. The grandfather smiles, recalling how he once asked his own elders the same question. Who knows, he responds, but whatever it is, I bet you'll handle it just fine. After all, money is just a story we all tell each other to get things done. As they leave the museum, the lights glint off that old $20 bill, the portrait of Andrew Jackson gazing out, a relic of a bygone era. A reminder that everything solid in money can melt into air, and new forms will crystallize in its place. The myth of money goes on as endless as human imagination, and as the child takes her grandfather's hand, she unknowingly steps into the next chapter of that grand story, one that she and her generation will write with the tools and dreams of their time.